Fall season is finally here, my friends, which means we need to get some ideas and make some beautiful fall wreaths. Hello, my sweet friends, and welcome to DIY with Nadia. With me is Simba, and we are ready to share top 40 Deco Mesh fall wreaths. Here are the supplies for this wreath, starting with 2 rolls of Deco Mesh. Both of these are 10 inches in width and 10 yards in length. I'm going to be using this netting. I got this on Temu, and I'm going to cut it up and use it as ribbon. I'm also going to be using this ribbon. Both are wired. The orange one is 1.5 inches and this one is 2.5. 18 pipe cleaners plus whatever pipe cleaners you're going to need for your sign. I'm going to use a few of these orange vase fillers. This adorable sign is quite large. It is a whopping 13.5 inches in width and 9.5 inches in height. But for a ruffle wreath, that is just fine. For the base of our wreath, I'm going to be using a 14-inch metal wreath form. When it comes to our pipe cleaners, we're going to be doing the 18 pipe cleaner method. We have 6 sections in this wreath form, and that means we're going to have 3 pipe cleaners in each section. And I always say we're going to work one section at a time so we don't get overwhelmed. Our first pipe cleaner is going to go on row 1 and 2, right in the center. 2 twists, and we're going to fold it down. The second pipe cleaner is going on row 3 and 4 to the side of the center one. 2 twists, and we're going to face it out. And the third pipe cleaner is going on the other side of the center one, also on rows 3 and 4. 2 twists and fold out. This is what each section is supposed to look like. I'm going to go ahead and complete the rest of the wreath base. I'm done attaching all my pipe cleaners. I have 6 on the inner row and 12 on the outer row. Now it's time to prepare my Deco Mesh. I usually cut my Deco Mesh into 30-inch strips, and I'm going to need 18 of these. But the Deco Mesh that I'm going to be using is a little different because it has threading through it, and I usually do a continuous method for this type of Deco Mesh, but today we are going to be cutting this into a ruffle wreath. Therefore, I decided to give it a few more inches on the end. So instead of 30 inches, I'm going to make it 32 to 34 inches because I want to do a bigger fold on the ends before I start ruffling it up. My cutting board is 24 inches plus that 1/2 inch at the end. So I usually put my ruler at 5.5 inches and put it underneath the cutting mat to give me the 30 inches. Since I want my Deco Mesh to be at least 2 inches longer, I'm going to go ahead and extend my ruler to 7.5 inches, and we're going to start cutting our Deco Mesh. Grabbing my favorite rotary cutter, off I go, making 18 strips. Roll it up naturally because it is a long piece of Deco Mesh, and put it to the side. Now I will be making my ruffles, and I always like to do it on my cutting mat. That way I know where the center is, especially if you're using a solid color for your Deco Mesh. I'm going to be making, I don't know, maybe a 2-inch little fold. I usually make it 1 inch. You don't need much, but this time I just want to make sure that we have that fraying under control. But you know what? I'll tell you this. It seems to be really solid and not as much fraying as I expected. So I'm quite happy with this Deco Mesh. In the description box, I always list where I got the items that I'm using. And now I'm just going to gather. This is so much fun. Just take your time and gather. Look at this. So easy. Because I started with my Deco Mesh being rolled onto the table, you can see that it's naturally already curled underneath. And all I'm going to do is put it flat at about those 2 inches and wiggle it in. What a gorgeous ruffle. I am really impressed with this Deco Mesh. Pull and give a few twists, and just like that, I have my first ruffle. And now the story kind of repeats itself. Going to fold, ruffle everything up, flatten the end of it, and wiggle it in. A few twists. Oh my goodness, this is only 2 curls. This is going to be one full wreath. I'm going to go ahead and finish attaching the rest of my ruffles, and then we'll work on the ribbon bundles. As worried as I was about this Deco mesh fraying, I'm telling you guys, I think it's actually fraying less than the average Deco mesh. Wow, I absolutely love how this turned out. Now it's time to get our ribbon ready. To cut this mesh, it's going to be so easy. So what I'm going to do is go to the center and just pull that cardboard out. It's not taped on or anything. So just pull out how much you need. So if we're doing about 2.5 inches to 3 inches, just pull that out, or a little bit more. I think 2.5 inches is more than enough. So let's do 2.5 inches, and I'm just going to cut it. And we're done. If you're going to need more of it, just pull out the center and cut it. Since I know I cut off about 5 inches, I'm going to cut off that amount on this tube and pop it back in. Now it's time to cut our netting. I'm going to be cutting it into 12-inch strips, and we're going to need 18 pieces. So super easy. And if you want a link where I got this roll, I'm going to attach it in the description box, because this is a game changer for a lot of us who have been hunting down this ribbon and could not find it. And now you can find it in so many beautiful colors besides the beiges and the darker colors that we have been getting. Now we're going to prepare our beautiful lightly iridescent orange ribbon. We are going to need 18 pieces at 12 inches each. When you have zigzagged 18 pieces, go ahead and fold the ends in half and cut out a little triangle, and you're going to have dovetails as you're cutting the ribbon. Next, we're going to cut our ivory brown ribbon, and this one we are also going to cut into 12-inch strips, and we're going to need 18. Just like I did with the orange one, I'm going to zigzag it up and cut dovetails on the ends. To make our bundles, I'm going to be working on my cutting mat just because it's so much easier to have our 12 inches here, and we can find the center super easy. Starting with the mesh ribbon just because that's the weakest ribbon. So then I'm going to bring in this ribbon that's going to hold it in place. And the third ribbon I'm going to add is the orange one. Let's bring it together and attach. By the way, when it came to the mesh ribbon, no, I did not do dovetails because I don't see a point of doing dovetails on this kind of ribbon. It really doesn't show, so I never do dovetails on this type of ribbon anymore. I twisted my pipe cleaners up about 1 inch from the connection. I'm going to cut off the excess, fold this part in half, and fold it back. When it comes to opening up my ribbon bundles, I usually do that at the end just because I want to make sure that everything is done in the back of the wreath, that we're not going back and forth. But when we're done, this is the last step I will do. Let's grab our next bundle, collect it in the center, and attach. And this is pretty much the song that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends, until I'm done with all 18 pipe cleaners. And if I got that song in your head, I do apologize. Okay, my friends, all the ribbon is on. None of the bundles are open yet. And look how lovely this is. And by the way, I think this plaid brown ribbon is quite nice. All right, let's get the sign going. But before we do that, I always like to clean the area where the sign is going. Basically, any ribbon facing the center, we're going to face it away so that we can get that ribbon towards the outside. We can always bring it in, but right now we're just going to get it out of the center. First thing I'm going to do is take the jute cord off. To cover up the holes on top, we're going to disguise them with these vase fillers. I'm going to go ahead and grab some of these orange ones out, especially the small ones. I have some of these right here. I'm going to take a large one and cut it in half. And I'm using a letter opener to do this. Safety first. Give it a little bit of hot glue and put that on the side. This side, I'm going to put a little tiny one. And I'm not going to cut it because it's fairly tiny. And since these don't look the same, it doesn't look like there were holes there in the first place. So then I'm going to take some of the other ones and just put them throughout the sign. Because the sign kind of has things scattered, so no big deal. We're just going to do that. I don't need too many of these, just enough to have them all blend in. Aw, center of the flower. Now that the sign is done, let's flip it and attach pipe cleaners. I'm going to grab 4 because the sign is quite large. Fold it in half, but I am going to keep a flat space right here. So I usually put a finger or 2 just so we can flatten this area and decide how we're going to attach. This is a round wreath. Going in a circle may be a great idea. I also have 4 scrap felt pieces that I'm going to use for this. A little bit of hot glue. Put my pipe cleaner right on that. Hot glue on top of the pipe cleaner and at the bottom. Now I'm just taking my piece of felt and putting it right over. Once this cools, this pipe cleaner is going nowhere. This is going to be a strong connection. Going to repeat this process all around. All the pipe cleaners are attached. Let's flip. Since we have 4 connections, I like to choose 2 of these intersections on top and 2 at the bottom to connect the sign. One pipe cleaner is going to go on one side of the intersection. The other one is going to go on the other. Also making sure I'm in 2 different rows so that we have a nice connection. We're going to do 1 twist because I'm afraid I might have to adjust this. Now it's time to move things around. I want the sign to go in just a tiny bit. It doesn't need to be floating on top. It does need to have a nice seat inside your wreath. Right now, the most important thing is to make sure that the sign is centered. So I'm going to pick it up, look at it, and it looks really good to me. Now I can come back and lock all of these pipe cleaners in place by just twisting them together and then around our wreath base. When you're done securing the sign in place, this is the time to put on a hanging loop. And also if you're going to cover the back of the wreath, maybe with a placemat, this is the time to do it before we start opening up all our ribbon bundles. Remember that jute cord we removed from the sign? We're going to use it. Make sure you're looking at the top of the sign. Mine looks like it's right here, and I'm going to attach to row 2. Then I'm going to measure to make sure that my loop is not going to go above my ruffles so it doesn't show. A knot or 2. Cut that off. Pull it through the front of the wreath. And that's because if you're going to cover the back, we still need access to the hanging loop. And now it's time to do my favorite part. And that is open up all our ribbon bundles. We are going to kind of swoosh them open like a little flower. Doesn't that sound nice and pretty? When it comes to my mesh ribbon, it's going to be fine. Between the ribbon holding it up and of course our ruffles, it's going to be perfect. Any hiding ribbon, let's pull it out and just start opening everything up. I'm done opening up all my ribbon bundles, and this wreath in diameter is 24 to 25 inches depending on how I measure it, but that is quite a large wreath. Here are the supplies that I'm going to need for this wreath, starting with a roll of Deco mesh that's 10 inches in width and 10 yards in length. You're only going to need 1 roll. In my case, my Deco mesh is actually 10.5 inches, but half an inch here and there, not a big deal. This deco mesh is so super beautiful. It does have foiling. It's a decorative mesh, so I decided that the best way to cut this is going to be a wood burning tool, and of course you're going to need a tempered glass. I get the glass on Amazon, so I will link that and my wood burning tool in the description box below. You will need 12 pipe cleaners, 3 types of ribbon. My first ribbon is going to be 2.5 inches. It's wired. Second ribbon is 1.5 inches wired. My third ribbon is only an inch in width, but you can use 1.5 inch for what we're going to do with this. For decor, I'm going to be using these sweet little florals, and I'm going to be using just the flower part. Floral wire of your choosing. This one's 26 gauge. I recommend the strongest you have and in the closest color to your sign. For our sign, I'm going to be using this black truck farmhouse sign that is 8 inches in diameter, and it is metal. It does have 2 holes to attach the sign to our wreath. For our base, I'm going to be using a metal 14-inch wreath ring. To cover the back of the sign, I'm going to be using this placemat that's 14.5 inches in diameter. Let's attach our pipe cleaners, and we only are going to use 12 of them because we're going to put 6 on row 1 and 2 straight up in the middle. A few twists, and we're going to twist it towards the inside of the wreath. I'm going to go all the way around on the inside row before we get started on attaching the pipe cleaners on the outside row. I have my 6 pipe cleaners on the inside. Now we're going to go on the intersection, and you can either go on row 2, 3 or 3 and 4. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go on row 2, 3, and I'm going to attach it to row 3. My wreath base is done. I have 6 pipe cleaners on the inside row, on row 1 and 2 attached in the center, and I have 6 pipe cleaners attached to all the intersections on rows 2 and 3, and I tied those on row 3. I have my wood burning tool heated up, and now it's time to cut our deco mesh. We're going to be cutting our deco mesh into 30-inch strips, and we're going to need 12 of them. 10 yards of deco mesh is the same thing as 360 inches. We're going to take that and divide it by the 12 pipe cleaners that we attached. So we use up the whole roll. We can cut our deco mesh into 30-inch strips. My cutting mat is 24 inches, and since I'm going to start measuring from the left side, I'm going to use this half, 5.5 inches to make my 30. And all I do is put the ruler at 5.5 inches right underneath my cutting mat. Let's get my tempered glass, and I like to put it vertically to cut. If you're like me and have pets, especially kitties, make sure that they are safe somewhere or your door is closed, because when using this heating tool, it's no joke. I'm going to just straighten this out. Now I'm measuring off my 30 inches and I'm ready to cut. I am going to cut in between 2 rows. And as you see, I'm kind of going slow, but not too slow, because if you stay too long, you're going to melt a little bit more than you want. Roll the deco mesh up and put it to the side. Here we go with the next one. Super easy. And now I'm going to cut my 12 strips, and I'll be right back. Next, we're going to cut our ribbon, and I'm going to start with the little one. I recommend cutting this at 22 inches. I am going to be cutting at 23 inches just because I find that this particular ribbon frays on the end. So I'm going to use a little 1/2 inch to bend it, and I'm going to need 6 of these. I have the 6 strips I need. If you want to do dovetails on your ribbon, this is the time to do it. I'm not going to be doing it for this particular ribbon, so I'm just cutting the ends. For our 1.5 inch ribbon, I'm going to be cutting this one into 12-inch strips. I'm going to need 12 pieces. Let's cut the ribbon off. When you have your 12 pieces, oh, inspection already. That quick, huh? The minute I opened the door after I cut the deco mesh is when he decided to pop in. Folding the end in half, we're just going to cut little dovetails. And the same thing on the other side. Next, I have my 2.5 inches, and this one is also going to be cut at 12 inches, and we're going to need 12 of these, one for each pipe cleaner. I have all my ribbon, and now I'm going to do the same thing, fold the ends in half and make little dovetails. It's time to bring our wreath together, and unlike any other wreath, we're going to work outside in, and we have to because our inside row is going to be on top of our outside row. So we're going to start with the outside row. Take my first piece of Deco mesh, and I like doing this on my cutting table because if you don't know where the center of your Deco mesh is, this is a great way to do it. I go right there in that little corner and start collecting my ruffles. You might have also noticed that I did not fold an inch in the beginning. I do like to do that on regular ruffles, but because of the way we're going to display this ruffle, there's really no point. When I'm done collecting, and by the way, look how adorable this is. We're going to connect it, and I'm going to cinch it down, making sure that it's nice and tight. At this point, what we're going to do is we're going to take two of the ends and overlap them. That's why I did not fold that edge over in the beginning, because we're going to work with our wreath base and overlap the Deco mesh so that we have a beautiful ruffle. Our next step would either be to continue making ruffles going all the way around, or we can complete this ruffle. So that's what we're going to do. My 2.5 inch and 1.5 inch ribbon, both of these are 12 inches in length. Going to overlap the 1.5 inch over our 2.5 inch. That way the gray peeks out. I'm working on my cutting board so I see exactly where my center is, and I'm going to gather it in a V form. So not just from both sides, I'm gathering it from the bottom, making a little V, and that is how I'm going to attach it to my pipe cleaner. We can twist this up. I'm not going to be attaching anything else to this ruffle, so I'm just going to fold over that tip and fold it back. One ruffle is done. We're going to continue doing the exact same thing, going all the way around. The outside row is all done. The next thing I like to do is grab those pipe cleaners from the inside and pull them out, because now we're going to be attaching our next set of Deco mesh and ribbon to them, making my ruffle just like we did with the outside row. When you start attaching ruffles to the second row, that's when you're going to see the wreath being filled in. A lot of people have contacted me that they were concerned that one roll of Deco mesh is just not enough. And I know I'm using black Deco mesh here, but hear me out. This Deco mesh is going almost to the next pipe cleaner. So that means I have Deco mesh here, and another ruffle that's going to overlap this area. And so this is going to get filled in really nicely. Let's attach our ribbon. And at this point, I'm going to leave my pipe cleaners alone because we're going to add a little bow with the orange ribbon right on top. Right now, I'm going to complete all the ruffles just like this, and then we're going to get started and make the little bows that go on top. I have my 23-inch ribbon. You can make 22 if you have really good quality ribbon. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to fold about 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, the ending of mine, and I'm going to do that to both sides because I'm a little worried as far as how it's going to hold up. Now we're ready to make our sweet little bows. The easiest way to do this is first we're going to have an awareness ribbon. I like to do this with the ribbon facing down, meaning this is the back of my ribbon, and I'm going to have one of my hands underneath the ribbon, the other hand underneath the ribbon facing the opposite way, and I'm just going to twist it so we can have the awareness ribbon. Once I have done that, I'm going to measure 4 inches. And when I have my 4 inches at the bottom, put a finger right in the center where the ribbon is crossing over. Pull this to the top and to the center, just like this. I'm going to turn it upside down and collect it in the center. Oh man, this is going to be some serious cuteness. After I attached my bow, twist the pipe cleaner up, cut off the excess, and then fold it back. When it comes to my tails, I'm going to turn them in a little corner. I'm going to do the same thing on this side, and I'm going to have a sweet little bow like this. This pop of orange was so needed on this wreath. The bows are all on and they are stinking adorable in my humble little opinion. So now we're going to take care of the center of the bow. I'm not going to leave it just like that, of course. We can use something like a vase filler, maybe some cute berry picks. You can even do little buttons, especially for a wreath like this. You can definitely do buttons if you have some matching buttons that would look really good on here, or you can do little florals. I thought these florals went with our wreath, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a bit of hot glue, and I'm going to attach the flower right in the center. The little nub of the flower, this part, I put it behind the bow. So I came from behind and filled in the center. That way you don't have to cut anything off and risk having the flower fall apart on you. Here's a close-up of our sweet little bow. I thought the center would work really well with all the kind of fall foliage we have on our sign. The last thing we're going to attach to the front of the wreath is our sign, and I think this is turning out so pretty. So I'm going to grab my floral wire. I'm going to double mine as usual because I'm using a 26 gauge from the Dollar Tree. So I just measure off about 24 inches and double it. Putting my floral wire through both of the sign holes, and I'm going to twist it a few times in the back. Now it's time to attach. Let's flip our wreath. I'm just going to do one twist, a quick check to make sure the sign is where I like it to be, and there's plenty of deco mesh to hold this 8-inch sign in place. Twisting my floral wire, wrapping it around the wreath base, and that is how I lock it in. Now that that's taken care of, I'm going to peek to see where my top is. Grabbing my jute cord, I'm going to wrap it around row 2, measuring to make sure that I'm going to have enough jute cord to hang, but not too much where it's going to peek through the top of my wreath. Make a few knots, cut off the excess. We're going to pull the jute cord to the front. And this is very important because we are going to cover the back. I have a placemat. I'm going to take 3 zip ties, and I'm going to connect in 3 places, no particular places, as long as they're nicely spread out. This way you have access to the back of your wreath and it's nicely covered. Just like this, we're going to zip tie, cut the tail, and make sure the nub is on the inside of our wreath. Second one and our third. If you need to fix anything in the back, you still have access to that. Now we're going to flip, and now we're going to make sure all our bows look beautiful. Poof them out, make sure all the ribbon is laying out nicely, and just like this, our pancake wreath is all done. Let's go through the supplies we're going to need for our curly wreath, starting with 3 rolls of deco mesh that are all 10 inches in width and 10 yards in length. I don't know if you can tell, but I don't have a full roll of the red, so I'm going to use some leftover red. And I do have a full roll of the yellow, but I want to use up this yellow and green because it's kind of like an apple green, and I thought that would work really good with our wreath. This is a great way to use up your leftover deco mesh. A pack of pipe cleaners, a cute little sign for the center. This one is almost 8 inches. It's like 7 3/4. It's metal. It has little holes at the top and at the bottom, and I got it on Temu, link in the description box. For the sign, I'm going to be using some floral wire. For decor, I'm going to be using some of these green leaves I had on hand. I thought they would work really good as kind of the leaves from the apple tree. I wanted to show you a little secret. This is my greenery stash, and I have greenery here with different shades and sizes and styles, and this is great when you just use the top of the flower and not the actual stem. They don't take up much room, and it's great to use for projects like this. For a wreath base, I'm going to be using a metal 14-inch wreath ring. To cover the back, I am going to be using a placemat. This one is 14.5 inches in diameter. Some other supplies we're going to need: some kind of a clamp or a clothespin, anything on hand. You need this to hold our bundles together as we're making them. Rotary cutter or a wood burning tool. I have been a big fan of wood burning tool when it comes to unique decoupage that has some foiling in it, just to keep it together a little better. I'm going to first cut up my simple decoupage, layer one on top of the other, and start cutting strips that are 10 by 10 inches. When you're done cutting everything up, you need 108 pieces. Get my rotary cutter ready, and off we go, cutting 10 by 10 little squares. And as always, I'm going to put these in a laundry basket next to me so they are nice and safe. Next, I'm going to grab my wood burning tool, and I'm going to cut any decoupage that has foiling in it, decorative mesh like this. I always like to start by cutting off that rough edge, and I try to go in between two lines. When using a wood burning tool on decoupage, definitely make sure you're in a ventilated area. I have a window that's right in front of my craft space, so that works as my ventilation, but you are cutting plastic and breathing that in. Let's even this decoupage out. All my decoupage is cut up. Now I'm going to grab my pipe cleaners and cut those in half. As always, I'm going to fold them in a little V, or this way a little V. It makes it easier to grab them as you're making your bundles. In each one of my bundles, I'm going to have 3 pieces of decoupage. You can also make bundles of 4. I'm going to link a video of how I did a wreath like that in the description box below. For our wreath, we're going to be doing 3 curls per bundle, and I like to curl them about 1 inch in diameter. This is where our clamp comes in. It's just easier to hold as I'm rolling the rest of the curls. The next curl, I'm going to crisscross, and it doesn't matter which color goes first. I like to interchange them as I'm working. So if the white one's on top in the next bundle, maybe I'll put the white one in the center. Just mix and match them. When you have 3, mine kind of looks like a snowflake. Grabbing your pipe cleaner, you're going to put it right in the center. With one hand, I'm going to pull my bundle away. That way I can have a nice tight little connection here. Give it a few twists, and you have your first curl bundle. Now sit back, relax, and start making the rest of your bundles. Super easy, super fun, and we're going to need a total of 36 bundles for this wreath. Our ribbon bundles are all done. Now let's chat about our wreath base. Our wreath base consists of 6 sections. In each section, we're going to have 6 bundles. If you're using an 8-inch form, for example, you're going to have 3 sections, but you are still going to use 6 per section. Or if you're using an 18-inch wreath form, you're going to have 2 more sections. That means you're going to need 12 more bundles. For this wreath, we're going to need 36 bundles, 6 bundles per section times 6 sections. That's going to give us 36. To attach my bundles, I like to put my wreath base upside down so it looks kind of like a plate, as I always say, and work from the back. It's just easier that way. I'm going to attach my bundles to row 2 and 3, the 2 center rows. So if you're using a wreath base with only 3 rows, just attach it to the first one, or if you feel like it needs a little bit more stability, maybe attach it to the first and the second one, but just have it more in the center if you can do that. Now this little tip is going to hide right behind our little connection there, and that is it. If one of your deco mesh pieces stands out a little bit more like this one, and I only have 8 pieces, I know I'm going to have to spread it out evenly throughout the wreath, so if it peeks out here and there, it looks even. I'm going to flip my wreath base upside down and continue attaching the rest of the bundles for this section. My first section is done, and as you can see, I have 6 bundles here, and look how full this wreath is already. This is going to be so pretty. I am halfway done, and I'm telling you, it was no more than 10 minutes to attach those, super quick. And look at this, I'm loving the pop of green here and there throughout this wreath. I'm going to go ahead and finish attaching the rest of the bundles. The wreath is all done. Look how absolutely fluffy and beautiful it came out. Simba even came to check it out. Here is the back so far. Now we're going to attach the sign, grabbing my white floral wire. I'm going to get strips that are about 14 inches in length just because of the curls. I have a feeling I might need a little bit more of the floral wire. Now I'm just putting my floral wire through our sign and attaching in the back. With my floral wire on, I'm going to take some of the curls and put them down so that my sign has a little bit of a cushion to sit on. Let's flip. A quick check to make sure the sign is where I want it to be, and I think that looks quite nice, that it's not sticking out too far and it's not sunk in too far either. I wanted to show you a side view of how much I actually put the sign towards the inside, and it's not that much. I would say about 2 inches, 3 at the most. Now let's flip and permanently attach the sign. I think Simba is really loving the wreath because he is purring over here. Once the sign is attached, make sure you know where the top of the sign is so you can add a hanging loop. I'm going to grab a jute cord, and I'm going to go on row 3 of the wreath, make a few knots. You don't want the loop to stick out too much above the wreath, so I do always make sure that it's a little bit lower. This is such a poofy wreath. You have plenty of room for that loop. And then I'm going to pull it out through the front of the wreath so that we can cover the back. Grabbing our placemat, and you can use a variety of things to cover the back, including felt, fabric, but this is just so much easier with the placemat. I'm going to take 3 zip ties, and I'm going to connect the wreath in 3 spots. Does not need to be too tight, but I do like to zip tie it, cut off the tail, and make sure to send the nub to the back. If you are selling this wreath, I recommend attaching maybe something that says made with love, homemade, or even your business card to the back of the wreath. And zip tie number 3. At this time, you can be all done with the wreath, or you can add a little something here and there. I like to use vase fillers a lot, or leaves, because both are very lightweight. When it comes to the leaves that I'll be using, I'm going to take them and take this plastic part off, and then I'm going to just divide the leaves, making sure that they are nice towards the bottom of the leaf, because just in case it shows, you know. My leaves are ready, and all I'm going to do is dab a little bit of hot glue in the back and attach them to our wreath. And I'm going to go all throughout the wreath. So fun, so easy. I think they're going to make a fun statement. Our wreath is done and I'm loving the pop of green that's coming from all the leaves. It works so well with our sign. Let's go over the supplies we're going to need for this very fall pumpkin wreath. First, we're going to use a pumpkin wreath form. When it comes to deco mesh, you don't have to use a 21-inch deco mesh that I'm using here. You can use anything you have on hand, maybe 10-inch, maybe even 6-inch. Just layer some one on top of the other so that you can attach. I have this one left over from a previous project and I think it's going to make a gorgeous wreath. For my ribbon, I'm going to use 2.5-inch wired ribbon. One is black and the other one is this iridescent orange that's going to match my little decor. This decor was thrifted from a while ago, but you can use any berries, anything you have on hand. And then I am going to use some feathers. These I got on a really good clearance at Michael's, but you can also use these little curls from the Dollar Tree. These are really fun to use. Some pipe cleaners and a zip tie or two. The first thing I want to take care of is the top of my pumpkin, and because the ribbon that I'm using is sheer, I'm going to grab some ribbon that I have on hand, and this is a very pretty felt one. Cut off a piece that's maybe 6 inches in length, a little bit of hot glue on top, just going to fold in the sides and fold over for a neater look. With the top nicely taken care of, next I'm going to grab 4 pipe cleaners. Using 21-inch deco mesh, I could probably even get away with using 3, but in this case, I am going to use 4 and I'm going to make a beautifully full wreath. Fold my pipe cleaners in half and cut. I'm going to attach pipe cleaners on both of these outside rows and the 2 inside rows. Twist them in place. If you are using 10-inch deco mesh or 6-inch deco mesh, I would definitely use 6 pipe cleaners, but I would also layer 2 or 3 on, especially with the smaller deco mesh, to make sure that you get that fullness. With the 21-inch deco mesh, it's so easy. Let's get our gorgeous deco mesh. Let's collect it. When I collected my tail, I'm going to start on the outside row. Lock that pipe cleaner in place because I know that this is going to be thick enough to cover this area. Because the tail is kind of in the air, I am going to grab a zip tie and zip tie it to the actual wreath base. Let's cut off the excess, any of the fraying. And now we are ready to go up and down attaching our deco mesh. Here I'm going to go up, attach it to the other side, and I do like attaching it to the back. That way I know that it's kind of tight in the back and it should stay in the back. Now you have to decide if you're just going to go from top and keep on going this way, or you are going to cover the back. So in the back, I'm going to go flat. I like covering the back. To our next pipe cleaner, go ahead and wrap that pumpkin over the edges. I'm going to fold over, and I like this part to be a little bit looser because I do want to make sure that it covers as much as possible, and I want the pumpkin to be a little bit on the fluffy side. Then I'm going to the pipe cleaner that is right on top, and same thing, I like to make sure that I'm tying it in the back. Pull back if you have to. I want to make sure I have enough floof, so I went back a little bit. And now I'm going to tie it to the next pipe cleaner. A few twists there. Going back up to the pipe cleaner on the other side. Twist it in place. Hide that. Now we're going to this last row. Twist. And the last time, that we are going over. Make sure that edge is hidden. And once again, I am going to put it upside down in order to connect. Let's cut off the excess. And I'm going way beyond what we need. I can always cut off the remaining tail, but I do want to make sure that I'm nice and filled in right here. Oh, that looks beautiful. Fold the end over and tie it in the back. A few twists. Let's fold that over. It's kind of curling in nicely. I'm just going to tuck it right there to fill in that space. And now we can make sure that our pumpkin is nice and fluffy. Go over the little rivets. Make sure everything is beautiful. I thought covering this pumpkin was super easy, especially when we're talking about deco mesh. We basically attached it in the back and just kept on going around and around and around and attached it at the end. I thought this was super easy. Let me know in the comments below if you agree with that. Next, we are going to decorate the pumpkin. This pumpkin is so poofy. For decor, I decided to do the decor on the side and then the bow right here. First thing I want to do is open up my feathers. This thrifted item is kind of falling apart, so I don't even know why that's there. I'm going to put that on the side, and then I'm just going to lay this out, and I'm going to zip tie everything together. I'm going to put another zip tie quite a bit lower. Cut off the tails. About an inch from my second zip tie, I'm going to cut off the tails. I'm ready to put the decor right on the pumpkin, and I want it about there. So what I decided to do is I'm going to grab a zip tie, and I'm going to zip tie it straight onto the pumpkin. I felt for the wire. And then if you need to stabilize it, you could definitely use some black floral wire and attach it at the base. So now my zip tie is going right above that first zip tie. That way it will hold it in place. Second connection on the other wire. Cut that off. This is securely locked in. Move things around if I need to. And then we're going to put a bow right here that's going to cover all of this up. I'll be using a bow maker to make this bow. It just makes things so much easier. We're going to make a 6-inch tail, maybe 6.5. If your ribbon is double-sided, I know you can probably not tell, but this one is one-sided because the glitter is on one side and on the other side it is plain. So I'm going to twist every time I go through the center. I'm going to make, and every time I go through the center, I'm going to twist. I'm going to make 6 loops with this ribbon just because I want to finish it up. Looking at this ribbon, it is super, super shiny. So what I decided to do is put this bow on top, and that's okay. I'm just going to take a big clamp and clamp it as is. Use the other ribbon to make the bow. Here I decided to, let's go 5.5 inches on this one. This is a tough ribbon. Twist in the center. Using this one up also. Twist. I made 5 loops with this gorgeous ribbon. Let's cut the tail off a little bit. And then we're going to put the black one right on top. To bring the bow together, I'm going to use a zip tie. And the way I like to do this is while the entire bow is still on the bow maker, I'm going to make a few clicks and take it off. Make sure you're in the center and then complete the bow that way. Grab a black floral wire, and I'm going to use the floral wire to attach it to the wreath itself. Next, I'm going to make dovetails by folding the ribbon in half and cutting it from inside out. This tail ended up being a little longer, but when I have situations like that, I tend to just leave it, and then when the bow is on the wreath itself, I decide whether I want to make it shorter or not. Let's attach to the wreath. Wrapped it around. On top, I'm just going to twist it in place, hide the tail. This one's actually really, really long, so I'm going to cut the excess and fold it back. Now I'm going to start fluffing out the tail. Just open up those loops. This turned out even prettier than I had in my head. I'm going to leave this tail as it is because I think it is so pretty there. And that is it for this beautiful Glam pumpkin wreath. let's go through the few supplies we're going to need for this wreath, starting with this one that's making so much noise. And that is the glitter vase filler. I talk about these all the time, how lightweight these are, and they add so much character and so much fun to the wreaths. I'm going to be using 2 rolls of Deco mesh, this burlap with orange and brown with orange foiling through it. Both of them are 10 inches in width and 10 yards in length. You can also use a 21-inch Deco mesh as long as it's 10 yards in length. If you're going to be using the Dollar Tree Deco mesh, don't forget it is only 5 yards in length, so you're going to need double. One of these rolls is only going to cover half of this 14-inch wreath form, so you're going to need anywhere from 6 to 8 of these rolls, depending on if you're overlapping 3 rolls or 4. To attach our bubbles, you can either use a pack of pipe cleaners or you can use zip ties throughout the whole wreath. I'm just going to be using 2 zip ties, one in the beginning and one at the end. To attach our bubbles, we're going to be using this cutting board from the Dollar Tree. Of course, you can use whatever cutting board or ruler you have on hand. I'm going to need some floral wire for our sign, and this is the sign that we're going to be using. This sign is so rustic and beautiful, and that's why we're going to add those vase fillers just to give it a little zing here and there. For our wreath base, I'm going to be using a 14-inch wreath ring. And to cover the back of the wreath, I'm going to be using a steering wheel cover. I'm going to get this party started by getting my pipe cleaners prepared. And all I'm doing is taking my 12-inch pipe cleaners, folding them in half and cutting them, making them into 6-inch pipe cleaners. And then I'm going to fold a little V. This is just going to help me grab it when I'm attaching them. In total, I cut 21 pipe cleaners, so I have 42 pieces. When it comes to the pipe cleaners, we can attach them as we're going along, or we can do it beforehand. We are going to be doing 7 bubbles in each section, which means we're going to have a pipe cleaner on each one of the intersections, plus 6 on the inside. You can attach to either row 2 or row 3 or 2, 3. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be attaching my pipe cleaners on row 3, but I am going to use 2 of the rows to stabilize my pipe cleaners. I'm going to go ahead and pull my pipe cleaner to the side and twist it on this side. And the reason I'm doing that is because my sign is quite large. So I want to make sure that I really stretch this wreath out. One section is done. I'm going to start on the pipe cleaner that's on the intersection, and then we're going to have bubble 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the 7th bubble is going to get attached to the next section. I'm going to go ahead and attach the rest of my pipe cleaners, and then we're going to get our Deco mesh and start making our bubbles. All the pipe cleaners are on, 1 on each intersection and 6 in between. This cutting mat is 8 inches in length, and that's exactly what we're going to need. So I'm just going to put it right underneath my wreath, and now I'm going to overlap the brown and the burlap Deco mesh. Let's gather about 2-3 inches in. I always start on an intersection. I'm going to attach it. In case you were worried I was not going to have enough pipe cleaners, that's not bad. That's plenty for me to twist and just fold back. I'm not going to have to cut anything. Next, I'm going to grab a zip tie, take the tail and push it in between row 2 and 3 so it's out of the way. From the back, I am going to zip tie it to row 2 because when we're done going all the way around, I'm going to zip tie the end on row 3. Basically, you just want to make sure that you're not zip tying them on the same place because you're not going to have the room for that. Let's zip tie this in. Cut the tail. If you have any fraying, go ahead and cut that off so we have that out of the way. When preparing your Deco mesh, make sure that it's being rolled onto the table. That way the bubbles are naturally forming just like this. We're going to be making 8-inch bubbles, and we're going to keep these bubbles taut because if we don't, we might not have enough when we come to the end. So I have my 8-inch little bubble. I'm going to connect it to my next pipe cleaner. I wanted to mention something. If you maybe have arthritis in your fingers or you have bigger fingers than mine, I'm pretty petite when it comes to my fingers, I highly recommend tying your pipe cleaner to either row 2 or 3. Don't do both of them together because that's going to take away about 2 inches in the length of your pipe cleaner, and you might have a hard time attaching the bubbles, so keep that in mind. I am making my 7th bubble, and that one is being attached to the pipe cleaner on the intersection. This is only one section, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bubbles, and now we're going to continue doing the same process going all the way around. I'm on my last bubble. Now, I was really conservative, so I do have just a tiny bit left, but definitely enough to complete my 7th bubble in my last section. Let me cut this off. When we started, we used the pipe cleaner on the intersection. Now that I'm making my 7th loop, I obviously don't have that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go behind the intersection with my tail, and I'm going to take that 2nd zip tie and zip tie the tail in place. Cut off the extra. The rest of it, you can either cut it off or hide it. I think it's too long to even hide, so I am going to cut a little bit off. I have 7 bubbles per section. At this time, you should choose whether you like this look of the wreath and you would like to add the rest of your decor, or you would like to open it up. When you open it up, it does tend to soften the wreath up, and it also depends on the type of deco mesh that you use because I don't always necessarily open my bubbles. What I'm going to do, since I'm using contrasting deco mesh colors, is I'm going to go ahead, grab my brown one, and I'm just pushing it down so I can get it from underneath my burlap one that's on top. I'm going to pull them apart, and then I'm going to go every other, meaning since I opened up my bubble with my brown deco mesh to the left, I'm going to open the next one and my brown deco mesh is going to go to the right and my burlap one is going to go to the left. I opened up a few of my bubbles. I like the way this looks, so now I'm going to continue doing this, going all the way around. I wanted to show you what this wreath looks like on open and open. When it's open, you can tell how fluffy it is because we expanded the deco mesh. Here it's more on the flat side, and because we're using 2 different colors for our deco mesh, it gives such a fun element to our wreath. Now I'm just going to go ahead and continue opening up my bubbles. All 42 bubbles are open. Our wreath base is done. Now we're going to attach the sign. I am going to use the 26 gauge floral wire, so whenever I do that, I go ahead and give myself a lot of slack. Fold my wire in half, making sure it's about 12 inches at least. This sign has 4 holes on each side to attach it, so I'm going to need 4 floral wires. In my case, they're doubled. Going to put my floral wire through the little holes and give it a few tight twists in the back. Time to attach my sign. And as always, I'm going to do a twist or 2. If I like the way the sign is hanging, then I'm going to come back and lock all the floral wire in place. The sign looks really good on the wreath, so I'm going to flip my wreath over, secure all the floral wires in place, and then we're going to finish up everything we need to do in the back. With my sign secured, I'm going to make sure that I find the center of my wreath. Make a hanging loop. Make sure that it's not longer than the edge of your wreath. That's perfect. Cut off the tail, and then I'm going to pull it through the front of the wreath, making sure the knot is, of course, in the back. Next, I'm going to take my steering wheel cover. The first thing you want to do is stretch. And when I mean stretch, because we have a steering wheel that needs to fit over a 14-inch wreath base. If you have a person to help you, that's even better. For me, I'm just going to grab it with one hand, and with the other, I'm just going to loop it around. And just pull it over. As I said, stretching really does the trick. All of those pipe cleaners are hidden. It is beautiful in the back. And now we can decorate the front. I'm going to take my vase fillers. I'm going to be using the orange ones only, and I'm going to put the bigger ones throughout the wreath. The really cool thing about these vase fillers is they are so lightweight that when you hot glue them to Deco mesh, they'll stay. And I'm just lightly putting them on the wreath. You may want to hold it until it cools in some spots, but I'm literally just putting them on here and there. And then I'm going to take the little ones and put them around our sign, because I thought that would be really cute. Here's a tiny one. Let's put this one right on that hole so it covers that up. Then take one maybe a little bigger so they're not all the same size, and put one on there and just have fun with it. These are always so much fun to work with. I'm really getting a kick out of these tiny ones and the fact that I can put them anywhere I want. Don't forget the side of the wreath too. There's some sticking out like that. That's so cute. All the vase fillers are on, and I feel like I was a little bit of a Mad Hatter when it came to attaching these. Maybe too much, maybe not. What do you all think? Did I put too many of them on? I don't know. Overall, I feel like the vase fillers do a really good job in bringing the orange out from the sign, because pretty much that orange and gold is what brightens up this wreath. But here you go, my friends, a very simple and easy fall bubble wreath. Let's go over the supplies that we're going to be using for our double ribbon or awareness method wreath, starting with 2 rolls of 21-inch Deco mesh. Both of these are 10 yards in length, and look at this color combo. I absolutely love this gorgeous kind of sagey green, and of course pink is pink. Both of these have a bit of foiling through it. The pink one has straight gold. This one has gold with a little bit of iridescent on the side. Very beautiful. Pipe cleaners, some wired ribbon. You can either use 1.5 inch or 2.5 inch for what we're going to be doing with it, but it does need to be wired, and I think this is so pretty. It's basically kind of burlappy color with white stripes. Some plastic greenery grass. The sign that we're using is my favorite of the season. I got it on Temu. It is metal, almost 8 inches in width, 12 inches in height. I'm not afraid of those dimensions because the technique that we're going to be using is going to give us a really full wreath base. And the sign already has little holes on all 4 corners to attach it to our wreath. Our wreath base is going to be this metal 14-inch wreath ring. The first thing I'm going to do is to attach my pipe cleaners. We are going to be using the 18 pipe cleaner method. Grab our first 3 pipe cleaners. We have 6 sections in this wreath form. We're going to put 3 pipe cleaners per section. And as I always say, work a section at a time. That way it's not going to seem overwhelming. Take our first one, put it on row 1 and 2, tie it in the middle, bring it down towards the center. Number 2, and I'm going to attach it on rows 3 and 4 and face the tail towards the outside. Pipe cleaner number 3, 2 twists and face towards the outside. This is what each section is supposed to look like. 1 pipe cleaner right in the center on rows 2 and 3, and then 2 pipe cleaners to the side of it on rows 3 and 4. I'm going to repeat the same steps in the remaining 5 sections. All the pipe cleaners are on. I have 6 on the inner row and 12 on the outer row. To cut your deco mesh, you can definitely use a rotary cutter. Today I decided to use a wood burning tool because of all the foiling that's going on. And I have 2 main rules. Number 1, make sure you work in a ventilated area. I have a window right in front of my desk. And number 2, make sure your kiddos and fur babies are safe. Now I'm going to heat my little tool up and we can get started. I'm ready to start cutting my deco mesh, but first I'm going to make sure that my edge is nice and straight. And I'm going to go in between 2 lines. I wanted to mention that I'm using a tempered glass cutting board. I'm going to link that in the description box below. And while it's not 21 inches, I just moved the deco mesh up and down. When cutting, it's not that big of a deal. I'm going to be cutting my deco mesh into 10-inch strips, and we're going to need 36 pieces. This is a 10-yard roll, which means it has 360 inches. Both of my deco mesh rolls are 10 yards in length, which means I'm only going to be using half of each roll, 18 of each color, for a total of 36 strips, each at 10 inches in width. I'm going to cut 17 more of the pink and then we'll move on to the green. Let's do the green deco mesh. It is such a beautiful deco mesh. My deco mesh is all cut up. I have 18 of the pink, 18 of the green for a grand total of 36 strips of the deco mesh, all at 10 inches, of course. And then I'm also going to be using a little clamp. This is going to help us bring our little bundles together. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it in half, and it's easy to kind of grab your fingers and kind of push it in and find your center. There you go. I got one and I'm going to clamp it. The other color, roll it at about an inch, inch and a half in diameter. Just like I did the first one, I'm going to push it in, approximate my center. I'm going to put one on top of the other, but I'm going to put the head and the tail on the opposite sides, just like this. And now we're ready to add it to our wreath base. I'm going to work from inside out, 2 twists, make sure it's nice and secure. We have the first one done. Let's bring our next set in. So for our next set, I'm going to start with the pink or with the opposite color. Let's roll. Bring it together. There you go. Approximate the center and clamp it. Now the green. There is that one. Putting my green one over my pink one. I have head and tails and a head here. Let's go to the next pipe cleaner. At this time, I'm going to make sure that if I have a head here, that means I need the tails to be facing this way. And I'm sure you have noticed that I have green on top this time and pink at the bottom, complete opposite of my first little bundle. So the way we want to pay attention to this is first we want to make sure that the colors are changing up and down. So pink bottom, pink top, pink bottom, pink top. And then the next thing we want to pay attention is to the top row. We want to make sure that all the heads are facing the tails. And that's it, you guys. We're going to do the same thing to the outside row and continue attaching our deco mesh like that. The first row is done, and I'm sure you're thinking, Nadia, seriously, this looks very sparse. But this is only 6 bundles. We still have 12 to go all the way around. And because the spaces on the outside row are a little bit narrower than the ones on the inside row, we are going to really pack this wreath up with decoupage, and we're going to get a beautiful and full wreath. I'm going to do the same thing that I did on row 1, and that is bring one little curl together, then make the second one into an awareness ribbon, just like that. We are going to flip them, and off I go with row number 2. Making sure I spread out those curls, filling in the spaces here and there. I just put 2 on the outside. You can already see the fullness here. And I'm going to continue going all the way around. I'm done attaching all of the decoupage. I think this green and pink combo looks absolutely stunning. I'm going to be cutting my ribbon into 22-inch strips. I'm going to need 18 of these. I have all 18 strips folded. Now I'm just going to cut it and make dovetails on both sides. And always make sure that when you're cutting your little triangle that you get that end that folds over so that you can separate both ends. Next, I'm going to take the greenery grass and remove it from the vines. All of my stems have this little nub at the end. I'm going to cut that off. It's time to make our 1-loop bows. We're going to make an awareness ribbon bow. This time, put both fingers on the back, and then we're just going to bring it in and overlap in the center. Fingers in the back, coming towards the center, and we have our awareness bow. We're going to try to make sure that our tails and head is about the same size. Then we're going to just bring it in the center, grabbing a piece of the greenery. We're going to overlay right on top, and then we're ready to attach to our wreath. Twist up a little bit, about 1 inch from the connection, cut off the excess little tails, fold the tip and fold back. Now we have greenery in place and we have our bow. I do like to take care of the bow and everything all the way at the end because we still need to attach the sign, go back and forth. So at this point, we're just going to let it be how it is and continue attaching the rest of our ribbon. Both fingers on the sides, and let's bring them together. Even it out to make sure we have the same at the top as we have at the bottom. Bring it together, our piece of greenery right in the center, and we attach. I'm going to continue doing this to the rest of the pipe cleaners. All the greenery and the ribbon is on, and I know it doesn't even look like a fall wreath so far, but what we're going to do is bring in the sign, and that's going to make all the difference in the world. First things first, I'm going to start moving things around, making room for our sign. Now I'm going to grab 4 pieces of floral wire. Mine is the 26 gauge floral wire from the Dollar Tree, so I doubled mine, and I'm going to attach it at all 4 corners. My little helper over here seems to always show up when I'm attaching floral wire. Put the floral wire through, a few nice twists in the back. Now we're ready to attach our sign to the 4 intersections in the back. Pull up just a little bit and then twist a few times, not too many, maybe 1 or 2, just so it holds in place. When you like the way the sign is sitting, it's time to flip back over and lock in the floral wire in place. A few more twists. Start twisting it around the actual wreath base. Now that the sign is on, we can definitely go in the back, attach a hanging loop, cover the back, maybe with a placemat, maybe with a steering wheel cover. And then all that's left is to open up all our ribbon bundles. I'm just tying a knot, cutting off the excess and pulling it through the front. The last step is just to bring everything to life. Go ahead and open up all of those gorgeous ribbon bundles. All I'm doing is just straightening out those beautiful ribbon tails. Take care of the top part. You can also make it a little bit flat if you need to cover something up. I'm going to use the ribbon tails to cover the corners so you can't even tell that there is a little hole in that corner. Anything fraying, go ahead and cut that off. This is my take on a French country elegant fall wreath. What do you all think? Let me know in the comments below. Let's go through the supplies of this wreath. I'm going to start with a 10-inch roll of Deco mesh that is 10 yards in length. Usually for this type of wreath, I like to use up that decorative mesh that's going to be pretty on the base of the wreath, and you're not going to worry about any of that decor fraying. A pack of pipe cleaners. When it comes to ribbon, I'm going to be using a 1.5 wired sage green ribbon. I got this one at Sam's Club. And then this beautiful 2.5-inch wired sunflower ribbon that I got at Hobby Lobby. For our unique element, we're going to be using this jute cord mesh ribbon. I got this one at Craft Outlet. This roll is 10 yards in length. For a bit of decor, I'm going to be using these beautiful little sunflowers that I got on Temu. I'll add a link in the description box below. I will need some zip ties. We're also going to be using this Happy Fall sign, which is metal. It has 2 holes at the top. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make one at the bottom now using a crocodile. I'm going to use the smaller of the 2 punch holes. And I'm just going to punch it right at the bottom. Did you see how easy that was? This sign measures 6 inches by 12 inches in height. For our wreath base, I'm going to be using a metal 14-inch wreath form. Last but not least, a steering wheel cover. I'm going to start by getting our pipe cleaners attached, and I'm going to use an 18 pipe cleaner method. The way I like to do this is I like to work a section at a time. We have 6 sections times 3 pipe cleaners per section. That's how I get my 18. Taking my first pipe cleaner, I'm going to put it on rows 1 and 2. Twist twice, and I'm going to pull it towards the inside of our wreath form. The second and third pipe cleaners are going to go to the sides of the center one. I usually like to do rows 3 and 4. Today I'm actually going to do row 2 and 3, but I'm going to tie it on row 3. The reason I do this is because I want to use a steering wheel cover at the end of the wreath to cover the back of it, and I want this last row for my steering wheel to catch on. That's why I'm going to be using row 2 and 3, and just make sure that I tie it on row 3. 2 tight twists, and all the pipe cleaners on this outside row are going to face out. Now I'm just going to repeat the process going all the way around. Our pipe cleaners are all on. I have 6 on the inner row and 12 on the outer row. Now it's time to attach our beautiful Deco mesh. The first thing I'm going to do, bring it together at the end, about 2 inches in, and I'm going to start by attaching it on one of the inside pipe cleaners. 2 twists. Before we attach our Deco mesh, let's chat about how we're going to do this. Since we're using 10-inch Deco mesh, but we have 10 yards, we have enough to double our wreath. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go around each row twice. Starting with the inside row, we're going to go around 1 time, making 10-inch loops, and then go around a second time, making 10-inch loops. That way our poofs are going to be double the size and nice and poofy. Then we're going to go nice and flat from the inside row to the outside row, will connect a little bit with a zip tie. That is definitely not mandatory, but I like to do that to ensure that my pipe cleaners are not going to be moving around too much between the rows. So then on the outside row, I'm going to make 9-inch loops. I'm going to go all the way around twice. When doing this, I do like to keep my deco mesh nice and taut just to make sure I have enough for the entire wreath, because we are going to use up the entire roll. First things first, 10-inch loops going all the way around the inner row. I went around the inner row once, but before I move on, did anybody notice me miss something in the beginning? Yes, zip tying my tail. Oh my goodness. So I'm attaching a zip tie about 1 inch from where my little tail connected, where we started basically. And I'm going to zip tie to the second row. I don't like zip tying to the outside rows too much. It's just nicer when you take care of that on rows 2 or 3. Let's cut that off. And now your tail is nicely secured. Now that we went around the inner row once making our poofs, it's time to do it again. But this time we're going to choose whether we want to make our next poof go right next to it or go right over it like this. I decided to make my poofs next to the other poofs and we attach. Making my last loop on the inner row. Look how beautiful that is. If you would like, you could poof it out now. If not, you can poof everything out a little bit later when you're done going around the outer row. But these are just so pretty. I wanted to poof these out. Now I'm going to go nice and flat to the outside row. Give it a twist or two. Grab a zip tie and zip tie this little section in place. I'm zip tying it to row 3. And now I'm going to make 9-inch loops going around twice. Making my last loop going around once. And then now I'm about to go around the second time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push the poofs that I've already made, put in that second one. I'm still going to be doing 9-inch loops. I decided just to straighten it out as I'm going along. That way it'll be all done. But look how poofy this wreath is coming out already. Let's move it to the side, attach, and poof out. I am about to make my last loop. Cut off the tail. This is all I have left from the deco mesh. After attaching my loop, I'm going to take my tail and send it to the back. Taking a zip tie, and I'm going to zip tie it on row 3. And actually, you know, we're very close to an intersection here, so why not just zip tie it on an intersection and make sure that that tail is moving nowhere. Cut off a little bit more and then just shove that tail on the inside. Here's where we started. Then our transition was right there, and there is that zip tie and where we ended. Our wreath is beautiful and full, but now we're going to do something different. And yes, I kind of could have done it as I was going along, but I wanted to make sure that I gave this jute a lot of slack. Because this is jute cord, I'm going to just bring it together, attach it to one of the inside pipe cleaners, making loops. I want this to be big. Now let's see how big I made this one. And it looks like I made it 12 inches. So you know what, at this point, if you want to kind of make them all even, measure off approximately 12 inches and attach it to the next pipe cleaner. Basically, I'm going to go around the wreath doing this. I know you can't tell. I know you can't see. But when we get our ribbon in, this is going to show, I promise. I'm done attaching to the inner row, and as you can see, they are poofing out, and you can definitely see them when you see the wreath in person. I think it might be blending on camera. Here, we're going to do the same thing as when we're making poof wreaths. We are going to go nice and flat to the outside pipe cleaner, attach, and then I'm going to continue making those beautiful 12-inch to 14-inch loops. I am really being generous with this because I wanted to show up, and basically I'm working with yellow on yellow. Making my last loop with this mesh. Oh my goodness, my friends, this wreath is going to be something else with this poofy jute ribbon mesh. Let me give you a side view. They are quite large. Next, let's cut the ribbon up and attach our ribbon bundles. For my ribbon, I'm going to be cutting it into 11-inch strips, and I'm going to zigzag it up. I was very tempted to do 12-inch strips because of the jute loops that we made, but for this type of wreath, I usually like to do 11-inch strips, and we're going to need 18 of these. When I'm done zigzagging, I'm going to go ahead, take the sides, fold them in half, cut out a little triangle, and we're going to make dovetails this way. Next, I'm going to grab this beautiful green ribbon, and I'm also going to cut it into 11-inch strips. I'm going to need 18 of these. And just like the first ribbon, I'm going to fold my edges in half and cut little triangles. The ribbon is all cut up, so let's make our ribbon bundles. I'm just going to take the 2.5-inch, the 1.5-inch, collect in the center, and attach. We're going to twist about 1 inch from the connection, cut off the excess, fold, and fold back. Since we made 18 pieces of each ribbon, we're going to attach 1 set to each pipe cleaner. All the ribbon bundles are on, but I didn't lay them out yet. Now I'm going to attach my sign, but before I do that, I like to make room for it, and so wherever I decide to put it, I kind of like to make a little bit of space, move things out a little bit so we know where to attach it. I think that looks good. Now I'm going to take this jute cord that's attached to the sign, and we're actually going to make a hanging loop with this in just a minute. But before that, let's get our wire, and I'm using just a white floral wire. I'm going to cut about 14-inch little pieces, and I'm going to need 3 of these for this sign. Let's attach. I always do a few tight twists in the back. Sneak it in here, and let's attach. The sign is in a great place, so I'm going to just lock in that floral wire. Now that our sign is attached, I'm going to make sure I see the top of the sign, flip it over, and then we're going to attach a jute cord. I'm just attaching it on row 2 right in the center. Make a knot or 2, and then I'm going to pull it from the front of the wreath just like this, and that's because we want to cover the back and we want to make sure that we have access to our hanging loop. Now I'm going to take my steering wheel cover, and then I'm going to give it a lot of good stretches. Nice and strong here. If you have someone to help you with this next part, that's awesome. If not, what I like to do is just loop it over the 4th row, the most outer row of our wreath. If you have maybe a clamp you can put that's really tight, that might be a great idea. Otherwise, I'm going to hold with one hand with the other one. I'm going to stretch or just use 2 hands like I ended up using here. I love the way the steering wheel cover looks in the back. And the reason we needed that 4th row to be empty is so that we have a good hook with the steering wheel cover. And look at that. Nice and pretty. Our hanging loop is right there. And now we can go around the wreath and make sure that all our ribbon bundles are beautifully open. Our mesh is really in the center of attention because it's so big and beautiful. If you can cover the little holes in your sign, definitely do that right now. You can do it with ribbon. And now I'm going to go around and just make sure that all my ribbon is laid out beautifully. Do you remember the flowers I was going to use? Give it a lot of hot glue right there in the center. And then I'm going to put it right there on my sign and give it a little bit of a 3D effect. I'm going to put a few on here and there. I'm not going to put it on every little bundle, but I want it to show up sporadically. Now let's attach this one somewhere. What do you guys think? Maybe here? I'm going to continue attaching my little sweet sunflowers in a few more ribbon bundles. And that is it for our beautiful sunflower wreath. Let's go over the supplies for this wreath. I'm going to start with 2 rolls of Deco mesh. Both of these are 10 inches by 18 feet, which is 6 yards. When buying Deco mesh, pay attention to the center of the wreath, because from the side you can see that these are fairly the same. Here's the difference. The yellow one is 10 yards. This one is 6. Why do they look the same? Well, the 10-yard rolls have the little center and the 6 yards have the bigger one. I'm just throwing that out there so you don't accidentally bring it home thinking you have 10 yards to work with and you only have 6. Just remember that anything beautiful like this, whether it's ribbon or a more foiled up Deco mesh, it takes more material to make these Deco mesh rolls. So obviously they need to compensate for that. So they just kind of do this little trick where they give you 6 yards instead of the 10 and have it be pretty much the same price as the Deco mesh that doesn't have all the bells and whistles. We are going to be using this burlap one for the base. So for the base, you can use whatever you have on hand. And to decorate, I'm going to make Cruffles out of this Deco mesh roll. When it comes to the ribbon, I'm going to use this mustard yellow one and an orange ivory buffalo check. It's very beautiful. Both are wired 1.5 inches in width. Of course, we will need some pipe cleaners, some floral wire. I'm going to be using a 14-inch metal wreath ring. I chose this stunning pumpkin spice sign for this wreath because, well, I love pumpkin spice year-round, but this sign is 7.75 inches, so almost 8 inches in diameter. It's metal. To attach this sign to the wreath, it already has pre-made holes at the top and the bottom. We are going to use the 18 pipe cleaner method. That means one little simple thing. We're going to take 3 pipe cleaners at a time and work section at a time. For the first pipe cleaner, I'm going to put it on rows 1 and 2. I do like to put my pipe cleaners on 2 rows just because I feel like the pipe cleaner themselves are going to be more stable and are not going to wobble on the wire. So that is why I do that. Pipe cleaner number 2 is going to go on row 3 and 4. 2 twists, and I'm going to point this one out. All the pipe cleaners on this inner row, which is 1 and 2, are going to be facing towards the inside of the wreath, and all the pipe cleaners on row 3 and 4 are going to be facing towards the outside of the wreath. We have one section done. Pipe cleaner number 1 is going on this inner row 1 and 2. Pipe cleaners 2 and 3 are going on row 3 and 4, which is our outer row. Since this wreath has 6 sections altogether, 3 times 6 is going to give us 18 pipe cleaner. I'm just going to repeat this exact same thing going all the way around. All the pipe cleaners are on the inside row. We have 6 pipe cleaners, and on the outside row, we have 12. It is time to attach our Deco mesh. I like to work inside out. You can work outside in. If I started this pipe cleaner, I'm going to be doing 10-inch loops going all the way around until I get to where I started. Then I'm going to go flat to the outside row. We're going to put a zip tie here. That's very optional, you'll see as we're doing it. And then on the outside row, I usually go down to 9 inches, but this time we are going to go up because I want to use this up and also because we're going to put Cruffles every other, so I would like this to be a little bit more filled in. We're going to be doing 12-inch loops on the outside row. That's going to be lots of deco mesh. It's going to be beautiful. Grab 3 zip ties. The first zip tie is when we start. The second one is when we're transitioning from the inner row to the outer row, and the third one at the end. This is very much optional, but I like to do it just so I sleep better at night. I do. Let's get started and collect that first section, and we're going to go on the inner row. Tie twist or 2. My first zip tie, I'm going to zip tie it to row 2. You can use a zip tie that's 4 inches or 6 inches. I'm currently using my 6-inch zip ties, but I also like using the 4. Cut off the tail, and now your tail is nice and smooth. I attached the zip tie about 1 inch from our pipe cleaner. Let's start making those 10-inch loops and attaching. Grab my pipe cleaner, and as you can see, it's so much easier just to grab the pipe cleaner on the inside row because it's right there and ready for you to go. We came where we started, a nice secure twist or 2, and then we are going to go flat from the inside to the outside row, just like this. And the reason I put the zip tie there is because I want to make sure that this doesn't wiggle or go anywhere. So I'm going to grab a zip tie, and on row 3, 1 zip tie. You saw me wiggle this before, but now there's no wiggle. It's zip tied in place, which means the whole outside row is going to be beautifully secured. 12 inches. This is really going to poof this wreath out. And there you go. I'm almost done, and I think I have the perfect length. Look at this. My last 12 inches, and this is how much I have left. How perfect is that? Let's cut off the tail. My last loop, I'm going to attach where I started the outside row. So let's do 2 nice twists to secure it. And then we're going to send the tail between rows 3 and 4 to the back. Let's flip my last zip tie, and I'm going to zip tie it to row 3. Actually, I'm really close to the intersection, so I'll just do it there. Why not, right? Cut off the tail. Look how beautiful this base turned out. Now I'm going to go around and make sure everything is beautifully poofed out. This is a little bit of a different poof wreath because this base is not enough if you are just going to add ribbon bundles. Because I'm adding Cruffles, this is perfect, and you will see the way I do this. If you would like to see how I do this wreath using a 10-inch or a 21-inch wreath base, I will attach those in the description box below so you know exactly how I do those. But for this particular wreath, I am adding woodland Cruffles and ribbon, so let's get those ready. Today I'm going to be using my sweet little rotary cutter. We are going to be cutting this deco mesh into 18-inch strips, and we are going to get 12 of these from this roll. I usually like my Cruffles 20 to 24, if not more, but because this deco mesh roll is only 6 yards, 18 is as far as we can go. So I'm just rolling them up and putting them to the side. We are going to cut our ribbon into 12-inch strips, and as usual, I'm going to just grab it and start zigzagging. I'm going to need 18 pieces of this ribbon. To cut a ribbon, going to fold the ends in half and cut off a little triangle coming from inside out, making sure I cut the little part where it folds over. And there you go. I'm going to do this to both sides. Now for this gorgeous mustard yellow ribbon, same thing. We are going to cut it at 12 inches, and we're going to need 18 pieces. Fold the ends and make little dovetails. Now we're ready to put our woodland ruffles on, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 6 on the inner row, so on all of the pipe cleaners on the inside row, and on the outside row we're going to do every other. With the Cruffle ending going away from the table, so curling away from me, I'm going to curl 2 to 3 times and about 1 inch in diameter. Then I'm going to grab a clamp. You can use anything you have on hand. Maybe you have some clothespins. Anything would be fine. And then on this side, same thing. I'm going to do 2 to 3 curls and bring the little cruffle in. One of each of the ribbon, and it doesn't matter which one goes on top of which one. And if you're doing this one-handed, having a mat is so easy because I'm just going to put it right in the middle, collect it right there, and I'm going to wiggle it right inside my cruffle, and then I can attach just like this. Let's bring another cruffle in. It is rolling from the table and away from me, so I'm going to roll 2 to 3 times, clamp it, and curl this side. Collect it in the middle, one of each ribbon, find my center, and put it right inside the cruffle. This is such a fun technique, and it adds beautiful layers to the wreath. It's great to do when you're working with fun deco mesh. There you go. Bring it together, one of each ribbon, and attach. I'm done attaching all the ribbon bundles on the outside row, and now I'm going to go in between those, and we should have 6 empty pipe cleaners left. I'm going to go ahead and attach the remaining cruffles along with our ribbon. So pretty. Now I'm going to go ahead and finish the outer row, and I'll be right back. At this point, I'm done attaching everything, and I know you guys notice those pipe cleaners everywhere. Now, if you're using a pipe cleaner that kind of works with this, for example, maybe a yellow or an orange one, then you can definitely just leave it. It'll be part of the wreath. But if not, let's just take care of that. We're going to twist about 1 inch up, cut the remaining tail, and then what I do with this part is just fold it in half and fold it back. Usually I do this as I'm going along, but this time I didn't. I don't know why, I just didn't. I'm going to go around the whole wreath and take care of all those pipe cleaners. And now we're going to do something different. All our cruffles are basically facing inside, going out, laid out in that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, very carefully, because we don't want any fraying going on, I'm going to pick each one of the cruffles, bring it together, and put it sideways. Now we're filling this area in. We're going to do the same thing with the outside row. Turn it sideways. This is going to fill the wreath so beautifully. Let me do some of it, and then you will see exactly what I mean. I did half the wreath, and you can see that this side of the wreath is a little bit flatter than this side. And keep in mind, the ribbon has not been touched. It has not been pulled out and opened up. I always do the ribbon last. Now I'm going to just go ahead and do the remainder of the wreath. Simba, what do you think so far? I think Simba likes it. I'm not sure. All done with that. Now I'm going to grab our sign and our gold floral wire. I like to cut these at about 20 inches. This 22 gauge wire is fairly soft, so I'm going to fold it in half, put it straight through my sign, and we're going to twist twice in the back. Let's do the second one. It looks like Mr. Simba loves this beautiful, beautiful sign that we're using. You like it? All right, now we're going to lay it right in the center. Let's do a flip and let's attach. I'm attaching to the first row on the intersection. Someone's trying to get into under the, okay. We have a cat under the wreath. A little blooper moment there, huh? Sorry about that, you guys. Now we're going to attach the second side. Aw, Simba's trying to get into the center of the wreath. He hasn't done that since he was a kitten. Excuse me, mister. The sign is on, but I feel like it's still a little wobbly. So what I am going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of that deco mesh. So I'm going to take every other little ribbon bundle and I'm going to turn it in. If you're using a bigger sign, this should not be a problem for you. I'm going to grab the ribbon out. But in my case, my sign is only 8 inches. So I do need a little bit of support from underneath, and look at this. That did the trick. Let's flip back over, find the top. We are going to put a little hanging loop. I'm going to go on row 2 on this intersection. Let's measure our jute cord. Is that enough, Simba? And Simba would like the remainder of the jute cord. You know what the boss wants, boss gets. Let's cut this off. Simba, you could have this. I like to pull the loop through to the front. If you would like to cover the back, this would be a great time to do it. I'm not going to in this case. Now we're going to flip over, and all of those spots that we see little air through, we are going to take care of those because we do have lots of ribbon here. And now we're going to grab all of that beautiful ribbon. I love opening these up like a flower, and of course do it every other color. Just swoop all of those pieces out, get them out from inside the Cruffles. The ones that are on the outside, go ahead and bring those in and open them up. Also, you are going to have a very full and beautiful wreath. Look how everything is being filled out nicely. And of course, if you would like to use ribbon that's a little wider, you could definitely use the 2.5 inches, or maybe 2.5, the other one 1.5. It doesn't matter. I just used ribbon that matched nicely with the theme I was going, but you can use whatever you have on hand that would look beautiful with your center. I'm done opening up all of the ribbon, and I think this wreath turned out beautifully. Let's run through the supplies we're going to need for this wreath. To cover the back of the wreath, I'm going to use a steering wheel cover, 2 rolls of Deco mesh that are 10 inches in width and 10 yards in length. You can use 2 different colors or the same color. A pack of pipe cleaners. When it comes to the ribbon, both are 1.5 inches and wired edges. This white one is the one I get at Costco, and it's 50 yards. This beautiful blue and white ribbon I got at Craft Outlet, and I thought it would work so beautifully with the sign. The sign that I'm going to be using is an oval sign. I got this one on Temu, and let's measure this one. It measures 12 inches in height and 6 inches in width. We're going to be using this 4-row metal wreath ring. I'm going to be using the 18 pipe cleaner method. So if you've seen this is going to be a quick review. I like to do this focusing on one section at a time. This wreath base has 6 sections. If you're using a bigger wreath form, like an 18-inch wreath form, you're still going to do the same thing, and that is have 3 pipe cleaners per section, because most of these sections are going to be quite similar. On the bigger wreath, you're going to have more of them. Instead of 6, you might have 8. My first pipe cleaner is going to go on row 1 and 2. For stability, I just like to use 2 rows. I'm doing 2 twists, and I'm going to face this one towards the inside of the wreath. This is just a habit of mine, because when you're attaching Deco mesh, it's just easier when you start on the inside row to grab it on the inside, and then when you're working on the outside row, just grab it from the outside. The next pipe cleaner is going on row 3 and 4, and I'm going to face it towards row 3, bring it in a little bit, because I just want this wreath to be a little bit more compact. At the end of the day, you will see how fluffy this is going to be. And the third one also facing out. A little side view so you know what I'm talking about by tying it on row 3. And there you go, your first section is done. You got 3 pipe cleaners, 1 on the inside, 2 on the outside row, and you repeat the process going all the way around. When you are done attaching all the pipe cleaners, your wreath should look something like this. 6 pipe cleaners on the inside rows 1 and 2, and 12 on the outside rows 3 and 4. it's time to cut our deco mesh, and I'm going to be using my favorite rotary cutter. I have the link for this in the description box below. To save time, I usually like to overlap the two rolls of deco mesh and then cut them together, but when you have deco mesh that has foiling through it like this one does, I don't like to do that because I feel like the thin foiling in these rolls catches on the deco mesh that you're cutting it with. So here we go. We are going to cut each roll at 20 inches. You can do 19 if you feel like maybe you're afraid the roll is going to be too short, but 19 to 20 is going to be just fine. Both rolls of the deco mesh that we are using are 10 yards, which means they are 360 inches in length. If we divide that by the 20 inches that we're cutting each piece, that's going to give us 18 pieces, which is exactly what we need for this wreath. Next, we're going to make our tri-fold bows, and what we're going to do is we're going to attach them every other, meaning we're going to attach blue on top, orange on the bottom. Then in the next pipe cleaner, we're going to flip that around and then keep on going all the way around, inverting the colors back and forth. Since we're going to be overlapping our bows, you need something to hold the first bow in place. So you can either use a clamp to do that, or you can use your bow maker. Just put your dowels in. Let's make our first bow. I'm going to open up my little roll and I'm going to fold it in at least 6 inches, so 6 to 7 inches. That's because I want to make sure that when I overlap the other side, it's not going to go over. I want it about 1 inch in so that all that fraying stays at the bottom of our bow. After I folded my bow in 3, I'm going to flip it so that all the fraying is at the bottom, and all I'm doing here is collecting in the center. Now that I have my little bow, put it in my little bow maker. Now it's nice and secure. Grabbing my second roll of deco mesh, we're just going to open it up, overlap it 6 inches on one side, and then this one right on top of that, about 1 inch in from the edge. I think the orange is much better for you guys to see because of the blue background. Now that I have that done, we're going to flip this over and collect in the center. Our cut edge is at the bottom, and here is our bow. Instead of putting one bow on top of the other, what I like to do is I like to crisscross them. I'm going to put this on, and I'm going to work on my inner row and then work on my outside row. 2 to 3 twists, and we're going to bring the pipe cleaner up. Now we can work on our next set. So this time I'm going to start with my orange one. Unroll it. Fold it about 6 inches in, overlap the other side, flip it upside down. Let's put this sideways and collect in the center. Let's do the blue one. Collect in the center, overlap it, and let's attach it to the next pipe cleaner. We only did 2 pipe cleaners, but as you can see, there is a space in between. But since we're going to keep this crisscross style, when we're working on the outside row, that's going to help hide this area. All the bows are attached to the inside row only. Now we're going to work on the outside row, but look how big this is so far. And on the outside row, we're going to do the same thing, inverting the colors back and forth. To make things quicker for myself, I went ahead and finished up all the blue bows, and I'm just using the little clamps to hold them together. Now all I have left is to do the orange ones, bring them together with the blue ones, and I think it'll be quicker that way. Or at least that's what I think. When it comes to our beautiful ribbon, I'm going to be cutting it into 11-inch strips, and I'm going to need 18 pieces of each ribbon. Zigzag up. After you cut your ribbon, go ahead and go to both sides, fold them in half, and we're going to cut a little triangle coming from inside out, making sure we cut it where the bend is. so that we have two separate pieces of ribbon. And now to the other side. And I love how quick we make dovetails using this technique. Next, let's cut our white ribbon, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to cut it at 11 inches, and we're going to need 18 pieces. And of course, I'm going to make dovetails on this beautiful white ribbon also. The ribbon is ready to go, and all I'm going to do is take one of each ribbon, overlay them, fold them together, and pinch. Now I'm just going to bring it together and attach it to the pipe cleaner. Normally, what I would do at this point is twist the pipe cleaner all the way up and then hide it at the bottom after cutting off the excess. But this time, I decided to keep it because I wanted a little bit more orange within our little bundles. So here is what I'm going to do. I just curled it on top, and if I left it straight, this is what it would look like. But if I lay the little curl down, then it has a little bit more space and more visible. So I'm going to do the same thing, just curl it in and then lay it flat to the wreath so we can see it. This way it doesn't just look like a pipe cleaner. I think it's going to be cute. As always, we're going to open up the ribbon bundles a little later. Now we're just going to focus on making our ribbon bundles and attaching them to our wreath form. After attaching, we're going to curl in and put it flat to the wreath top. How cute is that? And the second one, just curl it in a little bit, and there you go. So cute. I think I want these a little bigger, but you could also curl them, like make little curls, put them around a pencil or something. You can also do that, but I decided to do these, I don't know what you even would call them, curly things. How cute are these? You guys, these turned out so super adorable. And now I'm going to go ahead and make the rest of the ribbon bundles and curl my little pipe cleaners. I am done attaching all the ribbon bundles, and now it's time to make room for the sign. Our sign is oval, so what I'm going to do, just the ribbon, I'm going to push it out of the way so we have room for a sign. There you go. I think this will look good, so let's attach the pipe cleaners to the back. I'm going to be attaching two pipe cleaners using two felt scrap pieces that are cut about inch by 2 inches, and I'm going to attach at the top, at the bottom. Let's fold our pipe cleaners in half and make a little seat in the center, little flat surface just like this. A little bit of hot glue, our pipe cleaner, hot glue at the top, on top of the pipe cleaner, and at the bottom, grabbing our little felt scrap, going to lay that over right away. When our hot glue cools, this pipe cleaner is going nowhere. Time to attach the sign, and first I'm going to twist it in place and then make sure it looks good. And I think this looks really good. It's not too far in and it's not too far on top where it's sliding off, so that's a perfect location for that. Let's just twist the pipe cleaners and wrap them around that first row. Now I'm going to grab a piece of jute cord and I'm going to put it right at the crossing on row 2. Let's measure where we want our knot to be. Make a few knots to hang the sign, pulling it from the front of the wreath, and we have our hanging loop. At this point, everything that needs to be done in the back of the wreath is done. So I'm going to grab my steering wheel. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a few good stretches. And when I mean good, I mean really, really, really stretch it. You can do this many ways. If you have someone to help you, that's even better. I like to just loop it over and hold it with one hand while the other hand is going around. Just keep on stretching as you're going around. Towards the bottom, I'm using both hands. And there we go. As you remember in the beginning of the video, I twisted my pipe cleaners on row 3. So you should have plenty of room to tuck in the steering wheel on row 4. Look how beautiful and neat everything is in the back. Everything that needs to be covered is covered. And now we're ready to come to the front and start opening up our ribbon bundles. We're just going to open them up like a flower. And don't forget about those pipe cleaners. They're so cute. At this point, you're almost done. Almost at home plate. Now it's just time to have a lot of fun and keep opening up those ribbon bundles like a little flower. The ribbon bundles are all open, and what do you all think of this blue, orange, and white for fall? I think it looks beautiful. Let's go over the supplies for the swag wreath. I'm starting with 3 rolls of Dollar Tree Deco mesh. We're going to need some pipe cleaners, some florals for decor. For my ribbon, I'm using a 2.5, this maple leaf and gold ribbon. It is a wired ribbon. Then I'm going to use this gorgeous 1.5 wired golden ribbon, floral wire. This sign just makes me smile every time I look at it. This is a sign that's 8 inches in diameter. It does have holes at the top and at the bottom to attach. We also have a kitty that came to smell it. I don't know why. And of course, last but not least, we have a 5-gallon stir stick, and I am going to be using the side with the ruler as the top of my swag. The first thing we always want to do is take care of the hanging loop if we're using the swag as a wreath. If we're using it as a centerpiece, it really doesn't matter. I'm going to flip my stir stick upside down, and the first thing I'm going to do is grab a jute cord. I'm going to do this a little differently than I usually do, and I feel like this may be easier than me wrapping it around and doing all kinds of stuff like that. The knot itself is going to hold the whole swag up, and I chose a strong jute cord to do this. I'm going to place it right underneath the narrowest part of our stir stick and then grab a floral wire. I'm using the 26 gauge floral wire from the Dollar Tree, and since it's a little bit on the light side, I'm just going to double it for strength. When folded, my floral wire is about 16 inches in length. I'm putting my floral wire at the narrowest part of my stir stick and right above the knot. Let's do a few twists. The knot is below my floral wire, and all I'm going to do is just wrap it around one way, with the other side wrap it around the other way, and I think this is going to give it a nice strong hold. Let's twist this. To make sure that the jute cord doesn't slide down, I'm just going to twist the wire up that I have remaining, about 1 inch. Put it in between the loop, lock it in place by wrapping the remaining wire around it. Now it's locked in place. If you want, you can definitely put a piece of felt on top with some hot glue. I have my black hot glue here, and now we really locked it in place. Super simple. We have a loop wrapped around by a floral wire and held together by a little felt, which was an extra step that I took. For a 5-gallon stir stick, we're going to need 8 pipe cleaners. We're going to put 2 in the middle, 2 on both sides. I call these doubles, and then singles in between them. That's it. These stir sticks are 21 inches in length, which means our center is at 10.5 inches if you're using a ruler as a guide. I'm going to take 1 pipe cleaner, and I'm going to tie it on one side of the 10.5 inches. Another pipe cleaner that's going to face the other way and be tied on the opposite side at 10.5 inches. And I'm going to fold these down to the sides. The next 2 pipe cleaners are going at the narrowest end right underneath the floral wire that's holding up our hanging loop. Going right underneath that knot. 2 twists and a second one facing the other way. Our last double is going on this side, and it's going to be at 2.5 inches. That's pretty much the length from the tip of our stir stick to the narrowest part, and a second one on the opposite side. Our two singles are going right in between. If you're going by the ruler, one is going to be at 14.5 inches and the other one at 6.5 inches. And we're going to tie this one on top. 2 twists. And we're going to set it up. If you would like to hot glue the pipe cleaners in place, this is the time to do it. Your most important one is the bottom one, because this is what your whole wreath is going to be hanging on. Hot glue right across there. And we're going to put a piece of scrap felt over that. This is going to really solidify it and set it in place where it's not going to go anywhere. If you would like to add some hot glue, I'm just going to add little dots right underneath and a line right in between the doubles. It's time to start making our poofs, but the first thing I'm going to do is check my deco mesh on both sides, and I'm going to layer them worst to best. My worst one is this one. I really don't like how it looks. I did decide to put this colorful one in between, so that one is going to be next, and then the best one is the yellow one, and that one's going to be on top. After I layer them, collect the deco mesh, and you can attach on any 4 of the side pipe cleaners. I'm going to attach on this one because that's just how I always start. When it comes to the poofs, I do things a certain way, but to make it easier, if you want, you can make them all 10 inches. You can make them all 12 inches. There is a reason that I change up the poofs that I do and the sizes that I do, and I explain all of that to you. Here is what I do. I first do the loops, attaching them to my doubles. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go make a poof on top that's going to be 12 inches. 12 inches, 12 inches, 12 inches, all the way around until I'm done. On the inside row, I'm going to be making 10 inches to fill in this area, 10 inches to fill in this area, and then from the single to single, this area is quite large. You can do another 12 or you can do 14 to kind of give this area a little bit of volume. But no worries, we're going to go step by step with this. When you are overlapping 3 rolls, that's a lot of deco mesh, especially if you're trying to use up your kind of bad deco mesh for this. Here's what I do. I get those handy dandy clamps from the Dollar Tree, and every 15 inches or so, I clamp them. You can do both sides, you can do one side. I think one side is more than enough. Then do another section and clamp that off. And you're going to have this big ribbon that you don't have to worry about getting tangled. I'm going to go ahead and do this to the entire roll, and I'll be right back. With all 3 rolls of deco mesh clamped together nicely, now I can easily attach my deco mesh to my swag. We're going to measure off the first 12 inches, and I'm going to do the top first, looping it from one pipe cleaner to the other, and do a good twist. My next 12 inches and attach. The next 12 inches on this end also. And you know, some people don't even measure, they just go by eye all the way around. But because we are working with 5 yards, I want to make sure I have enough deco mesh to cover the entire swag. And the last 12 inches, I have gone all the way around doing 12-inch loops. Now we need to worry about covering the center. First things first, we are going to make a loop from one side to the other, on top this time instead of around. We are going to make this one 10 inches. And as you can see, now we have so much deco mesh in this part. Next, we're going to go from this double to our single. And this one is also going to be 10 inches. Oh, there's a clamp right there. Let's measure off our 10 inches as we get to the center. Now we're going to go from single to single. And here I do like to make them bigger, at least 14 inches. I want to have my poofiness here. I want this all filled in. We're going to go from a single to a double here. So a poof like this and a poof like that to the second double. Let's measure the 10 inches and go to either one of the doubles. It doesn't matter which side. Next 10 inches, covering this center. We have 3 more poofs left. We're going to make one from this double back to the single, so these sides are going to be even. Then we're going to make a 14-inch, and the last one we're going to do is basically the opposite of this one on this side. We are covering all our bases, and we should have enough deco mesh for all of it. Making the opposite of this big poof on this side. Look at this, my friends. This is what I have left for that last poof. And since it's 10 inches, check this out. There's my 10 inches. It is so perfect. It's not even funny. Look at this. Cutting off, making sure I have about 3 inches to spare. When attaching that last poof, instead of attaching on top like we did, I always like to fold it in. That way all that fraying is going to go inside your poof and no deco mesh is going to be sticking out. At this point, you can decide if you want to leave your deco mesh or open it up. I decided to open it up, not too much. This middle deco mesh is so pretty, and I want it to pop out here and there, so I am going to just open everything up. Of course, be very gentle opening up your poofs, and the best way to do it, especially with Dollar Tree, is what I do is start from the bottom and push it down, and then the top layers kind of push it away, but very, very gently. I opened up all the poofs on this swag. Now it's a very happy and pretty swag. Next, we're going to cut up the ribbon and make the ribbon bundles. Going to start by measuring off 12-inch pieces, and I'm going to do 6 of these. Zigzag up. When you have your 6, we're going to cut it off, and then we're going to make little dovetails on both sides, at both ends. Next, I'm going to make 2 pieces at 14 or 15 inches. I'm going to go for 15. These are the ones that are going to go on the center sides of the wreath or the swag, and I really want to make sure that we can see this ribbon. Same thing, I'm going to make dovetails. Now I'm going to take my gold ribbon, so gorgeous, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to have 6 pieces that are 12 inches long, and then 2 more pieces that are 15 inches long. Our ribbon bundles are all done. I'm going to start with my 14-inch ones, and all I'm doing is just layering them one on top of the other, folding them in half so we can find the center, gathering them, and these are going to go on the center sides. Because of these poofs, you need them to be a little bit longer, and that way they'll show up nicely for you. So let's just twist, and I'm just going to twist the pipe cleaner, fold it and fold it back. It's not going to show, but look at this. Now we can see the beautiful ribbon. Going to do the same thing on the other side. The center is done. Look how beautiful that looks. Now we're going to bring in the rest of the ribbon, and I'm going to do the same thing. Put the 1.5 inch over my 2.5 inch, find my center, and attach to the remaining pipe cleaners. We're going to squeeze in the center, and off we go. All the ribbon bundles are on, but now I'm going to talk about how I'm going to lay them out. The ones in the center that we did, the 14-inch ones, we're just going to lay them out in a V. They are the ones who are giving this swag a little bit of body in the middle. The ones that are singles, we're going to lay them out left to right. On the ends, I want both of these to face out in a V also. This is going to give the wreath fullness on the sides, just like this. I'm going to make sure that all the florals are going to hold, because these are Dollar Tree florals and they don't always hold well. And I'm just adding a little bit of clear hot glue. Anywhere there's a flower that needs to be connected to a stem, the flowers are nicely attached, and that always makes me feel so good. And now I'm going to grab a piece of floral wire. About 12 inches is more than enough. And make sure you're using good quality floral wire. This one is 22 gauge. It's flexible, but it's strong. I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm going to weave it until I feel like there's a good secure lock on it. And sometimes you don't need much. few twists here, a few there. And I just went back and forth. And this one is ready to get attached to our swag. My picks are all done, but if you don't have picks and have some florals, just put them together, zip tie them in the back, put the floral wire right over the zip tie, and you can do the same thing and decorate your swag that way. I'm going to get the floral wire, which is 26 gauges. It's a bit on the thin side, so I'm going to get at least 24 or so inches, double it, and then attach it to my sign, which is the most adorable sign that I have worked with in the longest time ever. Probably say that with every sign, don't I? Put it through, and we're going to give it a few good twists in the back. All right, my friends, let's get that swag over here. My loop is right there. Always make sure you do that, because there have been times I didn't look and I had to flip things around. When attaching the sign, remember you still need to put florals under there, so make sure you're not sinking it in too far. You can always adjust it a little further in the back, so don't lock it in the bag, just attach it lightly. When it comes to my florals, we're going to do one light one and then the darker one on top. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to face everything forward, otherwise it's going to be laying flat, especially the acorn. You want to make sure the acorn shows for the little squirrel. Open it up so it surrounds the sign. I'm going to put that in. Flip it gently, find the floral wires, and attach them. This other floral basically going to sit right there between those 10-inch poofs. Now we're just going to work the floral in. Even Simba got interested as to what is going on here, Mom. Right, Simba? Attach the floral wire in the back. Next, I'm going to mirror the exact same thing at the bottom, placing this floral right here and then the red one right below it. My florals are all in place, the little cuties in place. Now we're going to flip this wreath, grab my hot glue gun and hot glue anywhere I have floral wire. Now I'm going to take my trusty little finger protector, and I get asked a lot where I get these. Dollar Tree, my friends. First, I'm going to grab a little piece to cover the top. So what I like to do is fold it, and then we're going to put it right underneath the little loop. A bit of hot glue. Lots of hot glue here. This is where your little finger protector comes in handy. Measure about 1 inch on both sides just to make sure you have plenty left. Same thing with this one. We're going to fold a little bit in just so it's not a frayed edge. Lots of hot glue at the top. Put that on. From time to time, just add a little bit of hot glue and attach it. Now we're at the other end. Give it lots of hot glue and fold it back. Everything is covered. And by the way, this is a 1.5 inch burlap ribbon. That is it, my friends. This swag wreath is all done. I'm just going to fix up the ribbons here and there because we kept on flipping it back and forth. But other than that, we are all done with this cutie patootie fall swag wreath. Let's go over the supplies for this wreath. I'm going to be using 1 roll of Deco mesh that is 10 inches in width and 10 yards in length. I'm going to use some felt to cover the back of the wreath. You will need 12 pipe cleaners and maybe a few more depending on whatever your centerpiece is. For my centerpiece, which is absolutely stunning, I love this sign. It's metal, has 2 holes at the top and the bottom to hang it, and I'm going to use a black floral wire to attach it to our wreath base. To decorate my wreath, I'm going to use some of these maple leaves. They come in a pack of 50 at the Dollar Tree, and they usually come in a variety of colors. Sometimes they're green, red, even gold sometimes, depending on the pack you get. But you're going to need just a few, so whatever you have on hand is going to do just fine. For ribbon, I'm going to be using this grosgrain orange ribbon that's 5/8 of an inch. You can get 5/8 or smaller for this project. I recommend grabbing a ribbon that matches your Deco mesh color, and you'll see why in just a second. For our wreath base, we're using this metal bicycle wheel wreath, and this one is 14.5 inches in diameter. Before we get started, I'm going to take the felt that I'm going to use to cover the back and prepare it, because it's going to be easier to cut it out now than when the wreath is all done. Laying the wreath down, and yes, you are going to have another little section. We'll take care of that later, but now I'm going to take an ink pen and just mark where to cut. I think this is going to be enough for the other side. I find that the best scissors to use for this are called Slice. This is not sponsored or anything, but I just find that they work the best when cutting felt. By the way, these are the ones that are the plastic blades, so I'm not sure why they work so good on felt, but in case you're interested, I will link them in the description box below. To prepare a wreath base, I'm going to take that orange ribbon and I'm going to wrap it around the edge. The reason I'm going to be doing that is the outside of the petals could be a little bit on the thin side, and you have a little bit of a chance for this outside layer to be shown. So to prevent that, I'm going to wrap the ribbon all around, and that way this outside layer won't show and you will have a seamless flower. This is really important to do when you're using lighter colors. And you know what? Sometimes I have seen people even spray paint their wreath base, but I don't think that's necessary in this case. I'm going to dot a little bit of hot glue as we're going along. Otherwise, I'm just going to twist, twist, and twist, going all the way around. When you are done, your wreath base should look something like this. To prepare my pipe cleaners, I'm going to fold them in 3 sections. You can fold them in half also, but I'm just going to measure 4 inches, fold them, and just cut. They'll cut real easy. When I'm done, I'm going to fold them in a little V so it's easier for me to grab them while I'm working. Next, I'm going to be using my rotary cutter, and we're going to cut our deco mesh. Our deco mesh is 10 yards, as I've said before, which means it is 360 inches. Divide that by 10 because we are going to be making 10-inch strips. That's going to give us 36. We are going to need a total of 36 petals for this wreath. Let's get started cutting our 10-inch pieces. Next, we're going to fold our petals. We have the factory edge, that's the thicker edge, and then we have the edge that we cut ourselves. What we're going to do is bring cut edge to cut edge together, so our factory edges are on the sides. You can do the petal 2 ways. The first way is just to overlap it. With one hand, you're holding the petal in place. With the other one, you're bringing it together all the way in. Now you can decide whether you'd like your petal to be open like this or you would like to bring it in. I usually like to bring them in, so I'll pull on the side, and with my other finger I'll kind of pull it in so that we can bring this in. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Find that center and kind of push in the middle and then bring this in. And now you have a beautiful petal. Take my pipe cleaner. At this point, really make sure that you are pushing back on the petal so that you can get a nice seal with the pipe cleaner. 2 twists. You are going to have some fraying going on at the tip. Just cut that off and smooth that out, because you know that this part is solid and your petal is going nowhere. If you are having a hard time with your hands, maybe consider doing the petal the second way. We're still going to bring cut edge to cut edge, which means our factory edges are at the top and at the bottom. But when we do the top, what I'm going to do is grab a little clamp and clamp that together. Now we know it's secure, and we're just going to start bringing it together. Maybe you're going to need both of your hands to bring it together. That's just fine because it is taken care of on top. So you can definitely do this, making sure you grab both rows. And if one of the rows slide like it did in this case, it's okay. We fix it and we move on. I'm going to take my clamp off. If you want to leave the petal like this, now it's time to put our pipe cleaner on, but I am going to round it off. So I'm going to pull, and with another finger, I'm going to push back in the middle, bring that in. Same thing on this side, and bring it in. Now the pipe cleaner, make sure you're pushing back as much as you can. 2 twists or 3. And now we're going to cut off anything that's fraying. My tail on here is usually 3/4 to an inch. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and do the remaining petals. Let's use a clamp, and then we're going to be ready to bring our gorgeous flower together. All my petals are made. This is going to be so easy. This bicycle wheel wreath has 12 spikes. Each spike is going to get 3 petals. But we are going to do 1 layer at a time, going from the outside in so that each petal can start overlapping the next. All I'm doing is just putting it on, and let's do a little bit of twisting in the back, wrap it around. You may ask, well, Nadia, can't I just do 1 spike at a time, do 3, 3, 3? You can, and you can overlap them. I just find this way a little bit easier to lay them out. I also wanted to mention that I'm bringing all the petals from the front and I'm twisting them in the back. The way I know it's the back is you can see the spike endings. I'm done with my first layer. We are starting to look like a flower. And I'm going to go ahead and right on top of this layer, do another set of 12 petals. I have completed the first 2 rows. I have 1 more. The 3rd layer is in, and the coolest part about this wreath is we can bring the flower in as much as we want and push it out as much as we want. For now, the petals are still moving quite a bit, but I always like to take care of that part after I take care of the center. I was going to put in the sign, but I knew that it's definitely not going to go flat because of our tails. I grabbed a little bit of floral foam. This floral foam is the hard type. This is not the soft one that's going to squish. All I'm going to do is put some hot glue right on it and attach it. It's going to give us a little bit of a lift from the center so that the sign is not squished back. Next, I'm going to grab the floral wire and I'm going to cut 2 pieces at about 20 inches each. Folding the floral wire in half, I always like to fold the thinner floral wire just to make sure that it's nice and secure. And 2 tight twists. When attaching the sign in the back, I'm going to wrap my floral wire around that 3rd or that 1st from the inside pipe cleaner. This way the sign is going to be centered. Cut off the excess and wrap it around. Same thing on the other side. The next thing you want to do is center your sign. I'm grabbing a ruler and knowing that my sign is 8 inches, I'm going to find the center and I'm going to hot glue. As my hot glue is cooling, I'm going to take that felt that we cut out earlier and lay it right over. Before I put hot glue all over this side, I'm going to fold it over and do the little one. Hot gluing in place, a nice layer of hot glue right in the center to bring both of these pieces together. Nice and gentle. And now I'm just going to go on the edge and hot glue the rest of that felt in. Besides covering the back, this felt also plays an important role making sure that our petals don't flip to the back, because remember, they are tied around a single wire, so they can definitely flip, but that is going to prevent it. When adjusting the petals, the first thing you want to do is take care of that 3rd or inside row because we want to make sure that it's going around the center really nicely, and then we can bring in the rest of the petals. Usually when I do a floral wreath like this, I like to put greenery on the edges, but this time we're going to enhance this wreath just a little bit with a few little leaves. And I'm not taking anything that's too contrasting. These are yellow ones. They will stand out just a little bit, but not too much. And I'm going to attach them throughout the wreath. Maybe you want to do every other petal. I'm kind of just laying them out how I think they should look to give it a little bit of softness. I'm going to stretch them out, and then I'm going to add some in between. I don't know about you, but this is giving me really beautiful fall vibes. So let me go ahead and attach these, and I'm literally going to give it just a tiny bit of hot glue to do this. Let's do the opposite side and then work the others in the center. Once again, I started to embellish, thought I was going to put like 6 leaves, and now I have a lot more, but I think it looks so elegant. It looks so beautiful. It looks like an extension of our centerpiece, and I think it turned out stunning. When it comes to hanging the wreath, I'm going to just find my top. There is an area where I did not hot glue. I am going to put a jute cord through there and make a hanging loop. I'm going to send that nub to the back. For today's wreath, I'm going to be using this pumpkin wreath form from the Dollar Tree. For the mesh, I'm going to be using this white Deco mesh from the Dollar Tree. Because we are working with white mesh, I am going to spray paint this only once. I'm going to be using this clear Rust-Oleum enamel to seal it in. And for paint, this is what I usually use, is the white paint and primer. So this is the primer, and I have the paint separate. My pumpkin wreath form is painted, and I'm going to put it to the side. Now I'm going to grab some of these pipe cleaners or chenille stems, and these come 45 in a pack from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to fold these in thirds, which will give me 4-inch stems. If you go any longer, like, you know, fold these in half, you're going to end up cutting most of it off because we're just putting them around these wires. And if you're going to go any shorter, it's going to be harder to work with. So I find the happy medium being 4 inches for these chenille stems or pipe cleaners. The standard Deco mesh from the Dollar Tree comes in 6-inch rolls, and in length it is 5 yards, as you can see right here. And if we take our 5 yards and divide it by 15 bows, it's going to give us 12 inches, or, you know, vice versa. Take the 5 yards divided by the 12 inches that we need for each bow, it's going to give us 15 bows. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut my mesh up. You can obviously use scissors for this, but I highly recommend this rotary cutter. It just makes things so much easier. We have a little visitor here watching my every move. Apparently we have to make sure that Leo is okay with it. Leo, say hello. To make the bow, I'm going to grab one of my little strips and I'm going to overlay them 1 inch. I recommend a maximum of 1.5 inches, so about 1 inch to 1.5 inches, because if you go any longer, then your bow is going to be just a little bit too small. I'm going to hold it on top and just bring it down. Holding with my finger on top, I'm going to walk from the bottom going up. And then I'm just going to wrap my pipe cleaner and tighten things up here. Give it 2 twists. After my 2 twists, you can see my bow is 0 fray. And by the way, yes, sometimes when you're making the bow, you can actually get little strays when you were cutting. that's fine. Just grab those, get rid of them, and then your bow is ready to go on your, let's make another one. I'm overlapping about an inch, holding it on top, bringing it straight down, pinching it with my finger, and if you're lefty righty, I'm gonna do it with my other one. I'm ambidextrous, so I can do it with either finger, but I'm just showing you it doesn't matter how you make it. And then this way it's going to come from this side. Tighten it up, and there you go. You have your bow, and now you have the frame that's locked right here, and the other side of the frame that's locked on the inside of the bow. And that's it. Your little bow is ready to go on your wreath. All right, I got my bows all ready to go, and I'm just going to start putting them on from one side to the other, starting with the loop that goes up. I'm not going to be touching the frame itself, just on these little sections right here. Before I continue, I wanted to kind of break it down. So as we know, we do have 6 sections. Section 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. These are the sections that come up from the pumpkin, not the flat ones. We're going to leave the flat ones alone and not touch these. We are going to be putting 15 bows per section, and even though these 4 are much larger than this side, we're not going to be worrying about that. We might push it down because we are going to be decorating this section right here. So even though we're going to have 15, it's going to be more than enough. The most important thing is for these side ones to get filled, because they are going to give our pumpkin the shape. And later on, when we're all done, we're going to actually take the sides right here, or you could do it now, it doesn't matter. And we're going to just kind of push them in and form them, so that way the pumpkin doesn't have anything kind of sticking out, and we're going to keep the shape of a pumpkin. And right here also, just kind of tuck it in. We're working with little bows that will listen to you. And there you go. There's your shape of the pumpkin on the outside. So I'm going to continue and start filling all of these in. And then when I'm all done, that's when we're going to come back and decorate. Our pumpkin is all done. I'm just going to tuck in the sides. Basically kind of shape it like a pumpkin, so nothing's sticking out. If you need to play around, and you know, maybe there's a hole right there, just kind of twist these guys around, make sure it fits nicely and covers everything. There you go. And as you can see on top right here, I have a little bit open. I kind of squished it down, which is just fine. And by the way, this is 6 rolls of the white Deco mesh. And we are going to do a version of my half loop bow. But this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a little bit different. For my ribbon, these are the ones I'm going to use. I'm going to use this orange, then these leaves, and the green. And as you can see, they are going to make a beautiful combo. And we're going to attach it to the top. My half loop bows, I usually do 28 inches in length. So because this is not long enough of a space, what I do is I do 14 inches. Let me kind of move it. 14-inch loops. Measure out my 14 inches. There's my 14-inch loop. And then there you go. There's my measurement of the 28 inches. For each of the ribbon that I'm going to be using, I'm going to be doing only 2 of these 28-inch loops. Next, I'm going to make dovetails. So what I do is just I fold my really long ribbon together and then together again and cut from inside going out. And now to get started on my bow, I'm starting with the green one, and of course I'm facing the outside, which is the prettier side, towards the outside. And as you can see here, the edge kind of folds in on this side, so this is the inside piece. And I'm starting at my mark right here, going to 15 inches. And here I have my 6 inches. So I'm going to 15 inches and folding it back where I have my 6 inches right here. This is where I'm actually going to make this bow. So we're going to have a bow, and one tail is going to be longer and the other one is shorter. Next, I'm going to grab the next green one, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to go to 15, fold it in half, And now I'm just laying them down. I'm going to do the same thing with all of my ribbon. Now that all my ribbon is folded the way I need them to, I'm going to grab a chenille wire. You can also use floral wire, whatever you want to use to put this bow together. I'm going to start by using the color that I want in the back, which is this green one. Then we're going to go to the fall leaves and then this kind of rustic orange. It's such a beautiful color. And by the way, yes, all the ribbon is from the Dollar Tree. We're starting off by measuring 6 inches. As soon as I get my 6 inches, I'm going to bring it and put it between my thumbs. Then the next one, also 6 inches, I'm going to face it the opposite way. Next 6 inches, the opposite way of that one, and then so on and so forth until you're all done. Quite easy, right? I'm going to fold it so I know where my place is. But as you can see, each side I have a loop, a longer and a shorter tail. A loop, shorter, longer, loop, shorter, longer, and obviously this side is the exact opposite. Because this is so thick and we want this bow to pop, we are going to cut on the edges and just a little bit. We are not making any serious cuts right here. Literally a 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch, depending on how big your bow is. But just like that, not too much, because you want this bow to stay together. I have my chenille wire right here. Bring my bow together, tighten it up in the back. I didn't do anything special, just put the chenille wire around it and tied it in the back. That's all I did. Next, I'm bringing my pumpkin back up. And now I'm going to attach the bow to the 2 middle rings right here. Just give it a few twists. Then I'm going to put my wire through the stump right here, just to kind of secure it in place. Okay, now I'm just putting my wreath on something, propping up on something so I can actually see how this is going to turn out. And basically I want one of my ribbons to go down and the other one can face up. So the longer one's going to go down, the shorter one is going to go up. I know this kind of does look a little bit chaotic, but trust me, it'll be okay. All right, you guys, I fluffed my bow out just a little bit. Next, I grabbed these picks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring them from the top. So this part that I'm bending right here, this is going to go behind our bow. I'm going to do the same thing with this. I'm going to bend it and I'm going to put it behind our bow. But right now, let me just secure this in place. And I'm just grabbing my floral wire and I'm just securing it to the back of the pumpkin. And now this is where I'm going to finish up. And especially the small little tails are really going to come up. Things are going to get poofed out. Oh, this is going to be so super adorable. Get started on our very easy and fun pumpkin wreath, I'm going to need, of course, a pumpkin wreath from the Dollar Tree. Then I will be using 6 rolls of Deco mesh, and we're also going to need some pipe cleaners or chenille stems, as some of you call them. We're going to start by getting 12 pipe cleaners, and I'm going to be using these gold ones. To get started, I'm going to put my chenille wires on, and how I do it is, first, let's just find our halfway point right there. And the way I like to do it is I'll bring it in, then I'll twist it around this side, right there, and then I'm going to give it the first twist. That way it's not going to go anywhere. I'll do it again. Come on either side. So if I'm coming on this side, let's find our halfway point. I'm going to wrap around the other side of my wire right here and then give it that first twist. There you go. It's going nowhere. I'm going to continue doing this to all the endings. To start, I'm going to grab my Deco mesh and start unrolling them. And now I'm layering one on top of the other. I don't know if you can see this, but one of my Deco meshes is really messed up on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this one on top, meaning when I flip this over, it's going to be at the bottom. So I'm going to unroll this third one as my first one because it's the prettiest. So if you run into a situation like that where you're working with Dollar Tree mesh and it's just one of these, just put it at the bottom when you are doing layers like this. All right, here's my tail. I'm going to squish it together. Starting with my first pipe cleaner, I'm just going to lay the tail right on top and give it one twist. I always do one twist on these because once you start layering, you want to make sure that these are just not too bulky. We're gonna go down, open our pipe cleaner on this side, bring it together, and of course on this side, I want to make sure that this side is covered right here. Give it one twist. So I'm just going to keep it tight, and we're going to go back to the first one that we started with. Nice tight twist. And when I'm overlapping the second one, I want to make sure I cover this as much as possible. I'm going to go down and I'm going to cover this space between the first and the second wire. And then I'm going to cover the space between this first and second here to make sure that it's nicely stretched out. And now I'm going to be going in to the second one right here and give it a twist. We can bring these up later. Don't worry about it. Now we're going to do another loop where we're not going to be attaching anything. So make sure you have enough of the mesh stretched out. Are you guys with me so far? So first we attached, did our loop, then did another loop because the first one we just covered the side. Then we're doing a freehand one where we're not attaching anything. Then we attached at the bottom, at the top. Now I'm doing a freehand one, meaning I want to cover these spaces in between. So I'm just going to loop on top and then go to the bottom, cover this space. We're not attaching. Now that we got this covered, when we go back up, we're going to attach. Going over, and now we're attaching it on this next one. Go nice and tight here. I'm going to see if I can reach with this one. Here's the tail. Okay, I'm going to do my best to make it here, but the thing is, we do want to have a secure tail. And it's just going to be too tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just bring it in, open up this pipe cleaner right here, the one that's right next to the stump, and push my Deco mesh right in there. And I'm not going to cut it because the way I look at it, I can definitely use it as a little bit more to fluff it out over here and to cover this. So there's no reason to cut it. It's going to be on the inside. And so right where this one ended, I'm going to grab the next set. And while I always like to keep it this way, for this we need to start it upside down where it's kind of swimming in. Then put it inside here and lock it in. And the reason for that is we're going to go over now. Once I have it the way I want it on top, I'm going to go in and give it one twist right there. And then again, we're going to go in because we do want to cover the areas right here. And so this is where I go straight. Now it's time to attach again. Okay, we're coming to the end. This is the back. Here's my front. I am absolutely stunned how easy and absolutely fun this is, and anyone can do it. I mean, really, this is just so much fun. And the most important thing is I stuck to using Dollar Tree supplies only, which was my goal here. And I'm on my last loop right here, covering the ending. And then I'm coming in from the top. Now I'm just going to cut off the excess So we have our wires here, and because we have loose edging right here, what I am going to do is I'm going to do a little loop on the back, catching the one that was kind of freehand. And now my wires are in the back, and I'm just going to give it twists, and then just kind of work it around. These other ones, they're not going to go anywhere and they're not going to slide off, so it's not that much of a big deal. But for the 4 ends, you want to make sure that this one that we did freehand is not going to slide off. So I'm going to go on the inside right here, give this one a few twists, and I'm just going to hide the wires there. Everything else, I'm just going to go around, give a few twists, and then you can either cut this off or you could just stick it in. So in review, we started on top over here, we attached, we made our first side loop, then we made our first loop on top, and then we needed to start covering the edges in between the wires here. So then we had a freehand one, attached one on top. A freehand one where it's loose on both sides and then attached on both sides. Loose, attached, loose, attached. At the end of the day, when we're done, what I did was in the back, I attached that first loop on the edges, everywhere on the edges, that first one. I attached it with the remaining wire I had, so it doesn't slide off, because this is a pumpkin and it's going down. These I'm not too worried about. They're not going to be sliding, but the ones on the edges, I really wanted to make sure that they were secure, so I just secured them in the back with some remaining pipe cleaners. The deco mesh I'll be using is this beautiful light green, and before I get started, I just grabbed a pipe cleaner and attached it to the wreath form right there, just so we are ready to go. And it's kind of like making a curly wreath, except I'm just going to be rolling until I feel like it's going to be nice and secure without fraying. So I'm not measuring. I'm just going to give it a good roll. And then we're going to cut. And you can make as many of these as you want. I'm going with 3. So once I have my 3, I'm going to take about 1 inch from the bottom, stick it inside the pumpkin. It's the length that you feel like is going to be good for your pumpkin. And then just tie it in place. I'm starting with the buffalo check ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And here I'm just making a bow. It all depends on how big or small you want yours to be. And this is my little table vacuum, just in case you're wondering what I'm putting on top. Next, I'm going to grab some of this ribbon. What I decided to do was to do a buffalo check, then the leaf print, and then I'm going to do another buffalo check, and I'm going to put it behind, and that one I'm going to make a little bigger. The reason for this is the buffalo check is going to look really nice against the orange. This tail is going to be a little bit on the short side, which is absolutely fine. For bows like this, the way I bring them together is I take the whole bundle, I fold it in half on the inside, and then I take this half, fold it back, this half, fold it back, and it just makes such a pretty little bow. Bring it together with whatever's on hand. I just grabbed a pipe cleaner. And of course, since my buffalo check is on top, I'm going to use this leaf one to go around the center right here. For my buffalo check, I always just fold them in because of the fraying, and just make sure to give it 2 little twists. And since these are going to be flat, I'm just going to do the same thing here. Next, I'm grabbing another pipe cleaner, going around the center. This is what I'm going to attach my bow with. You make sure that's in the back before I do the finishing touch right there. All right, I'm going to fold my ribbon right here. To make a beautiful little center, just fold it in 3. And then here is where I'm going to hot glue it in place. Now here's our pumpkin, our greenery's on this side. I want this bow to be on the side like this. And for my bow, I'm going to attach it on this bar right here underneath. And then with this other side, I'm going to go through here. There you go. Through right here. So I can attach it on top. Secure the bow in place. We're going to fluff it out later. And now we're going to bring some leaves in. And I don't want to add too much. I'm going to throw in some greenery in here. And I'm going to go just straight behind the bow. Then I am going to grab some of this ivory. And I'm just going to shove it right in the center. You can attach it if you want. And then another stem I'm going to put on the other side. And I'm just going to feed it through, kind of zigzag it through the deco mesh so it stays in place. Okay, so what I'm going to do is if I want it to go down, I'm going to kind of do this. And this part is going to go inside. Okay, since we have the bow here, we need to balance out this side. This is where you can bring more florals in, or what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring all these leaves in here, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to keep them on the stem, and I'm just looping it around our actual frame. And I'm going to grab another one and hook it right in the center. Let me know down below if you ever made a pumpkin like this, or if you're going to give this one a try. And basically you're just going around the pumpkin. That's all you're doing. And then just connecting every other row to make sure that, you know, you cover all the edges and everything. And that's it. I think this wreath turned out so super cute, and it was absolutely easy to do. This wreath, I'm starting of course with a pumpkin wreath form, some pipe cleaners, and 6 rolls of deco mesh. I'm also going to be using some ribbon and of course some decor for the top of the pumpkin. The first thing I'm going to do is the border around the wreath form itself, and I'm just using some orange ribbon. You can use whatever orange ribbon you have on hand. I just wrapped it around a few times, a little bit of hot glue, and I'm just going to be wrapping it around the pumpkin and hot gluing it from time to time. As you can see, my ribbon on the outside is all attached. Let's take care of the pipe cleaners. The pipe cleaners I'm going to be folding in half and then in half again, which is going to give us little 3-inch pieces, because for this method we just don't need them that long. To get started on our chain method, I'm going to take 2 rolls of the deco mesh and just layer them one on top of another. The chain method is another version of the bubble method, but it is different because what we're going to do is we're going to bring our deco mesh together, use our little pipe cleaner, and let's do 2 good twists. Now let's start making the chain. You can do 5 to 6 inches. I'm going to keep it at 5 because I don't want my wreath to be too bulky. This is a pumpkin, and basically here comes the chain part. Every 5 inches, I'm going to grab a pipe cleaner and just do a little twist. 5 inches, pipe cleaner, and twist. And I'm going to do this to the entire roll of the deco mesh. I got 2 chains done. This is 4 deco mesh rolls. So I'm going to attach it with my little pipe cleaner, and I'm going to just give it 2 twists in the back. And then for extra security, and now I'm going to fold my chain over, and I'm going to start dividing the deco mesh as I'm attaching the next section. I'm taking the next one and I'm separating the 2 deco mesh pieces. So basically just kind of opening it up already. And then with the 2 little pipe cleaners, I'm going to attach it, a few twists, open up and attach with pipe cleaners. My first row is done, and I have 16 little bubbles in here. Then I have one coming from this end to this end, just like this, from here to here. There it is. I'm going to open it up, and then I'm going to start going back. So 1 chain should be enough for 2 rows. for a total of 6 deco mesh rolls. I start my chains at the top and of course finish at the top because I want a nice smooth bottom here. And don't forget, we do have one little bubble at the bottom between each rows, so I'm going to have one between this row too. It's just a lot nicer when you end up finishing at the top. Here is how the pumpkin looks from the back, and here is the front. Now I want to take care of the stem. Grabbing my brown deco mesh, I'm going to make some curls and use them as the stem. I'm just going to curl until I feel like it's not going to fray on me. Let's clip that. Let's make another curl. I'm going to bring it together with a pipe cleaner. Give it a few tight twists. I'm going to make 2 more curls. And I'm just going to add these bundles to the stem. For the finishing touch for this wreath, I'm going to make a bow using this beautiful ribbon from the Dollar Tree. First, I'm going to measure how big I want the tail, and I want this one to be quite long. And then I'm going to start measuring off another 12 inches and start making a bow. So first, I measured my 12, then I'm going to measure my 12, and I'm just kind of going around. I have a simple bow for now. Measuring another 12, make another loop. And we're just kind of going around. Another 12, a loop. And now I'm going to bring it together in the center. Grab a pipe cleaner, make it nice and tight. Cut off that excess. This is where my bow is going to be kind of laying down. And in the back, I'm just going to attach it to this little corner and to that corner. As beautiful as this pumpkin wreath is turning out already, I wanted to incorporate some of this green into the actual bow. So I decided to grab some mesh tubing. I know I wanted some this way, so let's do 3 of them going down like that. And what I decided to do is just to tie them around the pipe cleaner at the base of the bow. Next, I'm going to put some in the center, 3 loops, inch in the beginning, inch in the back, find my center, bring it in, grab that pipe cleaner, and we are going to put this in the center of our bow. I'm all done with the wreath, but I felt like it needed a little center right here, so I'm grabbing a vase filler, and this one's gold. It's going to match all the edging on my ribbon, and I'm just going to give it a little bit of hot glue and just place it right in the center for that finishing sweet touch. For this wreath or wall hanging, you are going to need 6 rolls of the orange deco mesh from the Dollar Tree, and you are also going to need either zip ties, some floral wire, or even a chenille wire to attach the deco mesh to the wreath. To get started, I'm just bringing the deco mesh ending together, and using a zip tie, I'm tying it to the first row of the pumpkin. Now we're going to start weaving the pumpkin like a basket. The first loop that I made was going around the edge of the pumpkin, and then I'm just going to go forward. I'm going to go to the left, going in and out around the edge, and then to the right, in and out around the edge, and back and forth just the same. Keep on going, you guys, and just bring it together, making sure that it's not too tight. You want it to be a little bit on the looser end. That way, if you want to cover any of the green from the pumpkin, you can move the deco mesh around. Each time a roll ends, I just bring together the ending of one roll and the beginning of the other roll, overlap them, and bring them together with my zip tie. Then I continue weaving just like I have been doing. Coming towards the end of weaving my pumpkin, I wanted to show you that basically all the connections that I did have, you can see my white little zip ties. They're all in the back. I made sure to overlap the little deco mesh in the front, so all the zip ties are hidden. When I'm done with the pumpkin, I'm taking the leftover tail from the deco mesh and I'm zip tying it to the top center of the pumpkin. To start my bow, I will be using this beautiful pumpkin ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm making 3 big loops, making sure I have tails left over on both ends. I then find my center and then bend my little loops in half just to make sure that I am at the center, and I'm going to give 2 notches, one on one side, just cutting through the wire. That's all I'm doing. I'm just cutting through the wire and stopping. So maybe 1/4 of an inch at the most. There you go. Now I'm grabbing some floral wire and I'm going to bring the bow together in the middle and just make the wire nice and tight on the bow. Now I'm just fluffing my bow out and making sure it looks nice on my pumpkin. Next, I'm grabbing some leftover fall ribbon and I made a simple bow and brought it together with a floral wire. Next, I decided to grab this gold netting ribbon, which is from the Dollar Tree. I got it last year. And I'm just trimming the edges, making a simple bow and layering it in between my first bow and my second bow. I felt like I needed to add a little bit more to the bow, so I'm grabbing this Deco mesh tubing that I had left over from last year, and I made a simple bow and then just brought all the bows together with an extra piece of wire. Without cutting the wire, I attached the bow straight onto the stump part of the pumpkin. To complete the bow, I'm grabbing both of my wired ribbon and I'm making little ducktails, and then I did trim the gold ribbon also just to make sure it's nice and even. The florals I'll be adding are these beautiful mums and dahlias, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 flowers for each side. So I'm going to take 2 dahlias and 2 mums, make a little bit of a bouquet, bring the bouquet together with a little bit of floral wire and stick it to the left of the bow, and then do the same thing to the other side and stick it on the other side of the bow. I kept the stems of the flowers 4 to 5 inches long. Using a floral wire, I'm just making sure that everything is secure in the back, including the florals and my bow. Here are the supplies for this wreath. You're going to need some sort of an orange deco mesh for the floral part of the wreath. I'm going to be using some of these willow branches. These are the brown glitter ones, mini mums, and then some of these berries, very, very cute. A few zip ties. Now for the ribbon, because we're going to be making a funky bow, this is the time where you can get rid of ribbon that you don't have enough of for a regular project. So I'm going to be using this beautiful pumpkin one. Then I'm going to be using some polka dot orange and polka dot burlap along with some of this mesh ribbon. And as you can see, these are almost out. So if I get 1 or 2 pieces out of it, I'll be happy. And then you're going to need some sort of a cord. I'm going to be using some jute cord. We're going to start by grabbing our jute cord and we are going to wrap it around this love part. So I'm just going to grab a really long piece. And I'm going to start by tying it right there on that little intersection. I'm just going to make sure that the knot is in the back. Let's cut off this extra tail. I'm going to give it a dot of hot glue right in the beginning before I start wrapping. And off I go. Looks like Simba came to help. Thank you so much, Simba. Here and there, give it a dot of hot glue. When going around small areas like the loop on the L, the O, or this part right here, what you want to do is basically grab your cord and use the end of it as a kind of like a needle. So you put it in kind of like you're sewing almost. And then grab it, put it in, and I just do it a few times. That way it goes quicker and you pull it through. By the way, the tip, I just took a little bit of hot glue at low temperature, let it sit there just for a few seconds, and I kind of made a needle for myself. Just makes it easier as you're going along, especially through these little tiny parts. I'm done going around the word love. Now I'm coming to the end from the back. I'm going to give a little bit of hot glue, wrap it around a few more times, and then I'm going to start looping it around that crossbar, just making a knot. On the last loop, as you can see, I looped it. I'm going to give it a little bit of hot glue so that that loop or knot stays in place. And that's just how I'm going to secure it in place. If you want to paint this or if you want to do something else, that's fine too. The nice thing about wrapping it like this is the word love itself is a little bigger and you can see it a little better too. The next step is to get rid of any of these hairs sticking out. This is completely extra. You do not have to do this. Just a little warning, have water to the side of you. I just have water I'm drinking just in case. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a little lighter and I'm going to lightly go through the actual writing just quickly. As you can see, it's not like I'm sitting in one spot. And that's just going to get rid of any of these little loose hairs that are sticking out. And this is how it looks afterwards. I'm not sure if you can tell the difference, but the O and these little tiny spots like this one, it's much clearer. Now I'm ready to attach my deco mesh, and I'm going to start by attaching with the end rolling away from the table, because then we're going to flip it and then go around. I'm going to collect about 2 to 3 inches from the ending. You can definitely use ribbon or fabric or felt or anything else to cover. I feel like the deco mesh is going to give it a soft look. It is up to you what you want to use for this part. I would just use whatever you have on hand. I'm all about that. So of course we're going to give it a nice tug, cut the tail and move the little ending to the side so it's not sticking up. And now we're ready to go around. As I'm going around the endings, I'm trying to fold in because you don't want that sticking out anyway. And it's going to give it a softer look. You're going to give a few more reps in the beginning because you're trying to hide those corners. And then it's going to be smooth sailing going all the way around. This part right here, I'm not too worried about because that is where the bow is going to be. So you don't have to make sure that everything's covered 110%. But on the sides here, where you know it's going to be exposed, definitely make sure that everything is covered nicely. I'm done with my left side. Look how beautiful and soft that is. Now here, where it's crossing, I just go around, go to the bottom, from one side to the other, and then go up. Obviously, I'm going to tuck the sides in and just tighten this whole thing up here. But that's how I cover that center part, and then off I go. So don't worry if it's something sticking out, like this is a little on the loose side. That's okay. Absolutely okay. The center part, don't even worry about that. We're gonna have so much stuff on there, and we're going to have a beautiful big bow. I am at the end, so I'm just going to grab another zip tie, pull it through, and do a quick zip tie in the back. Cut about 2 inches. We're going to hide this little nub towards the inside, and this little tail I'm just going to tuck inside, just like that. If you're using a 10-inch roll, I recommend using 10 yards because this is what's left. It's definitely less than half from my 10-yard roll. Next, I'm going to grab my willow branch and cut off 4 branches. What we're going to do is we're going to put the florals like this and like this. And then the bow is going to be in the center. Just bend it a little bit so it kind of flows. Let's bend these guys too a little bit. And we're going to brighten things up with some of these mini mums. Going to use 3 per side. Bend it a little bit. Put 1 a little higher and 2 a little lower. So we have a beautiful transition. Same thing, 1 a little higher, these 2 a little lower, just like that. And now the berries. Same thing with the berries. We're going to have 1 a little higher, 2 a little lower. I decided to do it off of the wreath so you can see what I'm doing. So 2 of these glitter ones, some of the ivory, that's going to look really beautiful against the orange, and then the berries. We're going to bring everything together and then grab a zip tie, floral wire, anything you have on hand, but zip tie will hold it really tightly. Just make sure everything is where you want it to be before you really tighten it up. Now we're going to do the left side, and what I like to do is I like to put them side by side. That way the tails, everything's even. And let's zip tie everything together. If you have some sticking out like this, definitely take care of that so it doesn't scratch the wall wherever this is going to be hanging. Now that my floral bundles are done, we're going to leave as is. Do not attach until your bow is open and ready to go, because then you will see how close or far from the center you need to be. Next, I'm going to grab a ribbon and measure how big I want this to be. So if I want it to be about there, let's measure. That's turning out to be 11 inches. Let's make sure that it's going to be okay and not cover the word, which it is, because we're still going to collect it in the center and we're still going to ducktail the ending, so it should be perfect. For the funky bow, if I want the length to be 11 inches, we multiply that by 2, which means it's going to be 22, and I'm going to do maybe 2 of these, fold the endings in half and cut a little triangle. Polka dot one, same thing, we're going to measure at 22 inches. We're going to do 2 strips of this one. Now this pretty orange polka dot one. Now we have some mesh ribbon. I'm not sure how many I'm going to get out of these because they're basically at the end. Let's see what we can get out of this one. I think we might actually get 2. Nope, 1. I decided to add 1 more of this one because it's the brightest one, and I feel like I need to brighten it up and give it just a little bit more of a brighter color, so I'm going to cut 1 more. So I have 3 of the pumpkin, 2 of these, 2 of these, and 1 of these. This bow is so much fun because you can use all different ribbon, and I recommend using at least 6 pieces for this bow. So you can have more, you can have less. I have 7 here, 8, 9, and these are kind of, you know, see-through and stuff, so these are just for fun, but at least 6. I'm going to be using a bow maker. You don't have to, you could do this in your hand, but it's easier to use it. I'm going to start with the one I have the most, which is the pumpkin. Fold it in half, and this is where you decide how big you want the tails to be and how big you want the bows to be themselves. So what I like to do is I'm going to do it even because the bows kind of poof up and the tails are going to stick out a little bit, and that's kind of what I want. So we're just going to go right in the center. Then I'm going to grab my next one. Same thing, I'm going to fold it in half. And then I'm going to put the loop on the opposite side of the one I already have. Just like that, the loop is on the opposite side. Then the next one, same thing, fold in half. Loop goes on the opposite side. Then I'm going to grab this one. And you guys, I didn't do dovetails on these. Kind of don't have to because they're just so see-through, but I want to, so there you go. Because this is the 4th, I'm going to kind of break my rule, and the next loop is going to go on the opposite side because we're back to this white one, and I want the loop to be on the opposite side of the one that's already on here. We have our little pumpkins here, and loop goes on the opposite side. Next one, and our final one. Everything is on. I'm grabbing a 6-inch zip tie straight across to the back and nice and tight. Got that? Now it's time to attach everything. Grabbing another 6-inch zip tie, I'm going to zip tie my bow to my actual wreath right in the center. Now we're going to open up our bow. Fluff it up. What I like to do is I like to kind of put it to the side, and then these tails, we're going to flip the ones that are not looking the right way. There you go. Just start opening everything up. That bottom tail, just flip it side to side. Look how poofy this bow is, and I'm just done with one side. Now I'm going to go to the next side. Start opening that up, flipping the tails that are not facing the right way up. What a gorgeous bow. Look at that. I'm even getting help from Simba. Thank you, Simba. When you feel like your bow is fluffed up enough, that's when it's time to start bringing our florals in. And do you see what I mean? Now you know exactly where you want your florals to go. I think that looks good. Going to check it from this side. Yes, I think I like that. Grabbing another 6-inch zip tie. I'm going to go from the top down so we can zip tie it in the front. Just like that. And we zip tie. I decided to put another zip tie in the center of our little floral bundle. And I'm not even going to make this one really tight. The point of this one is just to make sure that my florals won't flop down. There is the top And now I'm going to attach the bottom. Same thing, zip tie from top, down, and then back up so we can zip tie it on top. And one more zip tie in the center. Now I'm just making sure that the bow is nice and fluffy, covering all of the tails. Simba, what do you think of the bow? I think it's Simba approved, you guys. He's liking it. To hang the wreath, I'm just grabbing a piece of jute cord and I'm going to go underneath the bow, underneath that zip tie that's holding the bow, and make a loop. I'm making sure that the loop is not higher than the corner on top. One more knot, move the knot to the back, and we have a little hanging loop. Final touches on the bow, and we are all set. First things first, the center for the flower that I'm going to be using is from Hobby Lobby, and original price is $3.99. Very, very nice, very simple. It's foam, it's not that thick. And because our leaves are going to be a little bit on the flat side, I wanted something that was on the flatter end. For my deco mesh, I'm going to be using 21-inch deco mesh by 10 yards. You can also mix and match the colors for this, but instead of mixing colors, I'm going to be using a little bit of this decorative mesh. This I got at the Dollar Tree. I like to put in a little bit of a different color just to give kind of dimension to the flower. So that's what I'm going to be using for that. For the leaves, I'm going to be using some leftover green, and this is that kind of lime green color. So you can just use whatever green you have on hand or whatever green you feel like works best with your main color. Then, of course, I'm going to use a lot of zip ties. These are the 6-inch ones. I have these in my Amazon store and in my description box. Also, you're going to need a bicycle wheel wreath form. This one I get at the Dollar Tree. For our deco mesh, I'm going to be cutting 10-inch strips. And if you have a 10-yard roll of deco mesh, that's going to give you 36 strips, which means your flower can have up to 36 petals. For this particular method, you do want to make sure that your deco mesh is as straight as possible. So I'm definitely going to straighten this out a little bit. At this point, I'm going to start cutting my deco mesh. All right, just measuring it up. And at 10 inches, we're going to give it a little cut, just like that. I cut up 30 of these orange petals. And now I'm going to move on to cutting up the green. And you can do as many or as little or none if you would like. I tend to do 3. So I'm just going to cut this piece of deco mesh and cut 3 pieces at 10 inches in length. Next, I'm taking my yellow decorative deco mesh and I'm going to cut it into 6-inch strips. Now that everything is cut up, it's time to start adding the zip ties. I like doing it layer at a time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around and put in a zip tie and just a few clicks. Just 3 or 4 clicks. And I'm going to do this going all the way around once. Before I start putting on my petals, I'm going to grab 3 more zip ties and put in where I want my green little leaves to go, and I'm going to put those actually in between. So I'm going to put 1 here, and then I'm going to count off 1, 2, 3, and then on the 4th, 1, 2, 3, 4, put 1 in right here. You can attach, of course, the leaves any way you want, but I do want to get those out of the way, so we're going to start with them. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to go corner to corner and collect just like this. And then I'm going to fold in half. We got our leaves. I like to face these down and zip in. That's it. Now that that's done, let's work on our beautiful flower, you guys. I'm going to keep my board as it is because it's just easier to find the center.
And my 21-inch Deco mesh piece right now just overlaps a little bit, which is fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold one side towards the center. Then I'm going to grab the other and overlap it just a little bit. It does not need to be an inch, half an inch. Just overlap it a little bit so that the sides kind of hold each other in place. That's all. Then we're going to take one side of the cut and the other side of the cut, and we're going to bring them together. And now I'm just going to take the edges and line them up. Now that everything is lined up, I'm going to start collecting on the cut edge. And guess what we have here? We have another No-Fray petal. I love that. And I'm just going to come on in, grab one of my zip ties, and as soon as the tip is in, we are going to zip tie it in place. There you go. And the nice thing about using this type of wreath form is you can definitely move it around back and forth depending on how big you want the actual wreath form to be. So I'm going to cut that off and make our next one. So far, I have lined it where it's just one per section. And we're going to do this first row going all the way around. Here is my next piece of Deco mesh. I see my center through my Deco mesh, so I'm going to bring one side in. I'm going to bring the other side in, overlap it just a little bit, and then we're going to fold in half, cut edge onto cut edge. I'm going to bring it to the side so it's easier for me to bring my petal together. And before I do that, I want to line up all those edges just to make sure I have a nice hold. And now, here is the petal. Just bring it in. And I want to say that I'm taking about an inch at the bottom, as you can see right here. Put it into our little zip tie. And if you have fraying, that is okay. That is what the zip tie is here for. Now zip tie it in place really well so that you can cut off the actual zip tie, and any of this fraying that you see going on, we can definitely snip it off. Let's make the next petal towards the center, and again towards the center. I find that utilizing your cutting board for putting petals together is such a great idea. I use it all the time for this kind of stuff. Here we go, we overlapped, and just bring both sides together. All lined up beautifully, and now let's bring it together. I'm done with my first outside row. Now I'm going to start on the second row, going towards the inside, and same thing, we're going to do 12 zip ties. What we're going to do is 6 of the orange petals and 6 of the decorative mesh pieces. And so this is going to start giving it that beautiful dimension, and we're going to be attaching them every other petal. Starting with our orange petal, my 6 petals are in. For my decorative mesh, all I'm going to do is I'm going to collect it at the bottom, just like that, and attach it to my zip ties. That's it. Okay, now I'm going to come in with my next 12 zip ties, and I'm going to do the same thing, but where I have the orange petal, I'm going to have a yellow one. And where I have the yellow, I'm going to have an orange petal. So I'm just going to do that going all the way around. I'm opening these up a little bit more, pushing them to the side, because I want to do one more layer just like this. And then, of course, it's going to be every other. So where there's decorative mesh, I'm going to put an orange petal, and where there's the orange petal, I'm going to put another yellow one, and that is going to be my last layer. All the petals and decorative mesh is on. Now it's time to take care of the center. Once I know it's centered, now we can attach. To attach the center of the flower, you can use some floral wire, whatever you have on hand. I decided to use some pipe cleaners, and I'm going to cut these in half because I want 4 connections, and I'm going to do what I usually do. Piece of felt, By the way, we're going to fold these in half. Put my little pipe cleaner on there. And then we're going to make some lines. I put my little felt piece right over it. I'm going to do that on all 4 sides. Now that everything is attached and dry, I'm going to attach it to our flower. All the pipe cleaners are through. Twist them in place. And I'm just going to fold them down. To cover the back, I'm going to be using a placemat and 3 zip ties. And I'm just going to connect it in 3 places. Connect it, cut the tip off, and send the little tip to the back so we have a nice smooth backing. Now that the back is taken care of, I'm just going to go back in the front and see if I need to just lay anything out. I think that's it. And our beautiful flower wreath is all done.
For candy corn wreath, I'm starting with 1 white, 2 orange, and 3 yellow. And I'm hoping we're not going to use the whole thing because we are doing something super, super easy. So before we begin, I'm going to take a witch's hat, which is going to be our wreath base. And I'm going to give it 1 coat of this paint and primer by Krylon and then cover it with UV resistant clear. This is just so it doesn't scratch. I always do this. All right, and here's the complete wreath form. So because this is so big, I'm just going to start and kind of put it on the side and kind of work from top going down. Starting with the white deco mesh, I wanted to basically cover the first and the second area right here. I'm just going to loop it through the center here, and I'm going to kind of give it a twist right here. Just a little twist so I can use a little Ziploc to tie it in place. And just cut off the tail. And I'm just going to continue just twisting and turning. I'm going to go inside to kind of loop it in place. Going to this one and then going back up, and you'll see it. It'll just start making sense. It's going to start creating a point at the top. And don't be stingy on this part just because we really want to make sure that that point is nice and covered. So keep on going to the top, then back to this second part so you can wrap it around. See what I'm doing there? And then I'm going to wrap it. This is going to be probably my last time on top. And then start going here. I think I'm going to take this out because it's going so nicely around. Then in here. And now we're going to start twisting and turning in this area. And you kind of just make a loop, twist it, going through to the front, to the back, and kind of just weave it in and out. And don't worry about this, we're going to cover it, but right now we just want a nice base. Now that we have a little bit, I'm going to start covering it and kind of going in smoothly. Tighten it up if you feel like it needs it. Okay, do you see the white forming? I think it's looking really good. Okay, I have my white secured here, and I'm going to come in with the orange. Crisscross these two right here, and then come in with my zip tie. Here where I have my white and my orange, I'm really making sure that the last loop I'm going to do is going to make a clear line so it's nice and smooth. If you see that it starts building up like this, all you need to do is make a few twists and then just do a loop, and then it'll straighten itself out. Okay, I'm moving on to orange number 2. Just the same, I'm going to twist them. All right, since there is a lot of space here, what I'm going to do
is my last loop. I'm going to go around to get to this bar. Okay, grabbing my yellow, going to go in and around. Okay, I'm just going to drop this one and then try to zigzag as much as possible through the center here. And I'm just using the same zigzag technique, but I'm going back down just to make sure I have beautiful coverage and the yellow's going to stand out. I'm done with roll number 4, about to start roll number 5. So it looks like 5 is the magic number here. I was not sure what I was going to do, but I'm thinking of simply, I'm not even joking, tying these together because they're kind of in between and I have nothing to tie it to. Strong hold. Tuck it inside and I'm going to give it a few more twists around. There you go, kind of hidden there. And then same thing, I'm going to continue twisting. I still see this here, so I'm going to go over it and then just continue making my way down. Okay, so the rest of it, I just kind of twist it right here. And I'm going to zip tie it to this bottom one right here. Okay, and now it's time to decorate. So we have our gorgeous candy corn right here. And at the bottom, we're going to decorate with leaves. So first things first, you need some floral wire here. And then I'm going to grab 4 of these leaves, 2 on each side, and we're kind of going to interlock them like this, layer by layer. So let's start with the first one. And you want to make sure that the tip that you're putting at the end is nice and not bent and that kind of thing. Because like, for example, look at this one. This one's kind of, you know, so I'm going to put this one as my second one. Going to put that on top, and this is going to be my first one. And then let's see here which one's prettier. This one's really nice. All right, so here is my hat. Here's the end, and the point is just to cover this up. And here I go, interlocking it. Same thing, we're just going to interlock it. If there are leaves facing the other way, turn them around and just layer this on top. Now I'm going in with my floral wire, making sure we loop around all the branches, at least all the middle branches. I want to save this to attach it, so I'm going to leave this one and then cut the other side really long so I can still make a few loops here. Now we're going to do our first attachment. I'm going to turn it around, and it's easier to see where all our endings are right here. Twist it in place, then around this middle bar. So it's going to hold it in place. Okay, grabbing some branches in the center, going to give it 2 twists. Grabbing another piece of wire, I'm going to grab it in the same area. Going to give it 2 twists. And then what's going to lock this in place is one of these I'm going to lock down to the bottom. The other one I'm going to lock to the top. There you go. And this is where you kind of make sure you position it the way you want it. And there you go, lock it in place. See right here, I did the same thing. And it's not gonna go anywhere. Otherwise, if you don't do both sides in the same area, otherwise it'll wobble like this. But if I start locking it in, as you can see, it can't wobble. No wobbling allowed. Okay, our leaves are attached. Now for some fun. In the comments below, let me know what you would have put in the center right here. Would it be a little bow? Would it be a pumpkin or half of a pumpkin? Would it be maybe a big sunflower? Or maybe, I don't know, some kind of a floral arrangement in the middle right here? Or maybe a bow like this. So I'm going to go for this one, but you think what you would put in the center right here, and let me know in the comments below. Now let's get started on the bow. I'm going to be using this 12-inch ruler, and this is going to be very easy, I promise. So here's what I'm going to do. 6 inches is our middle, because we're going to go 6 inches this way, 6 inches this way. Here is what you do, you guys. Put the ruler right on top of the ribbon right here. But since 6 inches is our start, I'm going to move it
to 8 because I want this overlapped, and I like those 2 inches to make sure that the ribbon is nice and secure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold it right here in the corner. And remember, we were starting off with the 8 just to kind of give us the 2 inches that we want as an extra. And we are just going to start going around the ruler. How simple is that? We're going to go around the ruler. And there's other 12-inch rulers you can also use, not a big deal. And then make how many loops you want. I feel like the leaves right here, they're not that big, so we don't want too many loops either. So what I want is 3 on each side. When I see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, and here is our third. Now our third, we're going to go down to 4. This last one right here, just to give it 2 inches on the other side of 6, right there. And I'm going to cut it off with the largest scissors I can find, seriously. Right there at 4. I don't know if I should laugh or cry at this point. All right, and I took it off the ruler. And as you can see, it's nice and even. And we're just going to fold it in half just to make sure we have that center. Unfold it. And then we're going to make little cuts, tiny cuts, you guys. Tiny, 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 tiny. Just go through like this portion right here where the wire is. That's it. All you want is this to be kind of looser. It's just what happens is if you don't do these little nicks on this particular bow, what happens is all of this wire gets crunched in there and the bow just doesn't pop like it should, I guess. Grabbing some wire, and I'm grabbing a longer piece because I do want this wire to go around where it needs to go, right on the wreath. And I'm just going to go around, and of course, where the last piece where we cut it off, that's going to be our back, and then the beginning is hidden inside. And we're just going to scrunch it, no particular way, and tie it. I'm going to go around one more time. Now I'm just going to feed my wire through that top and the bottom right here. I'm going to twist it around, making sure to go around this center bar. And of course, now we come to the fun part, and that is opening up our bow. And what I like to do is kind of twist it. I'm going to show you how to make a beautiful fall floral wreath using just 3 Deco mesh rolls, some florals, and of course some ribbon. We're going to make a bow. Today we are using the Nadia method just because this is the only method that I know that uses the least amount of Deco mesh per section. Usually you need 6 rolls for any method, including the curly method and any other method that you're going to use. With this method, here is the deal. We are going to get 15 bows out of each roll. In each section, we are going to use 11. So these 3 Deco mesh rolls are actually going to be enough for 4 sections, and we should have 1 bow left over. Just to confirm one more time, I am using a 14-inch wreath form from the Dollar Tree, and this is in the neutral color. You will also need pipe cleaners. You will need 45 pieces. I don't have enough orange, so I am going to use some yellow. But I do like to just do it in 3s for this method. We're going to get 15 bows from each of the rolls. And basically what we're going to do here is it's a 6-inch roll. and it's 5 yards. We're going to divide the 5 yards by 15. It's going to give us 12 inches. So we are going to make 12-inch little sections. Now let's make our little bows. I'm going to basically overlap my little loop over here by about 1 inch, maximum 1.5 inches, and I'm just going to hold it on top and bring it straight down, holding with one finger on top. At the bottom, I'm going to start, and I'm going to walk it in. This is sealing in all the sides, all the fraying, and I'm going to grab my little piece, starting on top where I have, basically this is my smooth end. I'm going to bring it back, and this is where we brought it together, and that is where I'm going to twist it. And all the fraying is going on inside the bow and a little bit in the back. On top over here, we have a perfect little bow. Let's do it again. We're going to overlap it by about 1 inch, maximum 1.5 inches. And don't worry if one side is bigger than the other. In the grand scheme of things, it's going to look good. All right, so I overlapped it by 1 inch, and just holding it on top, I'm just going to bring it down. I'm going to press it on top, and I'm going to walk down here, right there. Walk it up, seal all those little endings in. Grab my little piece of wire, and I'm bringing it on the smooth end. And this is the end where we overlapped. So that is where we're going to twist it. And basically, there's a sweet little bow. And as I said, all the fraying is hidden. It's either in the back where it's sealed or on the inside. All right, I'm going to continue making my bows for all 3 rolls of my Deco mesh. And then I will be right back. I'm all done with my little bows. I did use gold for the ones that I did not have enough of the orange because the yellow kind of really clashed. So I'm just using some gold, and this is the metallic gold that you get at the Dollar Tree around the holidays. They'll have it around for Christmas and Thanksgiving again, or for fall again. So here we go with our wreath form. We are going to be using row 2 and row 3. In row 2, we're going to have 5 of our little bows, and in row 3, we are going to have 6. We are going to zigzag starting from the outside. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. This is going to give us 11 of these bows per section. And I'm just starting and just twisting it on. Next one is going to go on row 2. Then the next one is going to go on row 3. And don't worry that it looks kind of sparse. This is only 3. We're going to put 11 total. Here is one section all done. This is only 11 of the little bows. And then here is the back. I kept it nice and neat. I just twisted them and then just twisted them back. Nice and neat in the back. And in the front, we have a nice section. So I'm going to continue going in a zigzag. 6 in 3rd row and 5 in 2nd row. And just continue putting them on for the next 3 sections. And as you see, I just kind of twist it here. And then here I fold it in half kind of. And then just fold it back. So it's nice and neat. When you have a section like this where it's kind of like empty, that's all right. Just overlap it. It's just depending on how the bow is laying. Overlap it, play with it, and bam, the area is nice and covered. Alrighty, you guys, I'm going to finish up and come back. Can you believe that this is 3 rolls? Just 3 Deco mesh rolls from the Dollar Tree. Plus, I have an extra one so that one you can just stick anywhere. It really doesn't matter. Let's see here. I'm just gonna push this back and throw it in here. Now that our deco mesh is all done, it's time to decide how we want this wreath to actually go. Do we want our bow to be this way coming down? Do we want it to be kind of just down here and kind of hang? The first thing I'm going to do is I am going to choose the leaves that I'm going to use. And I felt like these match, but the thing is, I felt like these just kind of blend in too much. I might add some later if it needs it, but I wanted to just bring these lighter ones in just to kind of brighten things up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that you could see all of the little fuzzies here, and we're just going to place this how we want it. Now I'm just going to bend. Now that we have the leaves placed, we're going to get the floral wire, wrap it around, and then we're just attaching it to the wreath form. Now I'm going to put my wreath aside and we're going to make the bow. For this bow, I'm going to be using this beautiful ribbon from Crafter Square, and this is the green one, and it's such a beautiful green. And this one is 3.5 inches. And yeah, I know, I'm very excited about that, but comparing to the 2 inches that we get our other ribbon, this is really nice. And then because this is kind of dark and so is this, I am going to bring the gold in, because it really doesn't matter. We have gold here, so it's going to work well all together. And then we have the yellow here, which is going to go nice with the leaves. So this whole thing is going to be beautiful. The bow I'm going to be making, I personally call it half loop bow. If you know what it's called, let me know. But I'm doing my own measurements and I'm doing my own thing. So here we go. I'm going to make loops that are 14 inches. Here is my 12-inch mark, and here is my 14-inch mark. I'm going to loop it over right there, and we're going to at 14. 3 is going to be more than enough. I'm going to do the same thing with this one, and I'm just going to measure it off the other one. So with this one, I was only able to do 2, which is fine because it's so thick and big. And now with the gold. All right, so since our loops are 14 inches, our strips or ribbon pieces are actually 28 inches in length. Just won't make it on the screen, so it was easier to show you 14 in the loops. So now I'm going to go around and make dovetails to all the ribbon endings. Okay, I'm going to start with the thickest one, and all I'm going to do is measure off a 6-inch bow and put it between my fingers. Next, I'm going for the green, fold that in half, measure out my 6 inches and put it the opposite way. Grab my gold one, measure it out, put it the opposite way, but we're still pinching at the 6-inch mark with the loops. Going to go back to this one, 6 inches. Now it's going this way. Make sure that the big ones, especially if you have one of each, there's one on each side. Now the green one, I'm measuring off my 6 inches. This one's going this way. I'm going to turn it around and now continue on this side. Now the green one, opposite, and the gold one. Now I'm grabbing my wire, nice long piece of a wire, and now I'm just going to start twisting it around, just kind of keeping it tight. This is going to be a big and a beautiful bow, and wire it in place. Now that my bow is on, it's time to open it up. Have fun. Before I continue puffing everything out, I'm going to bring in this ivory little pumpkin. And I don't want it to be flat and I don't want it to be sideways. I kind of want it to be like a little bit tilted forward. So what I'm going to do is I'm grabbing a 14 gauge wire. This is a thick wire, and I'm going to go like a 45-degree angle, like on an angle, like right there. Do you see? I didn't go down, I went from the side. And a 14 gauge wire will go through this because this is basically styrofoam. This is very strong wire. And I'm going to fold it down just like this. Go around my bow and attach it in the back. Now that our pumpkin is in, I'm going to go ahead, puff everything out, and we are going to be done with this wreath. Today we are using this cross form to make a wreath, and I got this at the Dollar Tree during Easter. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of painting wreath forms, at least they're not plastic, they're metal, and painting them is just fine. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a good 2 coats of the white paint and primer, and it should cover it fairly well. And yeah, I'm gonna turn it around and do the back once. You don't need to do the back twice. The front is more important than anything. But I mean, it's so thin, it's going to kind of like the paint, if it runs, it's going to run underneath, so it's fine. And then I'm going to seal this with this UV resistance clear acrylic coating. I like using this. I've used it for a long time. This is a gloss, but you can obviously use either matte or gloss. It really doesn't matter because it's going to get covered, and our whole point is to make it white. All right, I'm gonna come back when this is all done. All right, I got my cross all ready, and I actually gave it 1 coat of the white paint. It was plenty. I think it's because it was paint and primer, but it looks good. And before we get started, I did want to give you the measurements. This thing is so huge. So as you can see right here, it's 12 inches by 24. For this cross, I did get 5 Deco mesh rolls, and I'm going to be doing the woodland technique. The woodland technique is a fairly popular technique, but it's not used with the Dollar Tree Deco mesh like I use it. So the measurements for this is going to be 22-inch little strips. That'll give us 8 strips per roll because we are working with 5 yards of Deco mesh. In retrospect, this technique is one of the quicker techniques. It's not the quickest, it's not the slowest, but it's one of the quicker ones because your little bundles are made out of a lot of Deco mesh or a long piece of Deco mesh. So this is going to be a super fun wreath to make. For the woodland technique, I do cut my pipe cleaners in half. To start making our bundles, we need 3 things. We need our pipe cleaner. We need something heavy. I use these metallic scissors, and we need our mesh. So I'll start by unrolling, putting my scissors on one end and kind of just moving it up. And then here I'm going to make a little roll on the other end. And what this is going to do is it's going to catch the frame. I made a little roll, and now I'm walking it up in the middle. Just in the middle, I'm just squishing both sides and walking it up until I get to about a few inches left, maybe 3 inches left of the other end, and then I'm going to roll this. This for me is the hardest part because you're kind of doing it with one hand, and sometimes they can get a little, funny, but there you go. We made a roll, and when I grab my chenille wire, I wrap it around, and I just kind of like to push it up. Now I'm going to tighten it, and we have our beautiful, beautiful kind of like this, I don't know, just beautiful wavy bow or ribbon or whatever you want to call it. But isn't this gorgeous? The second way you can do these rolls that might be easier for you is grab either a clothespin or some kind of a little pin and make your roll. Make one roll and pin it. Then you're going to turn it around, move that back, start working on your other side. Make your roll, walk it in, 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 and just take this off and put your pipe cleaner on. I'll call this option B. So option A or B, you guys, freehand or with this little guy. Let me know down below what you're gonna try. Unless you've done this method before, and if you did, what did you use? All right, you guys, I'm going to continue doing this, and I will come back when I have all my little bundles ready, and we're going to attach it to the cross. This is going to be a really fun and beautiful wreath. All my little ruffles are all set to go, and I'm going to start working on the cross. I only did 4 rolls to see how far it'll take me, but if you're running low on your deco mesh, we're still decorating the center, so I would focus on the outsides. So these 2 sections right here, these and this one, like towards the end, because if anything, if you don't have enough, you could just put a big bow here or some florals, whatever you're going to do. That's just a suggestion. For this method, we're kind of going to be working in pairs because this is a straight wreath. I got my first 2, I got my second 2. Now I'm going to put 2 more right here. All right, we are 6 in. It looks beautiful. It looks full. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I am going to put right on these intersections right here, on the crossbars right here where they intersect. Once again, I have 4 on this little section with 2 being on the sides here. And then once again, I'm going on this little cross section. Okay, as I'm going along, I feel like this needs 2 more right here. Like I feel like it's not full enough. So I am going to put more right here to poof things out. So I think we might have to go to roll number 5. Okay, now I'm going to start working on this side. And the game plan is to put 6 right here, 6 right here, and 8 right here. Okay, this is how far 4 rolls have taken us. I think it fills out really, really nicely, but I am going to break into the 5th roll and go ahead and make my little curlies, and I will be right back. I made 6 more of these, and I'm going to put them on top right here, and then we're going to start decorating. My supervisor came to see how I finished up the job over here. Hi, Leo. All right, our wreath is all done. Now it's time to decorate it for fall. I'm bringing in these leaves. Can you believe how gorgeous these are? And these I just got at the Dollar Tree last week. These are maple leaves, and they come in a set of, it should be 6. 1 is missing right here, but that's all right. This is actually one of my extra packs. Okay, since this one is the defective one, I'm going to start with this one, and I'm going to cut it like this with the 3 leaves on top. And so this is going to go like this. This one, full one, is going to go down this way. And so I'm going to cut it right here. Using a little piece of floral wire, I'm going to bring these guys together. To do the sides, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to cut off the top 3 leaves, and I'm going to bring these 2 together with wire. I cut off a longer section because this way I can put them right here. Let's see, to make sure we're in the center. Okay, for a nice strong seal, I'm bringing in the 14 gauge. This is the thicker, stronger one. And I'm just going to go across here. And I'm going to switch up and go across the other way. And now we have a nice, strong hold. Now I'm going to go back to my lighter one and just give it a good twist or 2. This is just going to connect to our actual wreath. And keep this one long. And then I'm going to also connect it right here. And now it's time to connect it to the wreath form. Now that I have them all fed through, I'm just going to tie them in place. I think I made these a little too long. But that is all right. If you want, you could go back, feed it through, and attach it in another area. Now I'm going to put this cross aside, and I'm going to bring in this little cross that I got at the Dollar Tree also. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this backing. We don't need it. I got my little sticker off, and now I'm going to paint the cross. I am using a flat brush, and that is what I recommend for this because I want to keep the bless this home right here and just paint around right here. Get rid of all that blue because it does not go with our color scheme. So I'm just going to go around very carefully, and I'm going to give it a few coats of the chalk paint, probably 2 or 3 because this is kind of on the dark end. And I'm also painting the sides. Now that our cross is painted, I'm going to do one of my favorite techniques. It's really easy, really cute, and we're just going to give this cross a distressed look. It is going to look like it was a metal cross that had, you know, that was painted white. And it's chipping on the sides. And I'm just going on the side with the brush. I think this technique brings so much character to a very plain looking cross. All done with the cross, but as I put it on my wreath, I realized that there's this space right here that's a little open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in a few more of these leaves. And then it's going to look like this. So when attaching a wire, you first need to obviously consider how we're going to attach it. And since we're going to attach it right here, we're going to go diagonally on across. But I do not like attaching wire by itself just because it's so thin. So I am going to put it down, and then I'm going to grab a piece of felt and put it right on top. This is going to seal it in. It's going to be a lot stronger. And if you want, you could just grab another piece and hot glue it across this way also. I mean, that just seals it in completely. And then I'm just going to put that of glue here at the corners. And I know this will be absolutely secure big time. Okay, while this is going to cool off, I'm going to attach these leaves right here. We're bringing in the cross and just feeding it through to lock it in place. I decided to go back and cover this area also. So I'm taking one of the ones we cut off and I'm going to insert it right here. And of course, using a little bit of wire, I'm going to secure it in place. And our wreath is complete. Let's go over all the supplies we're going to need for this wreath, starting with this humongous centerpiece that is about 8 1/4 to 8.5 inches in diameter. To make the centerpiece look more of a sunflower wreath, I'm going to do a little painting just very lightly. For Deco Mesh, I'm going to be using 3 full rolls of 10 inches by 10 yards of Deco Mesh, 2 yellows and 1 orange. As far as this green Deco Mesh, it's just some leftover from previous projects, and I'm going to make a few leaves on the outside for the sunflower. Next, you're going to need some pipe cleaners. I'm going to be using these felt pieces to use 3 of these pipe cleaners and attach them to the sunflower centerpiece, and of course a 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to start off by taking care of my centerpiece because I want it to dry while I'm actually taking care of the Deco Mesh and attaching it and all of that. This centerpiece is made out of styrofoam, so you need to be careful as far as the heat that you apply so that you don't actually melt the styrofoam. So I recommend using a low heat hot glue gun. The way you know if your hot glue gun is low heat or high heat is if you have just one setting, it's low heat. If you have two settings, it's usually low heat or high heat. You can either use pipe cleaners or floral wires to attach, and I'm going to attach in 3 places. Put my pipe cleaner and just kind of zigzag the hot glue and put our piece of felt right on top and let it just melt in, just like that. And I'm going to repeat this process 2 more times. Now that the hot glue has dried, I'm just going to point everything towards the inside and flip it upside down so we can paint. Using this sunflower as my inspiration, that is why I'm adding a little bit of orange, and we're going to add that towards the inside of the wreath, so it's just going to balance everything out. I think this is absolutely stunning. This wreath form does have a little groove, so you can tell where this inner circle is, and on the edges of this inner circle I'm going to give a little bit of the green, just a tiny bit, so it kind of just bounces off, and that's going to work really nice with the few leaves we're going to have on the outside of the wreath. And then this brown that I'm going to darken with a little bit of black is going to go on this outside edging. Using a shabby brush, I'm going to mix the 2 greens that I used, and this is up to you, how green you want this, how light you want this. Going to dab just a little bit in the center. To do the outside, I'm using a shabby 2-inch brush, and I am going to put a glove on because I tend to get a little messy. Adding my brown, just a teeny bit of black, so we can darken it up a little bit. My paint is all mixed up, and now I'm going to work the outside. The top of this wreath is made out of straw that was glued, then sprayed yellow. So that's why you see me tapping, because if I just did that, it's not going to get in all the grooves. And of course, don't forget your edges. For this wreath, I'm using 18 pipe cleaners, folding them in half and cutting them. Then I'm going to just fold those in half. We're going to create a little V. It just helps me grab them when I'm making the bundles. To make things easier on me, I'm going to cut all 3 of the Deco mesh right on top of each other. So let's get the orange one. Just going to put scissors on there. Then the yellow. And the second roll of yellow. Next, I'm going to put something heavy on this side before I cut, because if I don't, it's going to go everywhere. This way, when I cut my 10-inch strips, the Deco mesh stays together, and I can just pull it forward and pull this back. I just wanted to mention, look how smoothly this little Dollar Tree rotary cutter is going through 3 rolls of Deco mesh. I mean, smooth and clean. For the green Deco mesh roll, I'm going to be cutting 18 inches each because I want this to be on the longer side, and I decided to do 5 of these. For the green petals, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my little roll, and I'm going to take kitty corner to kitty corner and stretch it, and then find my center, collect it, and fold it in half. And the reason we have to do that is because we are dealing with long flower petals, so we need this to show. So I'm going to go ahead and make 5 of these. The next thing I'm going to do is separate the orange from my yellow, and this one's easy. It's on the inside, and I just pull. The fun thing about this wreath is you can use 3 different colors, as many colors as you want, and just mix and match them and make a fun wreath. Now that our Deco mesh is separated, I'm going to grab one of these big clamps. You could grab whatever you have on hand, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do bundles of 3. I got my pipe cleaners, I got 3 pieces of Deco mesh. Let's do this. I'm going to take my little piece, and as you see, it's rolling towards the inside from the table, and as it rolls, I'm going to take this side and the opposite side, the little kitty corner side, and bring it together, overlapping about 2 inches. Then I'm going to fold in this edge touching this tip, just like this, and this edge that's going to touch this tip. And then you have this beautiful petal. And I'm just going to clamp it. Let's do this again. My deco mesh is rolling from the table onto my hand. I'm going to take one piece, put it in the center, take the other piece, overlap it 2 inches this way. Then I'm going to take one side and I'm going to touch it to this end. And you're going to be able to see the ending because it's a little thicker, obviously. So that is what I'm doing. And then this edge is going to touch this edge. So you're just folding it in. Just like this. Let's clamp those together. One more, we're going to start making them a little quicker. To the center, overlap about 2 inches, fold in, touching one end, fold this, touching the other end. And it's basically making that little wave. We're going to take our pipe cleaner, put it over our little bundle, and then I'm going to squeeze it just like this. And at the tip, 2 twists, and our little bundle is done. That's it. Same thing, we're going to use 3 of these per bundle. Overlap about 2 inches in the center, edge to the corner that we have on here, edge to the corner we have on the other side. And when I mean corner of your deco mesh, just to clarify that. Let's clamp it. Once you get going, it goes quite quickly. We're going to grab our pipe cleaner, and this is why I love it that it's in the V. I know where the center is right away. There you go. 2 twists, and we have our little petal. And now all I'm doing is repetitive work. I'm going to continue making my petals, 3 per bundle. Now it's time for the fun part. Let's attach our bundles. This wreath form is divided into 6 sections. In each section, you are going to have 4 bundles of the yellow and 2 bundles of the orange. The orange bundles are going to go on row 1 and 2, and the yellow bundles are going to go on row 2 and 3. If you are doing a wreath where you're just combining 3 different pieces, you can just do the row 2 and 3 and go all the way around, attaching anywhere from 5 to 6 in each section. But because I'm doing a flower and we want to incorporate different layers, I'm just doing the yellow on row 2, 3 and orange on row 1 and 2. So let's start with the yellow, and I'm just going to wrap it around row 2 and 3, twist it in the back, and just hide that little tip. I have my 4 yellows, and as you can see, it's kind of loose. That's all right. That is going to even out at the end. For our orange, what we want to do is 1, 2, orange, 1, 2, orange. Here we go. 1, 2, orange. 1, 2, orange. And while it looks sparse now, that's because it's only section number 1. When it's all on, it's going to look great, I promise. This is half of the wreath all done. Now I'm going to go ahead and finish attaching the rest of the bundles. I attached all my bundles except for 1 green bundle. And my green bundle, I'm just sporadically putting them throughout the wreath, and I am attaching on row 2 and 3 because I did make them a little bit on the longer side. I think they're going to be just fine. Now let's flip. Because I have the orange and the yellow, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull all my orange through the center and pull my yellow out. Like this one, I'm going to pull it back so my orange is on the inside, and we do have that effect that we want with the orange here, the yellow on the outside. Now it's time to attach our centerpiece, and the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to go towards the center. We have plenty of deco mesh, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to all my orange bundles, and out of each bundle, I'm going to take the innermost little, I guess, petal, and I'm going to kind of leave it at the bottom while holding with my hand. And I'm just going to go through all the bundles and try to separate it. That is what's going to give our centerpiece a little bit of stability. You can also put a placemat in the back to kind of hold that in or something, maybe a piece of felt, whatever you want, if you want to cover the back, but I think it'll be just fine. So basically I'm forming a little bit of a barrier. It'll be good. And we have a little bit of a layer that's going to be holding our centerpiece in. Oh my goodness, I love the way this looks. Now, I know it's a little hard to see on your screens, but this little green works so well with the outside green that I used. And I'm just attaching to row 1 and 2. As I'm attaching, I'm keeping my eye out, making sure that my centerpiece is, well, in the center. It's Deco mesh. If you just kind of flatten it out, it'll hold it in place. Look at that. Let's flip over. I'm in love. I am seriously in love with this humongous, beautiful wreath. There you go. We have a beautiful sunflower fall wreath. Here are the basics for the wreath we're making. First, I got this gorgeous sign at the Dollar Tree. The ribbon I'm going to be using is 2 rolls of this one. This one is from the Fall Dollar Tree collection. And this one was actually thrifted, but it is originally from Michael's. This ribbon is foiled on one side, and on the other side it is super glittery. And because our sign has a little bit of gold right there, I think I'm going to use the glittery side. Next, I'm going to be using this 21 inch by 10 yards Deco mesh along with this wreath form. Now this wreath form is sold as 24 inches. As you can see, it is not 24 inches, but they do say it's 24 inches when it's complete, when the Deco mesh is on. The wreath form itself is actually 15 inches. This particular wreath form is sold as 24 inches work wreath burlap color. Pipe cleaners are already on this wreath, and as you can see, this is a much taller wreath than the flat Dollar Tree wreath. And number 2, this is more evenly spaced because it has 8 pipe cleaners on the inside, 10 on the outside. As you saw in the title, we are doing the poof curl method today, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut 10-inch strips, and we're going to need 26 pieces. Before we attach our Deco mesh, I thought I would show you really quick how we're going to attach it onto our wreath form. So we have the inner row and the outer row, and my little X's are where the pipe cleaners are. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 1, and then we're going to go all the way around on this inner circle. When we make our way around, we are going to use up 8 of our strips. So then what we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing and put the next row right on top of this one. So we're going to have 9 until we have 16, and then 17, 18, and 26. So basically on this inner row, we're going to have 2 rows of the poofs, and we're just going to overlay them. And then on the outside row, we're going to have just 1 layer. This will make for a very full wreath. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the pipe cleaners on the outside, and I'm going to just kind of spread them out so I can find them later on when I need them. I have my first Deco mesh, and I'm going to let it roll naturally, but I'm going to tighten it up just a little bit to have about a diameter of 1 inch on the inside. After I rolled it, I'm going to measure about 4 inches, 4 to 5 inches. And this part is up to you, how big you want this to be. At 4 inches, I feel like the tail is sufficient enough, and also the poof is. But sometimes I do 5 on the sides. That is definitely up to you. And as you saw, I just opened it and twisted just to hold it in place. I measured off 4 inches on the other side. and just give it a little twist. Next, same thing. I'm just going to let it naturally roll. Just tighten it up. Since I'm doing 4 inches, I'm going to open this up, put in my next one and tighten it up again. Grabbing 4 inches on the other side, we're going to put it on the next pipe cleaner. On this next one, what I'm going to do is after I'm going to curl it, I'm going to measure off both sides at the same time. I'm going to grab my 4 inches here and I'm going to grab my 4 inches here. But here I'm going to grab a little clamp. You can use a clothespin, whatever you have on hand. That way this is ready to go. I'm going to open this one up, put my little curl in there and just twist it just like that, because we're going to open these up again when we're doing the second row. So I'm going to go ahead and finish this first row, and then we're going to get started on row 2. On each one of our pipe cleaners, we have 2 curls, and between each pipe cleaner, we have 1 poof. And so we are going to repeat the same thing again, just overlaying it on this top row. After I put on my 4th curl, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm actually going to give a good twist to lock it in. We're still going to put ribbon on top of this, but at least I want it to be nice and secured. On this next one, we're just going to bring it together because for now we have 3. And then when I add the next one, I'll lock this in and I'll go all the way around. On the outside row, we are going to do the exact same thing where we're overlapping and making curls. Now that all my pieces are on, next I'm going to go to every section where there's poofs and open my poof up. My wreath is all poofed out. Look how huge it looks from the side. And now let's cut our ribbon. I'm going to be cutting my ribbon into 12-inch strips. So I find my 12 inches and I'm going to zigzag up. Now I'm just grabbing the edges, folding them in half and cutting from inside out, making our dovetails. Now I'm going to cut my glittery ribbon into 12-inch strips and make dovetails just like I did on this ribbon. Next, I'm going to take this mesh ribbon and I'm going to be using 2 rolls of this, and I'm also going to be cutting this into 12-inch strips. Now let's make our ribbon bundles. Since I didn't have enough of my leaf ribbon, I used 4 that's very similar. So what I'm going to do on top here, I'm going to do every other with the one that's different. And then of course, whatever's left is going to go on the outside of the original ribbon. First, I'm grabbing my sparkly one, then the one with the leaf, and then my green one. To quickly find the center, just going to fold it in half and then pinch and put it inside my pipe cleaner. Whatever's left with the pipe cleaners, I'm going to send them back. Open up my ribbon just like that. For the next one, I'm going to bring in the sparkly, then the other leaf one, and then of course my green one. Find the center real quick, pinch, and I'm just going to alternate the leaf one. That's it. I'm going to take these pipe cleaners, send them back. I'm just going to wrap them around the actual wreath base, and I'm going to continue doing this all the way around. I am all done putting in my bundles, and look how full this is. My wreath is not fitting on the screen. This method is full in itself, but when you put it on a wreath form that's raised like the one I'm using, it is just incredible. And now for the sign. I'm just going to remove the jute cord. Next, I'm grabbing 2 pieces of pipe cleaners. I'm going to connect the pipe cleaners at the top and the bottom. As you can see, I cut 2 pieces that we had left over from the project. And then I'm going to take my pipe cleaners, fold them in half, make a little flat space, lots of hot glue, pipe cleaner on, more hot glue, and then our piece of fabric or ribbon or whatever you're using. I'm just cutting off the edges with the wire. And I'm going to do the same thing at the bottom. I'm just going to attach the sign to my wreath form, just laying it down where I want it to go. I always like to attach my centerpieces on the crossbar right here. So you have your row and then you have this section dividers. That is where I want to insert my pipe cleaner. And I'm just going to pull it through. So at least one of the pipe cleaner goes on one side, the other pipe cleaner on the other side. And I'm just going to twist it in place. Same thing with the other side. I'm going to make sure that one of my pipe cleaners goes on one side of this crossbar. And I'm going to give my pipe cleaners a few twists. And then when I make sure that the sign is where I want it to be, I'm going to come back and tighten this up. This pipe cleaner is at the top of my wreath. This is where my sign is facing. And so at this point, you can either use some floral wire, or you can actually take a piece of the jute cord that our sign came with and just tie it around the crossbar. I'm going to do it where this metal crossbar is. I'm just going to do a few knots. And now we have something to hang our wreath with. We're going to need pipe cleaners for this wreath. Then we're going to need 2 rolls of Deco mesh. Each roll is 10 inches by 10 yards. For the first ribbon, I chose this beautiful yellow one with a white stripe. It's 1.5 inches, and of course the sides are wired. The second ribbon we're going to be using is this pumpkin one, and it has blue pumpkins, dark orange, light orange pumpkins, and even little white flowers. All of that is going to work perfectly with the sign that we're using. This ribbon is 2.5 inches in width, and of course the sides are wired. As for this beautiful sign, I got this one at the Dollar Tree. It says Autumn Welcome, and look at these pumpkins, how perfectly they match our ribbon. As far as our wreath form, this is a 14-inch metal wreath form. Now it's time to cut our Deco mesh, and the easiest way to do this is just overlay one on top of another, and I usually use my little IKEA bin. Drop the blue one, and then the orange one is going to go behind my bin so they don't catch on each other. And we are going to measure off 20 inches, and I will need 15 pieces of each color because we need a total of 30. Now for our ribbon, I'm going to grab this beautiful yellow and white, and we're going to make 12-inch strips for a total of 15 strips. I'm going to use my little zigzag method, and then I'm going to cut little dovetails. Now that I have 15 pieces, I'm just going to fold the ends in half and cut out a little triangle at the end, making sure to cut the little endings. My friends, this ribbon is so stunning. Once again, we're going to do 12-inch strips, and we're going to need 15 of these. Do little triangles to make dovetails. I have all my ribbon and Deco mesh, and we are ready to attach it to our wreath form. Before that, let me just grab our pipe cleaners. We're going to fold them in half and cut. And then I'm going to fold them in a little V so that it's just easier to grab them and start working. Now let's talk about attaching everything. Our wreath form comes in 6 sections. In each section, we're going to do 5 Cruffles or woodland ruffles. And what we're going to do is we're going to have 1 ribbon and 1 Cruffle together. I decided to have my blue Cruffle with the yellow ribbon, and then my orange Cruffle is going to be with a gorgeous pumpkin ribbon. Because we have 2 colors, we are going to go every other on our wreath form. The reason we cut 15 each is if we have 5 per section, we have 6 sections. 5 times 6 is 30. Divided by half because we're using 2 different colors, which gives us 15, and that's why we had 15 for everything. To make the Cruffles, I'm going to be using a clamp like this that I get at the Dollar Tree, but you can use a clothespin, a clip, anything you have on hand. I like the big ones like this because it's just easy to clamp the Cruffle. Starting with my orange one, I'm going to curl 1, 2, 3. So 2 to 3 curls. Now I'm going to do this side, 1, 2, 3, and we're going to bring it together. For this Deco mesh, I'm going to do 3 curls because of the foiling that this Deco mesh has. If you don't have foiling, 2 might be enough. Now it's time for you to decide whether you want the curls to go up or down. I want them to go up because that's what's going to make it
poofier and prettier. Now I'm going to grab the ribbon that's going to go right on top. I'm just going to put it on my measuring mat. I know where my center is, and I'm just gathering. And that I'm going to put right inside my pipe cleaner, right over. Here, I'm going to push everything back and 2 twists. When you push it back and make it tighter here, do you see how this poofed up? Instead of being flat, it naturally poofed up because I gave it a little tug. I'm going to be attaching all my Cruffles to rows 2 and 3. That way it will be stable. It won't wobble. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful wreath. Twisting it in the back and hiding that little tail, just like that. Next, I'm going to be using my blue one. Let's do 3 little curls. Clamp it, and let's do the other side. My curls are approximately 1 inch in diameter this way. And let's bring it together. Grabbing my ribbon, and I'm putting it right on my measuring mat, grabbing the center. Pipe cleaner, push it back, 2 twists, and attach. Someone came to check out my work. He saw me using the pipe clean. Oh my goodness, Simba. I'm trying to work. Okay, I guess I'm leaving the wreath like this. All right, my friends, I have 5 Cruffles in this section. Look how full it looks. And at the end, the sides are going to get pushed up, and it's going to be full and beautiful with these gorgeous colors. I'm going to give Simba a treat or something because I need to be able to finish this wreath, and I'll be right back. All the ribbon and deco mesh are on. Now let's work on our center sign. I got our sign, and first thing I'm going to do is just remove the jute cord. And then this little leaf, look at this, it just kind of popped off anyway. So I'm going to take that off. I'm going to take this orange grosgrain ribbon, and it is 5/8 inch. And I'm going to make a simple bow. We're going to keep it on the small side too. You can bring it together with some floral wire, but I like using just a needle and thread and just pulling it through. I'm wrapping it around a few times. Pull on that and you have a perfect bow. Now I'm making a few knots in the back and cutting the thread off. These bows always turn out cute and they pop in the center, just adorable. Cutting the ends, and I decided let's just do an angle on these, just like that. Now it's time to hot glue the bow onto our little sign, straight on there. And we just covered all the yucky stuff. If you want, you can definitely hot glue the tails in place. And this I do with a dot, just a little dot. In the center of the bow, I got this really schmancy button that kind of matches the blues in the truck. So I'm just going to put that right in the center of our bow. Now let's attach our pipe cleaners to the back. Grabbing the pipe cleaners, I'm going to fold them in half. And with my finger, I'm going to make a little flat spot in the center. And now I'm going to attach. And I'm going to attach in 3 places. I'm thinking maybe here, here, and on top. Let's do the top one first. Give it a little bit of hot glue. Pipe cleaner right on top. Lines of hot glue right across, just like this. Then I'm grabbing my little piece of felt, putting it right over. The hot glue has dried, and now we're ready to attach our sign to our wreath form. I'm going to pull back a little bit so it sits a little lower and becomes part of the wreath. So not all the way, but a little bit so it's inside the wreath itself. And start attaching. One is going to go between rows 1 and 2, and then the other one is going to go between row 2 and 3 on the other side of this crossbar. I'm only twisting my pipe cleaners once because I want to make sure the sign is in the right place before I lock these in. Now I'm going to make sure that there's no ribbon on the inside. For example, this one, and I'm just going to push it out. Now it's time to cover the back of the wreath. I'm going to be using a placemat. This one I got at the Dollar Tree, but you can use any placement. You can use felt, you can use fabric, you can use whatever you want. I use 3 zip ties, and these are 4 inches in length because you just don't need any bigger. Zip tie, cut off the excess, and this little part I'm just going to swoop back. While attaching my zip ties, I kind of imagine a triangle, so right there, and then the third one I'll just put in that corner. Here is my third one. The nice thing about doing this is you can get access to whatever you need at any time just by lifting. If you need to fix something, you can definitely still get in and do that. For example, at this time, I need to put a hanging loop. So I'm going to make sure that I have the top of the wreath. Grabbing a jute cord, I'm going to put it between rows 2 and 3, and I'm just going underneath this crossbar, grabbing the length that I want, tie off a few knots, cut off the excess. The knot goes in the back, and the whole jute cord goes towards the front of the wreath, and there you go. I have a hanging loop. It's not in the way, it's in the back of my actual base, or towards the front, that is, and that's it. Now it's time to do my favorite part, and that is to start taking your ribbon and opening it up. Just kind of make it look like a flower petal, kind of like that. That's how I think of it when I do this. Just start pulling it out, because by now it got stuck somewhere between the Deco mesh, and now it's time to make sure that it's visible and beautiful. I'm done putting all the ribbon in place, and we are ready to hang this wreath. If you've been to Dollar Tree in the fall, you've seen these little things, and the bad thing about them is they come off so super easy. So I'm going to be using just this tip part. Then I'm going to be using my favorite mesh ribbon, and this one is in an ivory shade, along with this beautiful ribbon. This ribbon is 1.5 inches and wired. It has a little check background. Goodness, Simba's on a mission over here. You will need 18 pipe cleaners plus whatever pipe cleaners you will need to hang your centerpiece. Speaking of centerpiece, I got 3 felt pieces because that's how many I'm going to use to attach this little sign to our wreath. For my Deco mesh, I'm going to be using this beautiful 21 inch by 10 yards Deco mesh. For our wreath base, I'm going to be using a metal 14 inch wreath form. Now it's time to attach the pipe cleaners to our wreath form. And if this part really kind of intimidates you or is a little difficult for you, we are going to make it your favorite part of the wreath. Well, almost. This wreath form is separated into 6 sections, and in each section you're going to put 3 pipe cleaners, and that is how we're going to work. We're going to work one section at a time. And if you're using an 18 inch wreath form, that one will have 2 more sections. So all you have to do is add 6 more pipe cleaners and do the same exact thing. So we're going to take our first one, and we're going to attach it to row 1 and 2 right in the center. I'm going to give it 2 twists, and then I'm going to point my pipe cleaner towards the inside of the wreath form. That is going to be helpful to us when we're attaching our Deco mesh. Now I'm going to go to the sides of the center one and attach it to row 3 and 4. 2 twists, and I'm going to just fold it towards the outside. Same thing with the second one. 2 twists, and we're going to point it out. Now if you just focus on this little section and take a look how it's done, that's it. You are just going to repeat the process going all the way around. I'm done attaching all my pipe cleaners on row 1 and 2. I have 6 pipe cleaners facing towards the inside. On row 3 and 4, I have 12 facing towards the outside. I'm ready to attach my 21 inch Deco mesh to my wreath form, and I'm also going to be using 3 zip ties. These are going to be used as a little bit of reinforcement for the beginning, the end, and in the middle. Before I start working, I like to show you what I'm actually going to be doing. We're going to work in a little spiral. If I start with this pipe cleaner, I'm going to attach my Deco mesh secured with the first zip tie. Then I'm going to go around making 10 inch loops. When I'm done with my circle going all the way around, we're going to spiral to that outside row. We're going to go flat right here. Use the second zip tie. This is just going to secure that connection between the two levels. And here I'm going to do 9-inch loops. And the reason for that is the distance between these two and these two are obviously shorter. Another reason why I do 9 inches on the outside instead of 10 is it kind of saves on the deco mesh a little bit. And out of this one roll, you can make 2 wreaths. That's a lot of money saved because you pretty much need 5 yards per each poof wreath. And when you make these outside ones at 9 inches, you should be fine. All right, let's get this deco mesh going. The first thing we're going to do is give it about 2-3 inches and gather the edge. When you have gathered your edge, what I like to do is make sure that all of the little ends are inside. See how close this is? Make sure you pull that out. This is just to make sure that everything gets attached and you have a nice secure connection. A tight twist. And then I'm going to be using my first zip tie. I'm going to go on row 2 and about 1 inch from my actual pipe cleaner, I'm going to go out and zip tie that tail. The biggest reason for that is it will flatten that tail out and it won't flop and it'll be just nice and in place. Let me cut off that tail. Now let's make our poofs. One of the most important things when you're making poofs is making sure that you are tightening your poof, meaning there's your 10 inches. Don't just, eye it or measure it out. I mean, you can if you want to, of course. I like doing this way because it'll give you nice, even poofs, nice and straight. As you can see, I'm keeping it taut. And there goes my next one. After I twist my pipe cleaner, I do face them all up so that they are accessible to me when we're adding on the ribbon later. I'm done with the inside row and I'm working my way out to the outside row. There is the zip tied. That's where we started. That's where we ended. And we're just going flat to the next pipe cleaner available, working our way out in that spiral kind of way. 2 twists, and now we're officially on that outside row. Zip tie number 2, and I'm going to zip tie it to row 3. This is definitely an extra step, but I like doing it knowing that that transition is there, it's in place, it's not moving anywhere. There is that transition, just the next pipe cleaner out, and there's the zip tie. Now I'm going to be going down to 9-inch loops and just attaching them to my pipe cleaner, going all the way around. I am on my last loop, and after I measured it, I'm just going to cut off the tail about 2-3 inches. I'm going to point my tail towards the inside between these rows and attach it to that pipe cleaner that we started our outside row with. 2 nice twists. And then I'm going to flip so you can see what I'm doing. Zip tie number 3, and I'm going to zip tie the tail to row 3. We're looking from the top. There's that last pipe cleaner. That's where I zip tied it, a little tail, about 1 inch distance between the zip tie and our last pipe cleaner. And I'm not worried about the tail because it is zip tied in really, really nicely. Next, I'm going to go around and poof all my little poofs. The wreath is all poofed out. Now it's time to get the ribbon done and decorate this baby. I'm going to start with mesh ribbon, and I'm going to be cutting it into 11-inch strips, and I'm going to need 36 of these 11-inch strips. I find that the best way to cut this mesh ribbon is actually just using a rotary cutter. Now I have my sweet pumpkin ribbon, and this one I'm going to be cutting into 20-inch strips, going down all the way to 20, and I'm going to need 18 strips. I have a 10-yard roll, and it's going to use up the whole thing. My ribbon is all zigzagged. Now it's time to cut the corners. Just fold in half and cut off a little triangle, making sure that you cut off the little edges, just like this. That way we have separation and dovetails at the same time. Now let's make our orchid bundles. I call these orchid bundles because you will see it will kind of look like a little orchid flower as we go around. For this type of bundle, I like to use a solid color and a printed color. If this one's printed, then this would be solid like here, or if this one's printed, I like this one solid because you want a beautiful contrast. Grabbing two of my base little pieces, I'm just going to crisscross them just like that. Now for the long ribbon, we're going to kind of make an awareness bow just like that, but the tails I'm going to go ahead and measure at 5 inches. That's going to give me the middle. Now I know my middle is about there. I'm going to put it right there. And we're going to collect it in the center. Once I collected it, I'm going to go in the back and just twist it because we want this part to be on top. And if you're working with one-sided ribbon, make sure the design is on top. And now we're ready to attach. A few twists, then twist it up. I'm going to cut about 1 inch from the connection, fold this part in half, and then I'm going to fold it back. We're still going to put something in the center, so don't worry about that. Now I have my little top, the 2 little tails, and the other ribbon, I'm kind of just putting it to the side. It's going to be so pretty. And this is where the orchid comes in, where you have the top, the tails, and then we're going to put a little centerpiece here. Let's make another one. Crisscross the 2 base ribbon pieces, then grabbing our long piece. So what you want to do is, I have one hand going this way, one hand on top, and I'm just going to twist. And you're basically just making a little awareness ribbon. Make sure your tails are even, and I like to measure them at about 5 inches. That way you know where your center is. Crisscross these, put this right on top, and you're going to just scrunch it up. Just like that, just scrunch it up. Then this part, I like to do it while it's still in my hand. You see how the back is turned? We're just going to turn it right there. And now it's done in your hand. You don't have to mess with it, and you are ready to attach. A few twists. Can you imagine the rest of the wreath when I put all of these in? It's going to be so beautiful. And then we're going to put the little centerpieces in and the sign. I'm going to go off camera and do the rest of these, going all the way around and to all the pipe cleaners. My friends, the bundles are all on and they're absolutely beautiful. The loops kind of make it seem like, is there a bow? Like, what's going on? And then you have the tails. It's such a beautiful, elegant look. Now I'm going to bring in these little guys, and I'm just going to pick them off. Grab some hot glue, put it right on top, give it a nice generous amount. And now you're going to put this in the center of all the orchids. And it's just going to give it a little bit of a fun element. As I'm putting on my little centerpieces, I had a little visitor who just ruined my little bundles over there. And now I'm going to have to fluff it all up again, but really, how cute are we? How cute are we? Simba is still on the wreath. I put all the centerpieces on, but we're going to take a look at those at the end. I'm just going to shimmy him to the side as I do my centerpiece. Remove this jute cord. I decided to connect the pumpkin in 3 spots, on top and bottom. I have got my 3 pipe cleaners and 3 little pieces of felt about 1 by 1.5 inch. So I'm going to take my pipe cleaners, fold them in half, and make a little bit of a flat part. And your pipe cleaners should look something like this. To add one right here, a little bit of hot glue. Then I put my actual pipe cleaner right on top, back and forth. And then I'm going to grab my little piece of felt, put it right on top, and there you go, a nice connection. And this pipe cleaner is going nowhere. And now we need to remove this kitten. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, Simba. Mama's gonna give you lots of kisses. Okay, I'm going to put the sign in. Decide exactly where you want the sign to go. When you feel like it's looking good, let's flip And I like to connect on these intersections. One is going between row 1 and 2, and the other one's going between row 2 and 3. And I'm going to give it one twist only, because I'm going to go back, make sure that I like where it's at, and I'm going to come back to the back again and really tighten those pipe cleaners in. If you feel like the loop should go behind, that's fine. You can definitely do that depending on your sign. The sign is pretty centered. I'm going to flip and really secure these in place. To hang the wreath, I'm going to grab that piece of jute cord that came off the sign, go to the top, and you can attach it on row 2, 3. Let's attach it to row 2 and 3. Measure how much I want. A couple knots, and that's it. This will make a good hanging loop. And just like that, the knot is on the inside. Pull this through the front of the wreath. Now I'm just doing final touches and making sure all our ribbons are out nicely. It's going to look so pretty.
For the base of this wreath, I am going to start off with this beautiful deco mesh. It has a little foil on it. It has burlap. The colors are absolutely stunning. Originally, it was $9.99, but because Hobby Lobby has all the holiday stuff right now at 50% off, I got it for $5. And this is a roll of 10-inch deco mesh by 10 yards or 30 feet. You need 10 yards of deco mesh for this method. Since we're only using one roll, our wreath base is going to cost us $5 plus $1.25 for the wreath form from the Dollar Tree. That's $6.25 total, and then we're going to decorate with different things. I'm going to decorate with ribbon that I also got at Hobby Lobby. I got this beautiful pumpkin ribbon and this shimmery orange ribbon. I'm going to be using a rotary cutter to cut my deco mesh, but you can use a heating tool, scissors, and you're also going to need 12 pipe cleaners. Not 18 this time. We're going to need 12 for the base. I'm going to be using some silver pipe cleaners because I know they're not gonna show, but I think I need to go shopping again. I need some holiday pipe cleaners. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 6 pipe cleaners, just like we usually start on row 1 and 2. We're going to put that right in the middle and face it towards the inside. I'm trying to pull just a tiny bit when I do this to make sure that it stays in place, because hot glue doesn't always hold it in place, I'll have to admit, especially the pipe cleaners that have foil on it instead of that fuzzy stuff. What we want to do on the outside row is put our pipe cleaners on row 3, and I'm going to put them on the intersection right here so they go in between, and it's going to kind of zigzag and it's going to balance out. It's going to be beautiful. If you have the tendency of using 2 rows, what you can do is you can go from one side to the other, from row 3 to row 2. And when you bring your pipe cleaner together, make sure you twist on row 3, because we do want that deco mesh pancake to be towards the outside of our wreath form. And I'm going to do the same thing right here. I'm going to go in from one side to the next side of the intersection, because we want to make sure this is going to be set in place and not go anywhere. But I am making sure that I'm tightening it up on row 3. And that's it, our wreath form is ready. Now let's get started with our deco mesh. I moved my mat over a little bit so I can add a ruler at the end, because we are going to need 30-inch strips. As far as my ruler, I'm going to take it out until I see 5.5 inches, because I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is going to be 6. Half of it on the mat, half on the ruler, plus the 24 I have here, hence 30 inches. I'm just going to even out the edge here. As I said, I'm going to be cutting my deco mesh into 30-inch strips, and we are going to need 12 of these. When I cut each of the strips, I just roll it naturally and put it to the side. This is going to prevent any unnecessary fraying. So now we're going to basically make a ruffle. I'm going to fold about 1/2 inch or to 1 inch on one side. And I usually like to use Deco mesh that you can clearly see where the center is because this is a long piece of Deco mesh. So I'm going to start collecting right there on the brown line. I'm going to fold in the back and I have my beautiful ruffle. How pretty is that? I'm going to start on the outside. Because it kind of comes high, I'm going to just push it down with my fingers and then twist. 2 nice twists. And now let's work on our ruffle. What I like to do is I like to take one of the sides and where it's folded, I'm going to overlap it and go into one of the grooves. Then I'm going to grab kitty corner from this side, this end right here, and I'm going to do the same thing. By doing this overlapping, I'm doing 2 things. Number 1, I'm making sure my pancake is continuous. And number 2, I'm making sure that the fraying is staying in check and my ends are not just, you know, wishy-washy all over. So now I'm going to grab my next one and I'm going to do the same thing, first working on the outside row. Grabbing my next Deco mesh strip, I'm going to fold it and I'm going to gather it right in the center on the brown line, folding about 1 inch in the back and bringing it together.
We're going to be putting this on our row, and that includes the ribbon.
For this particular wreath, what I do is I'll do the outside row, just like you see. Then I also do the ribbon for it, and then I put the Deco mesh on for the inside row because it's going to be overlapping. If you do all the ribbon at the end, you're just going to end up moving the Deco mesh here and there, and I don't like disturbing Deco mesh when it's in place. So I'm going to put this on the side for now, and we are going to prepare our ribbon. The 1.5 inch ribbon that I'm going to be using, I already showed you this one. And this one is wired, but I decided to add this ribbon. This burlap ribbon is 2.5 inches in width and it's 30 feet, so 10 yards. Nice. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it into 12-inch strips. I'm going to need 12 pieces of this burlap ribbon. In case you're wondering why I'm zigzagging instead of wrapping it around a 12-inch ruler or something, and that is because I like to do the dovetails along with cutting the ribbon at the same time. So let me cut that off. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to grab these together and I'm doing the dovetails and cutting the ribbon at the same time. Just like that. Fold it in half. Look at that. I love doing this. Next, I'm going to do the pumpkin ribbon. I'm going to do 12-inch strips. And we're going to need 12 of them. Same thing with this ribbon. We're just going to fold it in half at the endings. And since this one's much thinner, I'm just grabbing 2 at a time and cutting my dovetails. For this gorgeous orange ribbon, I'm going to cut it into 22-inch strips. And we're only going to need 6 of these. And just so you know, this glittery ribbon is a little bit on a softer side. You can see right here versus this one that's thick. And that's going to help us because we are going to be making sweet little bows with this ribbon. Let's review our ribbon. Our burlap 2.5-inch ribbon, 12 inches, and you're going to need 12 of these. Same thing with our 1.5 pumpkin ribbon, 12 inches, and we're going to need 12 of them. And then the orange, we're only going to need 6 of these, and we're cutting them at 22 inches. Let's take care of the ribbon that's going on the outside. I'm going to grab the burlap ribbon plus the little pumpkin ribbon. How cute are these? Then I'm going to fold to find my center, gather in the center, and now I'm going to put it on the pipe cleaner.
The silver pipe cleaner.
Let's make another one. I'm just layering both of these. Then I'm going to find my center. And then as I'm bringing it together with my thumbs, I'm pushing it up. With these fingers, I'm pushing it down. And that way you have this kind of tail going on. Let's put this on our ruffle. And after I twist it in place, I'm going to twist about 1 inch up. Cut the rest off with my wire cutters. fold this in half and fold it back. Now that my outside row is done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find my pipe cleaners and bring all 6 of them up, making sure you come up between the actual deco mesh pieces. Now I'm going to continue doing what we did on the outside row, which is fold about an inch or half an inch and start gathering our ruffle. Grabbing one of our pipe cleaners, we're going to attach on top, and then I'm going to do the same thing with the overlapping. As you can see, my silver pipe cleaners are going to be hidden behind the ruffles. All our deco mesh is on. Next, I'm going to grab the burlap and our pumpkin, and we're going to do the exact same thing we did on the outside, where we just overlap the two, fold it in half, and then we're going to bring it together. Same thing, we're going to push with our thumbs up with these fingers down, so we have this beautiful tail. And we're going to start adding these to the center, and we're going to leave the pipe cleaners in place. We're not going to cut them off yet. This is what I have so far. So we have the outside ribbon on, the inside ribbon on, but now we still need to use up our orange one. To make our bows, I'm going to be using my mat because I want my tails to be 3.5 inches. So I have my square, which is 4 inches. And what I'm going to do is at the 1, 2, 3.5 mark, that is where I'm going to place my tail. Now I'm going to make an awareness ribbon just like that, and I'm going to bring this one to the other side. So we're going to be in the middle of this square right here, and all I'm going to do is hold right here in the middle. That's just basically how I measure to make sure my tails are the same. Holding it right here in the center, we're going to find the center of our loop and bring it down, and we have a perfect bow. We're going to just gather it just like this. I'm going to place it in the center of our ribbon, and we're only doing this to the top. Now we're going to twist our pipe cleaner, cut about 1 inch off from the center of the bow, fold it in half and fold it back. We're going to cover the center of the bow, but look how perfect this sweet little bow comes out to be. And it was so easy. So same thing, we just need to measure 3.5 inches. This is how I do it. I put in my little square, then I'm going to do this awareness ribbon thing and put it on the other side of the square. So 1, 2, 3.5. Hold it in the middle because we need to measure the center. Bring it to the center and just bring the ribbon together. That's it. Look how cute this is. I'm going to continue doing this, going all the way around on the top row. To bring out the white in the pumpkin ribbon right here, I'm going to grab these vase fillers and pick 3 of the big white ones. Next, I'm just going to take the white ones and cut them in half. I actually like using a letter opener. I'm not worried about cutting myself, and it works really, really well. It cuts this like butter. And all I'm going to do is a little bit of hot glue and hot glue it to the center. This is going to cover that silver pipe cleaner I've been using, and it's going to give it a really pretty pop of white. You can definitely leave the wreath like this if that is what you want, but look how adorable it is with these sweet little bows. I absolutely love how this turned out. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a little pumpkin sign from the Dollar Tree, Thankful and Blessed, and it works really nice together because this Blessed is like this shimmery orange that kind of matches our bows and also the foil edging on our deco mesh. I grabbed 3 pieces of felt, but you can use whatever you want. And then I'm going to take this jute cord out. Next, I'm going to grab a pack of these maple leaves, and I'm going to take out the green ones. Then very carefully from the side, I'm going to lift my beautiful sunflower up, and I'm going to cover the little holes using the leaves. We're just going to kind of disguise it. There's my first one covered. Then this one I'll face down. We'll have this one covered. Because we have this green leaf, I'm not going to go too far here because I want the word thankful to really show. And then we're just bringing the sunflower back. For some reason, I really want another green leaf right here. And now I'm just going to hot glue the sunflower right back. In the back, we're going to put 3 pipe cleaners. Grabbing my pipe cleaners, doing a little 2-finger seat right here. and I'm just going to start hot gluing them on. So we're going to do hot glue, put our pipe cleaner on, more hot glue on top, and now we're going to bring in our felt little piece. One on this side and one on top. I'm just bringing the pipe cleaners in before I put it in place. And this pumpkin is perfect because the bows are going to be right outside of it and all the bows are going to show. And I'm just attaching the pipe cleaners to the first row on our wreath form. Now I'm going to look where the top of my pumpkin is. Remember the jute cord we took from the sign? We're going to use it. And I'm just going to make a few knots, cut off those plastic things, and we are ready to hang this wreath. How gorgeous is this sign? I got it at Hobby Lobby a few years ago, but they have some very similar ones right now. Next, I have this white striped Deco mesh, which is 21 inches by 10 yards. It is very, very foiled. It is very beautiful, and we are going to focus on those oranges and blacks in this wreath. Today, we are also going to be using mesh tubing. I have a black and an orange one, and this one's a little bit fuzzy. This is new to Dollar Tree. For the ribbon, I'm going to be using this ribbon with the pumpkins. I thought it would match the sign really nicely. And then to work alongside this one, I'm going to make bundles with some green and then some more bundles with some orange ribbon. This is going to be very, very pretty. Next, we're going to need some pipe cleaners, and then we're also going to need a 14-inch metal wreath form. This one is from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to apply the pipe cleaners a little different than I usually do, but we're still going to keep it super easy because I remember the day that I came into a craft store and looked at these wreath forms with all of these pipe cleaners sticking out, and it is so overwhelming. So we are going to keep it nice and simple. First thing I'm going to do is grab my pipe cleaner, and this Dollar Tree wreath form is separated into 6 sections by these little metal bars. And the good thing about it is the bars themselves stick out just a little bit. Can you tell? Right here, they stick out just a tiny bit, and we are going to use that to our advantage. Grabbing my first pipe cleaner, I'm kind of coming from the inside, and I'm going to go to the center row on one side of this bar while keeping my other side of the pipe cleaner on this side of the bar, using the end of that little bar as a little bit of a hook. This is good for those wreaths that you just want to make sure will stay in place. I'm going to continue doing this, going all the way around, and I'm just going to go to this middle row on the other side of this little hook and give it 2 tight twists in the center. Now I'm just going to face my pipe cleaners towards the inside of my wreath form. Now I'm going to take 2 pipe cleaners per section, and I'm going to attach them on rows 3 and 4, just like this, and I'm going to face them out. Here's my second one, 2 twists, and it's going to face out. I'm going to continue doing this, going all the way around. And look at this, we are all done. 2 pipe cleaners per section on the outside and a pipe cleaner on each connection on row 1 and 2. You should have 18 pipe cleaners on your wreath form. Look at this gorgeous Deco mesh. The black part is double weaved because it has the orange foil plus the black going across it. It is really, really pretty. So what I'm going to do now is collect about 1.5 inches. And since I have the stripe as my guide, I'm just going down the black stripe, making sure I gather everything. Now that my Deco mesh is gathered, let's talk about attaching it to the wreath form. I'm going to start with my inner row and I'm going to spiral out. A lot of wreath makers do start from the outside and spiral their way towards this inside row, but usually they are working with a raised wreath form. With the Dollar Tree, it's harder to do that because the inside row is down flat. So we're going to start on one of the inside pipe cleaners. We're going to go all the way around making 10-inch loops. And then we're going to come back to the pipe cleaner where we started and complete the circle. And then afterwards, we're not going to be going to this next pipe cleaner. We're going to skip this pipe cleaner, go to the next pipe cleaner, go all the way around making our circle. Let's start. I'm going to put it in and I'm going to really squeeze it down because I don't want it to be too poofy. So we got that. It is nice and secured, but I am going to be using a zip tie and I'm going to secure it just a little bit more on the second row. And I'm going to go off about 1 inch from this connection just to kind of straighten the tail out, and it's going to be nice and secure. Cut that off, and if I don't like the tail, I can always cut more of it off later. If you've ever seen wreath makers do a thing where they go from here, then skip one, go to the next one, and they consider that 10 inches going around, I agree with that, but not with the Dollar Tree wreath form. With the Dollar Tree wreath form, it just doesn't turn out like that. So I do like to make sure that I have my measurements right. I will start at where my 10 inches are right here on this light square, and then just keeping it straight and flat, I'm going to go to the other side and get my 10 inches, and I'm already poofing it as I'm working with it because my Deco mesh is being unrolled this way. As you can see, the poof is already there, and it's just easier for the Deco mesh to do what you need it to do. Look at this. I mean, you don't even almost need to poof it out. It's absolutely stunning. And then I'm just going to continue making my 10-inch loops and going all the way around. Make sure you make it flat. I am back where I started and I'm just going to put that in. Let's measure off our next 10 inches. And then on here we have 2 pipe cleaners. We're going to skip this one and go to the next one. The reason I do that is so we don't have like this poof that has this much space in between it. So we're going to go to the next one, then go all the way around, and then we're going to come back to this anyway. I went all the way around, all the way to that pipe cleaner that we skipped, and now I'm going to cut off about 2 inches. Let me show you in the back. I'm going to put the tail in between rows 3 and 4. I always count my rows from the inside out, so 1, 2, 3, and 4 is the outside. Grabbing another zip tie, I'm going to go on row 3 and just zip tie that tail in place using my little clippers. By the way, if you like this little clipper that I use on all my zip ties, my wires, I absolutely love these little guys. And I got these on Amazon. I have a link for you in the description box and also on my Amazon store. Next, I'm going to go around and make sure all my Deco mesh is fully open. So I just grab one side, and with the other, I just kind of pull till we get to the other edge, or as we call it, factory edge, and just poof it out. This is going to be such a beautiful wreath. This one's already poofed out naturally. Let's get this one. Now that my wreath is all poofed out and absolutely stunning, it is time to get started on our ribbon. All the ribbon I'm using does have wire edging. This ribbon is so lovely, but because there's so much orange, I did decide to bring some green in. Every other ribbon bundle, I'm going to have either an orange or a green ribbon. Today, I'm going to be cutting my ribbon into 11-inch strips. So I'm going to measure my 11 inches and start zigzagging it. Next, I'm going to cut the ribbon at the same time, making dovetails, grabbing each end, folding it in half, and cutting a little triangle out. You're going to need 18 pieces of ribbon. Next, I'm going to take my green and my orange ribbon, and I'm also going to cut these into 11-inch strips. The pumpkin ribbon is going to be in each bundle, so you're going to need 18 of these. As far as the orange and the green, you're only going to need 9 each. And as I said, we are doing 11 inches for each one of them. Now that my ribbon is all cut up, I'm going to bring in my mesh tubing. This mesh tubing is 15 feet, so we are going to cut 10-inch strips of both the orange and the black. Now that all my ribbon and my mesh tubing is all cut up, I'm going to start on my bundles. Grabbing one of the pumpkin ribbon, one of the orange one, then a black mesh tubing and an orange mesh tubing. Find that center, and I just found it with my thumb, and I'm going to just bring it in. Just squeeze it in the center and tie it off. The 2.5-inch ribbon, we are going to crisscross later on when we open, but let me show you what it's going to look like. So those pumpkins are going to show up. I know you saw me put those at the bottom, but they are going to show up. And then the mesh tubing is going to give it this fun look. Now it's time to hide my pipe cleaner. I'm going to just twist it about 1 inch from the connection. Using wire clippers, I'm just going to cut the excess off, fold it in half, and fold it back. On my next connection, I'm going to grab a pumpkin ribbon, a green ribbon, then a black and an orange mesh tubing, find my center, and bring everything together. Next, we have the pumpkin, and then the orange, and then the same thing. And I'm going to be doing this going all the way around. All my ribbon bundles are on, but I'm not going to open them up until I put the sign on. I'm going to take this jute cord that I just removed from the sign, and I'm going to use it as a hook to hang the wreath. I'm putting my jute cord underneath row 3 and this intersection right here. And I'm just going to tie a few knots. Just going to push it back so it's not in the way. And now my sign. Grabbing 3 pieces of felt. You can use ribbon, fabric, whatever you have on hand. 3 pipe cleaners. Those I'm going to fold in half and then make a little 2-finger seat just like this. And this is the part that I'm going to hot glue to my sign. The pipe cleaners, I'm going to put 2 on top and 1 at the bottom. Pipe cleaner on there. And our little fabric. I went a little too close to the edge, so I'm just going to cut off the fabric just like this. And the edge that's sticking out right here, I'm going to cut it off when the hot glue cools. And now I'm just going to flip and attach my sign to the center of the wreath. And I really do like to attach on those intersections because I feel like everything will stay in place because there is something holding it. And our third one, we are going to attach on this one. And our last step is to start opening up our bundles. The best part about cutting my ribbon to 11 inches is you can still see the gorgeous Deco mesh. And that is why I cut it a little bit shorter. Instead of the 12 inches, I cut it to 11. Because what is the point of having this gorgeous Deco mesh if you can't even see it, right? If you go as short as 10 inches, I usually do that when I have solid colors. Because if you have a really pretty print that you want to show off, like these sweet little pumpkins, you do want to cut your ribbon to at least 11 inches in length. I always do when starting my stir stick swag is put a little hanging hook right here. I like to use this 22 gauge wire that I get at Michael's. I cut off about 24 inches of that wire. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to divide it into 1/3. So I'm going to have 1/3 on top and 2/3 at the bottom. After giving it a few twists at the narrowest part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take both of my wires and I'm going to braid them kind of. I'm just going to twist them together. This is what's going to give my hook strength. After I twisted enough for a hook, I'm just going to loop it right here. A little bit left over on this side, and here's my hook. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a few twists. Then I'm going to take what's left over and twist it around my yardstick a few times and twist it around this neck part. I'm going to go around, and then I'm just going to go underneath a few times, and that's it. You can make your hooks any way you want. This is just how I make mine. I have my hook, it's strong, it didn't hurt my fingers at all, and if I pull it, it's going nowhere, which means my wreath is going to hang nicely. I'm going to now flip this over and start on my pipe cleaners. The first thing I want to do is put pipe cleaners in the center of my yardstick. So right there at 10.5, I know that's my halfway mark. I'm going to take one pipe cleaner and put it on one side, which means I'm going to twist it on this end. I'm going to give it 2 twists and just lay it down. I'm going to take a second one and I'm going to fold it over on this side and then give it 2 twists. The next 2 I'm going to put right underneath my hook, and same thing, we're going to twist them on the side, and then the other one's going to go on the other side. The next 2 I'm going to put at 2.5. These 5-gallon stir stick usually come with a little ruler, so at the bottom you always know where 2.5 inches is. We have our 6 pipe cleaners on. I have 2 more left over. These are going to go in between. I always like to secure my pipe cleaners in place on this type of wreath, and the first thing I'm going to do is the bottom part. I'm going to make sure that it's 2.5 inches, and I'm just going to go for it with lots of hot glue. And I'm going to put a little fabric on there, or maybe you have ribbon. I just have a piece of felt that I put on there because I want that connection between the pipe cleaners and the wood to be really nice and secure. So I always put something at the bottom one. The rest of these should stay in place because you are hot gluing to raw wood, but I just do this as a little precaution. The Deco mesh I have is 10 inches by 10 yards. As you can see, my Deco mesh is just plain Deco mesh. There's no foil in it, nothing like that. And I decided to make my Cruffles be 26 inches. My board right here is 25. So I'm just going to give it about an inch to the side and start cutting my pieces of Deco mesh. I'm going to cut 8 pieces at 26 inches each. Now it's time to make the Cruffle. You're going to need something to help you, like a little clip or a clothespin, and you are ready to start rolling one of the edges. So I'm just going to make maybe 3 rolls to kind of seal in all those edges. Clip it in the center, and then I'm going to go to the other side and make a few curls on this side. When I feel like all the edges are secured, I'm going to put my thumbs in the center, and I'm going to just bring the other side towards me. And you have your little Cruffle. You can actually turn this upside down, kind of securing those edges, but if you want a more fluffier look, you want the curls to be on top, and that's what I'm going to do here. Then bring it to one of my pipe cleaners. Make sure it's secured and all the way down, and 2 tight twists. On to the next one, a few curls on this side. Clip it, turn it around, and then roll a few times on the other side. Thumbs in the center, and bring it together. With my curls facing up, I'm attaching it to the next pipe cleaner. And that is what I'm going to do to all my pipe cleaners, including these middle ones. My orange is all on, and I know if you're looking at this, you're like, Nadia, it is so bare. You could still see the stir stick. No worries, my friends. We are going to fill that stir stick in with a little bit more Deco mesh, a little bit ribbon, and some other goodies. Next, I'm going to grab some white Deco mesh. Now, I made the mistake of grabbing the one you pull in the center, so I'm going to have to cut this one with scissors because it has a little ribbon. This is specifically to make those flowers, and all you have to do is pull on the ribbon and it kind of curls it. Using the white gorgeous deco mesh, I'm going to make little curls, and I decided to cut them into 11 inches. You can cut them anywhere from 10 to 12. I'm going to be cutting a total of 16 of these pieces at 11 inches long. Now let's make curls. I'm going to grab my white piece right here, and I'm just doing a light curl. Going to clip it just to hold it in place, and then grabbing a second one, same thing, just curl it loosely, crisscross it, and attach it to the center of the Cruffle. And I'm going to do this throughout the whole swag. Now it's time to get started on our ribbon. I'm going to be cutting my really nice ribbon. This one I got at Michael's, and I'm going to be cutting it into 11-inch strips. And I'm actually going to leave it as it is. I'm not going to cut little dovetails, and here's why. Because I'm going to be using this buffalo check from the Dollar Tree. It is really bad on the endings, and it's going to come apart if you're going to do dovetails. So what I like to do is I'm going to cut a straight line. Because I need 11 inches, I'm going to add 2 more, making it maybe 13, 12 and a half, something like that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold these edges. I've done this on few wreaths and it stays in place. You just need to make sure you twist it twice. I'm going to do the same thing to the other side. Going to put the really nice one on top, make a little bundle, and I'm ready to put it on my wreath. The pipe cleaner here, I'm just going to twist, fold over, and then just fold back behind the ribbon. Since I already did one bundle, I'm going to end up cutting the rest of these, and we just need 7 more at this point. And then I'm going to make the rest of my bundles and put them onto my swag. In case you're wondering why I'm not just folding these over and cutting, well, that's because our edges are straight and I want to make sure that my edges are beautiful. Usually with dovetails, I don't care. You can fold them over because all you're going to see from the edge is basically the corners. But when you have a straight line that's going to matter, then yeah, I'm going to take a little care and make sure that my ribbon pieces are straight and beautiful. Here is our swag so far. It is looking so lovely. I'm just going to go ahead and finish all my little bundles going all the way around the swag. Now I got my little picture. I'm going to turn it around. This seems to be really secured on there, so I'm just going to grab a pipe cleaner and put it through. A few twists, and I'm done with the top portion. With this portion, I'm just going to do a really generous amount of hot glue, then put my pipe cleaner on, and a piece of felt, a ribbon, whatever you have, more hot glue, and this goes right on top. And then we're going to attach it to our swag. Let me pull my pipe cleaners through to the back. Now that we have that in place, I'm going to bring in some fall foliage, and this is very pretty. It's like this greenish bluish one. This is from the Dollar Tree, and these are leftovers from last year. So I do have 2 with pumpkins. I'm going to put those at the top and the bottom. Then I have some leaves just like this, and I have 1 with berries. So what I decided to do is the one with berries, I'm going to put next to my little sign right here, and it's just a nice balance of the sign being crooked, little berries on the side, and then pumpkins at the top and the bottom, and then the leaves here and there. To attach these, you can either use hot glue or some pipe cleaners. I would like to use floral wire, and I'm just going to grab pieces of floral wire, and right here where the leaves and the pumpkins are, I'm going to weave it so it stays in place. So I'm going to go in and out, across this way, across that way, just to make sure it's nice and secure. And I'm going to go in between the 2 that are on top. Same thing with this one. Twist the 2 pieces together. Going to fold this in so it goes in nicely, and then attach it to my stir stick. In the back, I'm just twisting it in place, cutting off the excess, and just folding it back. With the greenery, I put an empty set of leaves on one side at the top, then the one with the pumpkin on the other side, the one with the berries next to the picture, then empty leaves, and I have one more to attach, which is the pumpkin, and I'm going to do it on the other side of these leaves. This swag is all done, and I love the fact that we brought some warm fall oranges with buffalo check and with this gorgeous bluish green right here and this little sign from the Dollar Tree. Get started on this wreath, I'm going to be using a 14-inch square metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree, 20 pipe cleaners, and 2 rolls of Deco mesh that are 10 inches by 30 feet, which is the same thing as 10 yards. You can also use 1 roll of the 21-inch Deco mesh that is by 10 yards. This wreath form has 3 rows. I'm going to be using the inner one and the middle one. Step 1 in attaching our pipe cleaners is to take care of the 4 corners. I'm going to be doing something different because I don't want to use hot glue. I believe that with weather, whether it'll be hot or cold, I just don't trust hot glue on a metal wreath form. And what we need to do is figure out how to put a connection here and here without it sliding. The next thing I'm going to do with my loose pipe cleaner is to create a little V, just like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my pipe cleaner and just wrap it around, just like that. You can go from underneath or from top, it doesn't matter. You just need to wrap it once. We're going to take both of these pipe cleaners and we're going to give it a twist. Now we have a corner that's not going to move. To take care of this other corner, I'm going to take a pipe cleaner and I'm going to put it inside my little triangle or a V, whatever you want to call it. And I'm going to give it 2 twists. So now I have pipe cleaner right here that's not going to go anywhere. And I can attach Deco mesh right here, also going nowhere. Let's do this one more time. We're just going to put it inside and just fold it in half. That's it. After folding it in half, I'm going to create a little V and just wrap my pipe cleaner around this second row. I'm going to do the same thing with this side. Just wrap it around. After both sides are on, I'm going to twist them together. Next pipe cleaner, we're going to put it inside my little triangle or the little V. Fold it in half, 2 twists, and that one's going on the inside. Now that the hardest part of this wreath is taken care of, let's have some fun. We need 4 more on the inside, and we're just going to go straight in the center. 2 right here and 2 right here. You can do one of 2 things. You can either just put the pipe cleaner right there on that first row, right in the middle, or you can use both rows. Just make sure you bring the pipe cleaner to this row and then twist it here, or maybe just do a little twist right there. That way you know that it's going to stay here. Let's do this one more time. I'm going to go on row 1 and 2, take it down, and give it a twist at the bottom. 1 twist, then take one of your pipe cleaners, wrap it around just once, just 1 and do 1, because that's going to be enough to keep you at the bottom. And then just twist. But as I said, if it's going to be easier for you, just tie it right here in the center. That's it. We have 8 pipe cleaners in the center, and as you notice, all the pipe cleaners that are in this inner row, I'm facing in. Now we're going to take care of this middle row, and this is going to be easy. We are just going to go on every intersection. We're going to go right here and just 2 twists. Our corner one is taken care of, so we're going to go to the next one, and I'm going to do this going all the way around on all of the little intersections. All my pipe cleaners are done. In this inner row, I have 8 pipe cleaners, and on this middle row right here on the outside, we have 12. So inner row, corners, sides, outer row, corners, intersections. That's it. Not bad. Now it's time to start putting our wreath together, and this is the best part. This is when it just comes alive. I'm going to unroll. As you saw, I unrolled it kind of towards the table. Then I'm going to take the second roll and put it on top, and we're going to bring it together. As far as attaching my deco mesh to my wreath form, we are going to go in the spiral like we usually do for a poof method. I'm going to start in the middle just because I think it's going to be easier when we're transitioning from this inner row to the outer row. And so we are going to do 10-inch loops and just go around from here to here to here, go all the way around on the first row and come back to where we started. And then we're just going to come to this next one and continue going with our 10-inch loops going all the way around. First things first, let's attach 2 twists nice and tight. And then of course we are going to need a zip tie to zip tie it in place. I attached it about 1 inch from my pipe cleaner. Let's take care of the tail. And by the way, these little clippers are always in my Amazon store and in the description box below. I love these little guys. Just so easy and light and just easy to work with. I like that. Now with the tip sticking up, I'm going to move it towards the center. I know that it's out of the way on top, at the bottom, and it's nice and secure. Now let's start making our loops. I'm going to put my wreath form where my pipe cleaner is. 10 inches, attach it to the pipe cleaner, 2 twists. At this point, I just point my pipe cleaners up. We're going to take care of them later. 10 inches, next pipe cleaner. I'm attaching my last loop in the first row, and I'm going right where we started, right on top of that first one. Here is my last loop, and that's going right on top of where we started our second row. I cut off a tail leaving about 2 inches, and now I'm going to go with this underneath in the back. Use a pipe cleaner to make sure we get to seal this part and make sure that it's out of the way, just like this. And the nub, I'm going to turn towards the inside. Now it's time to start poofing our wreath out. We use 2 layers of 10-inch. So now it's time to just take the second layer that's on the bottom, push it down and out. Now it's time to decorate. I chose this Grateful and Blessed sign from the Dollar Tree, and you can either do something like this. You can put whatever sign you have right here and a big bow. For this wreath today, I decided to keep it square as is and put the sign in the center. Because my sign is taking up so much room at the top and the bottom, we are now going to be putting anything on the pipe cleaners in the center on the inner row. So I'm just going to twist this pipe cleaner, cut off about 1 inch from the actual connection, then bend it in half and backwards. I'm going to do the same thing to the center one on the other side. And now we are left with 18 pipe cleaners to fill with ribbon. The ribbon that I chose are going to be this beautiful leaf one and this plaid one from the fall collection from the Dollar Tree. We are going to need 18 of each, and we're going to be cutting our ribbon into 11-inch strips. I'm going to zigzag it. And now I'm just going to take a few of these endings, fold them in half, and dovetail them from inside going out. The 2.5-inch ribbon is usually 3 yards at the Dollar Tree, so 2 rolls are going to be enough because out of 1 roll I got 10 strips. Now that I have all my ribbon cut up, all I'm going to do is just layer one on top of the other. Find my center, bring it together, and attach it to a pipe cleaner. And I'm going to attach it to all of the 18 remaining pipe cleaners. And then when I attached it, I'm going to grab my pipe cleaners and just twist them up a little bit, about 1 inch from the actual connection. Clip it, fold it in half and back. all my ribbon is on, what I'm going to do is just take the ones in the center and push them out. And I'm going to prepare my centerpiece before I start opening these up. The first thing I'm going to do is remove the jute cord. And I decided to connect my pipe cleaners in 4 corners just so the jar is more stable. I'm going to take all 4, fold them in half, but I'm going to make a little, see, just like this. I grabbed my 2 fingers and pulled, and then with my thumb I just made it flat. Hot glue, more hot glue. And now you can take a piece of ribbon, fabric. I'm using some scrap felt pieces, and I'm going to put them straight over where I put my hot glue. And then on each side, I'm going to add a little bit more hot glue. Now I'm just going to take my centerpiece, put the pipe cleaners on the inside, flip it upside down, and that is why I didn't do the ribbon, because I knew that this part is going to just kind of mess that up anyway. 2 twists until I know that it's in place and how I like it. Now the other side. Okay, I think it's sitting where I want it to be. I usually like to use the jute cord I take from the signs, but this time that's not going to work because I need a much longer one. So I'm going to grab another piece of jute cord and I'm going to connect it intersection on intersection. If you don't do that and just do a loop somewhere in the middle, it's just going to slide and then your wreath is going to slide. So let's just connect right there on one side and then attach it on the other intersection. And now we just need to make sure we tighten the little pipe cleaners from our sign. The 2 holes on the jar I'm going to cover with some ribbon. There's no wording on there, so it's going to be easy to cover that. Now it's time to do my favorite part, which is open up the ribbon. As I'm opening up my ribbon bundles, I like to make sure that my ribbon is smooth and it curls towards the wreath. So I just do that with my fingers, put them together and just curl them towards the wreath. This wreath, I'm starting with 16 pipe cleaners, 21-inch Deco mesh, and a square metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree. This one is 14 inches in width. For this poof side method, we are going to be using row 1 and 2, or the inside row and this middle row, and we are going to have beautiful poofs on the side. Let's start with the inner row. And on our inner row, we are going to be doing a pipe cleaner in the middle. So I'm going to be using 2 of these rows to tie a pipe cleaner to the bottom of the first row. Now that we have 4 in the middle, we're also going to tie on the corners, but only on the first row. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie it, just 1 twist in the corner. Then I'm going to go around the other side and twist again. That's just so it doesn't ride back and forth. I'm going to do a twist on one of the sides, just 1 twist. And then take one of your pipe cleaners and go around the other side and then twist again. This is just to lock in that corner so our pipe cleaner doesn't move. If you don't want to do this double loop thing, that's fine. You can just do 1 just because this inner row is going to be pretty full. Now let's put pipe cleaners on the outside. This is going to be the easy part. We are just going to put pipe cleaners on the intersections. That's it. I think this method is fairly easy because on the outside, we're just using the intersections. And on the inside, we're using corners and middle of each side. And that's it. This wreath form is all done. As you see, all the pipe cleaners on this inside row are facing in. All the ones in the middle row are facing out. There's 8 on the outside, 8 on the inside. As far as putting our Deco mesh on, we're going to do things just a tiny bit different. So I'm going to start with the center one. I'm going to do 10-inch loops on the inside going all the way around until I overlap. So we're going to have a full circle of 10-inch loops. Then I'm going to go to this next one, but I'm not going to make a loop. I'm going to go flat Then I'm going to go around making 12-inch loops all the way around until I come back to this pipe cleaner. And this is where I'm going to cut off the excess deco mesh and zip tie that tail to this middle row. Here we go, my deco mesh is being rolled towards the table. And I'm going to go in about 1.5 to 2 inches and gather it. We are starting in the middle on this first row right here. I zip tied my tail on this middle row, and I'm going to go down with my deco mesh because that's where our pipe cleaner is on the first row, and give it 2 nice twists. And then we're going to start measuring off our 10 inches. Our 10 inches is this light color square right here. 2 twists. And I'm going to keep on going and make 10-inch loops all the way around on that inner row. I am on my last loop on the inner row, and now I'm going to go right here at the center. We're going to keep it flat, and we're going to go on this corner. No loops right here. We're just going to transfer it. I'm going to just give it a nice twist or 2, because if you do a loop here, it's going to get confusing as far as the overall look. Because it's a square wreath form, you just want to make sure you have even loops on the inside and even loops on the outside. And now I'm going to make a 12-inch loop, and 12-inch loop is this dark blue square for me. And we're going to go around to this next intersection, and look how beautiful our poof is right here. I just made my last loop. I'm going to cut off about 2-3 inches. In the back, I'm going to push the tail towards row 2, towards the middle row. And right here, I'm going to grab another zip tie and zip tie it in place. And now it's time to decorate. Next, I'm going to go around the whole wreath and just poof everything out. Just make it nice, beautiful, and soft. Now we're ready to decorate. I wanted to show you the sign that we're going to use. And instead of using it in a square way, kind of like our wreath, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my wreath in a diamond shape and then put my sign right here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the pipe cleaners that are going to be useless to me, because the sign is going to be covering them. And so those are going to be the center ones. Basically, you just look behind the corner and they're going to be the center ones on the first row only. So I'm just going to do a few twists about 1 inch from the actual connection. I'm going to cut that off, fold it in half, and fold it back. It might be easier to see from the back. If our sign is like this, these are the ones that are kind of useless to us. Oh, I did that one. So I'm going to do this one. Since we had 16 pipe cleaners to start, we got rid of 4 of them. That means we only need 12 to make our bundles. So I'm going to be cutting my ribbon into 12-inch strips, and I do the zigzag thing because when I cut it, I do the dovetails at the same time as cutting my ribbon. So I'm just going to zigzag this white ribbon, and I'm going to show you this real quick. I got this one at Costco, and I picked up a few rolls because the white is so universal. It goes with absolutely everything, every holiday. It's a nice way to brighten up your wreath, whether it's Valentine's, spring, summer, or Christmas. My white ribbon is all zigzagged and ready to be cut. All the ribbon that I'm using today is 1.5 inch in width. Same thing with these two. We're going to zigzag them at 12 inches, and we need 12 pieces of each. All my ribbon is zigzagged, and now I'm just going to start folding it in half and cutting it from the center going out. As I was about to start making my bundles, I found this mesh tubing in my stash. I decided to cut my mesh tubing into 11-inch strips and see how many I can get out of it. I'm super excited because I managed to get 12 pieces of the mesh tubing. So now it's time to start making our bundles.
I'm just going to put the ribbon one on top of each other. And of course, to make my 12 bundles, I have all my ribbon cut into 12-inch strips, and there's 12 of each ribbon, and of course of the mesh tubing. Find my center, grab one piece of mesh tubing, put it right in the middle, bring it together, and attach it to one of our pipe cleaners. When I do that, I'm going to just twist, twist, twist about an inch from the center. I'm going to give it a little snip, fold in half, and fold back. And I'm going to do this going all the way around. Now for our fall sign, I'm going to take the jute cord out. And because this is such a big sign, I decided to do 4 pipe cleaners in the back. As usual, fold in half, make a little 1-inch seat. Then we're going to grab some scrap, either felt or fabric or ribbon, whatever you have on hand. And we're going to use it to lock our pipe cleaners in place. Felt on top, and then I put a little bit on each side. And my felt pieces are about 1.5 by 1 inch. Now I'm ready to attach my sign to my wreath. Tying my pipe cleaners to the ones that don't have any of our ribbon to the center ones. I'm just going to go from one side to the other side. Twist, twist, twist. Now that our sign is on, now it's time for my favorite part, and that's to start playing with all that ribbon. And of course, the little holes right here, we are going to cover with one of our ribbon pieces. To hang our wreath, I'm going to use this jute cord I got from the sign, and I'm just going to tie a knot right here on this intersection, and then another one on this one. And that's it. We have a way to hang our wreath. Mr. Simba is in a playful mood while I'm trying to start this video. So I have a feeling we are going to have some fun today. All right, let's go over the supplies. First, the Deco mesh. I'm going to be using some 10-inch Deco mesh. I'm going to be using this beautiful one to do Cruffles with. And I have another roll because this is not a full roll. And then I'm going to be using this beautiful brown one to do little curls. I usually don't use Deco mesh with foiling in it like this one has to do the curls. So I'm going to make curls a little longer this time. All right, excuse me, Simba. For the pigs that I'm going to be using, I have 4 pigs, and they're so pretty. They have some leaves, pumpkin berries, a pine cone, and some branch-looking things on here. For ribbon, I'm going to be using this beautiful burlap ribbon. It's 2 inches in width, and of course, it is wired. And then I'm going to be using yellow, but my yellow is going to be not a fall yellow, but a summer yellow. Because of these berries, it's going to look really pretty, and with all of this dark going on, the yellow is going to stand out really, really nicely. For the center of our swag or a centerpiece, I'm going to be using this little wooden ornament. As you see, it has a hole, but it has a little defect, which is fine. I buy these in packs from Amazon, and I have the link in my Amazon store, which you can always find in the description box. If you're going to use this as a wreath, you need something in the center, maybe a pumpkin, something like this, or a sign, something on a medium size, not too big. I am going to be using this swag as a centerpiece, so I got a candle for the base of the wreath. We are going to be using a 5-gallon stir stick. The best thing about this is how economical this is. You can either buy them in a set of 3, and they're fairly cheap, or sometimes you can get these for free. You will also need at least 10 pipe cleaners. Then I'm going to be using a jute cord and a piece of felt as my hanging loop. To get started, you need to decide which side is up, the one with the ruler or the miscellaneous one. I like to use the ruler because I use it as my guiding tool. to make the hanging loop, my jute cord is about 21 inches. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to eye about 1/3. And then I'm going to take about 2 inches, 2 to 3, and just make a little loop, just like that. These two sides we're going to wrap around the narrowest part of our stir stick. Putting the loop part on the back, because this is my front, I'm going to just wrap it around and tie it in the front. At this point, you can just cut it off or use the excess to wrap it around a few more times, make another knot, and cut that off. For extra security, we're going to grab some hot glue, and this is regular hot glue, it's just colored, you guys. My piece of felt, and I'm going to put that right over. And now you have a nice hanging loop. Next, I'm going to give a base for my candle. My candle is not that thick, so this little wooden ornament is going to be perfect. The ruler is 21 inches, so my center is going to be at 10.5. I'm adding hot glue straight onto my ornament and attaching it in the center. The hot glue that popped out on the sides, I'm going to just spread it out in the back. As you can see, our candle stand is on really tightly and nicely. And now we're ready to attach our pipe cleaners. But before we do that, if you are using this as a wreath swag, you're going to save 2 pipe cleaners, because in the center here, you're just going to need 2. We are going to be using 4. That means you go down to 8 cruffles and 16 curls. We're going to work from inside out. Going to grab a pipe cleaner. We are doing double here. Attach one on one side. Grab another one. Point it to the other side. This is what I mean by a double. It has 2 pipe cleaners, one on one side and the other one on the other. Now I'm going to do the same thing on this side. On our actual ruler, I'm at about 12.5 on this one and 8.5 on this one. You don't have to measure, you can just eye this. Then we're going to do our second double. What we're going to do here is double, single, double. So let's do our singles. I'm doing this one at about 5 inches. I'm going to twist it in the middle and point it up. For this side, I'm going at about 16 inches. Just eye 1 more inch to the ruler and face it up. So we have doubles, singles, and then we're going to have doubles on both sides. Here you can go about 1.5 inches to 2 inches. And as you can see, these are fairly evenly spread out. There's one on this side, 2 twists. I would reinforce the bottom one if you're using this as a swag. If you're using this as a centerpiece, just hot glue it in place, and I just put some hot glue right there in between the pipe cleaners. Here I'm just going to add a dot right there, and I'm going to do this to all of them. Let's cut our cruffles, and I'm going to need 10 pieces at 20 inches. Roll it naturally and put it to the side. Now to make our curls, look how beautiful the foiling is on this Deco mesh, but because of that, I'm going to be making strips that are about 12 to 14 inches. Because of the bright yellow ribbon that we're going to be using, I decided to do 2 of these curls per bundle, so we're going to need 20 of these. And now it's time to bring it to life. We're going to make Cruffles. The original name for the Cruffle is actually Woodland Ruffle. All right, so let's make Cruffles. I'm going to make about 2-3 little curls. This is what's going to keep my Cruffle from fraying. And then I'm going to go to the other side. Let's put this to the side. And we're going to make 1, 2, 3 curls. And then we're just bringing it together. How beautiful. And we're going to do this and attach it to all the pipe cleaners. Tight twist. By the way, I got these clips at the Dollar Tree, but you can use a clothespin, whatever you have on hand. We have 1, 2, 3 curls. We're going to clip that. 1, 2, 3 curls and bring it together. This is the reason the single ones are so important in between our doubles, is it covers this little area right here. Do you see what I mean? Don't forget, we're still going to have our curls and our ribbon, so it's going to cover even more, but that's why it's so important. All our cruffles are on, and look how big and beautiful this wreath is. And now we're going to take a step up and add the curls. I'm going to be doing 2 curls per pipe cleaner. So curl 1, and I keep my curls about 1 inch in diameter. Curl 2, put it right on top. The next 2 curls, I don't know if it's a habit of mine, but I always crisscross these and then add them to my cruffle. All right, my friends, I'm going to go ahead and continue adding 2 curls per each pipe cleaner. Now let's cut our ribbon. My 2-inch burlap ribbon, I'm going to be cutting into 11-inch strips. I always do this zigzag thing where I zigzag until I get the amount of pieces that I need. And then I'm going to take the endings, fold them in half, cut a little triangle out, making sure to cut the edges, and we have our little dovetails. I have 10 pieces. Now I'm going to grab my yellow one. This one is 1.5 inches, of course wired, and this one we're going to need 20 pieces. Same thing, we're going to do 11 inches, and I'm going to zigzag until I get 20. I got my 20 pieces. Now I'm going to do the same thing, fold the edges over and cut a little corner. Now we're going to take 2 yellow, 1 burlap. The yellow ones, I'm just going to crisscross burlap right in the center, and I'm going to bring it together. Just like this. Add to my pipe cleaner, and at this point your pipe cleaner is going to be like on the shorter end, twisted and folded towards the back. I'm going to go around and do this to all my little pipe cleaners. So simple, so easy, and it's going to brighten up this swag, give it a little bit more dimension. The ribbon is all on, and now we're going to bring in the picks. To attach our fall picks to our swag, I'm going to be using some floral wire. I just cut it into 20-inch little pieces, and then I'm going to take my little floral wire and just wrap it around back and forth at the base of our little pick so that we can attach it. You can go a little higher, a little lower, back and forth until you feel like you have a secure connection. With our picks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have 2 on each side, one a little higher, one a little lower. This first one is going to go between the first double and our single. I'm just going to wiggle it in, send the floral wire to the back, twist it in place, and then hide the wire, just like that. Let's attach this next one. After you feel like it's nice and secure, that one is going to go between the single and the doubles. If you have a place for a candle like I have here, you either want to cut this or you want to move this to the side like this to make sure that we have room for the candle. Do you see what I mean? It went around our little candle base, and then I'm going to attach it to the back. I'm going to do the same thing to this side. Look how gorgeous this swag is. We have beautiful warm brown shades, oranges, and then we have burlap shades, just everything good about fall. Now we're bringing in the yellow. That's going to be our pop of color, and we're going to work on our ribbon bundles, opening them up, making everything pretty. In the center, you could add anything from a pumpkin, a gourd, anything you want, even a little sign right there. How pretty. I'm actually going to add the candle that I showed you. I'm going to leave it like this, but you can definitely put more candles if you want. I think it turned out absolutely stunning.
Here are the supplies we're going to need for a pancake wreath. Starting with some 10-inch deco mesh. The roll I have here is 10 inches by 10 yards. You're going to need some ribbon. I recommend getting something bigger and smaller, as in 2.5-inch ribbon and 1.5-inch ribbon, so you can overlay them beautifully. All the ribbon that I'm going to be using for this wreath is wired ribbon. For decor, I'm going to be using some sunflowers. Then you're going to need some pipe cleaners. The wooden wreath form that I'm going to be using has 8 holes in it, and it's 12 inches or 30.4 centimeters. I'm going to start by preparing my wreath base, and since we're not using our 14-inch metal wreath form, we're going to be doing this a little differently. I'm going to go into each of the holes, and what I'm going to do is, well, first find my center, and then I'm going to twist either on the inside or the outside every other. So if this one's going in, this next one is going out, and I'm going to twist it on the very outside. You want that space for one to be going on the inside, the other one going on the outside. I'm done attaching my pipe cleaners. I have 4 pipe cleaners facing in and 4 pipe cleaners facing out. For a 14-inch metal wreath form, I usually cut my deco mesh into 30-inch strips, but because instead of 12 pieces, we're only going to need 8, we can make these bigger. My cutting mat is 24 inches, so I'm going to add 10.5 because we have this little half right here. So that's going to make it 35-inch strips. And since I know I have a lot to spare, I'm going to be very generous, and that way it's going to make for a fuller wreath. Now I'm just going to roll it and set it to the side. So you are going to need 8 pieces of deco mesh strips, 30 inches or longer to your liking. For the ribbon, I'm going to be making 7 ribbon bundles and 1 bow. So I'm going to need 7 of the 2.5-inch ribbon and 7 pieces of the 1.5-inch ribbon. And I'm going to be cutting these into 12-inch strips. I'm going to measure my 12 inches and start zigzagging until I get 7 pieces. Now that I have my 7 strips, I'm going to cut dovetails, fold the sides in half, and cut out a little triangle, making sure that the ends are cut also. And we have our dovetails along with cutting our ribbon. Grabbing my green ribbon, and this is like a darker green. It's such a beautiful fall green. I'm going to be doing the same thing, and of course 12 inches in length. Dovetails on the green ribbon also. While Simba is getting acquainted with the pipe cleaners, let's talk about how we're going to attach the deco mesh to our wreath form. We're going to attach the deco mesh, then our ribbon bundles, and then we're going to work on our inside row, attach our deco mesh, our ribbon bundles, and make 1 bow. If you have a deco mesh that has a clear center, it's easy to make a ruffle. If you do not, use a cutting mat or a measuring mat, and we're going to unroll so that my ending is rolling onto the table. As you can see, the curl right here. And I'm going to make about an inch, 1.5 inch little fold at the end. This is just to prevent fraying a little bit. I got my 10-inch square, which is this lighter one right here. I have the center 4 squares, and I'm just going to start gathering. When I come to the end, I'm going to do the same thing, about an inch, possibly 1.5 inches, fold it and just bring it together. And we have our first beautiful ruffle. Let's attach our ruffle, and I'm going to make 2 really beautiful twists. Now we're going to take the endings and I'm going to overlap them. And the reason I do that is to give it that extra sense of security when it comes to fraying, because besides us folding it, now it's going to be in a little wave, so it's going to get tucked in even more. Let's make the next ruffle, fold at the end, and start gathering.
2 tight twists. Then we're going to take the endings and overlap them. I'm done attaching all the deco mesh and ribbon to the outside. Now we're going to work on the inside row. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my pipe cleaners and point them up. And then we can start making our ruffles once again. And we're going to do it the same way we did it for the outside row. Little inch, and we're gathering. After we attach it, we're going to see that a lot of this space that was kind of bare or sparse is going to get covered. Of course, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take both endings and overlap on both sides. When I'm done with that, I'm just going to move my deco mesh around how I want, and then I'm going to attach the rest of the deco mesh. Now it's time to finish up with my bundles. I'm going to attach just like I attached the other ones. Find my center, make a little V, and attach. In this fourth one, we're going to make the bow, but before we do, we're going to grab our sunflowers, and I'm just simply going to take them off the stems. The sunflowers are going to go in the middle of our little bundles. I'm not going to be cutting this part right here. That's just going to sit down in our little center. So lots of hot glue. And right in the center. I'm going to attach 7 of these to the 7 ribbon bundles. With the attachment of the flowers, I feel like our wreath is starting to stand out a little bit. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. Now it's time to make our bow and attach it to our 8th pipe cleaner. This section right here is kind of on the empty side, so I'm going to work in the tail for the bow right in. Measure first, and I'm going to make a simple bow, and what we're going to do is simple bow with some overlapping. Give it a little slack. You can always cut it shorter. When you feel like your bow is where it's supposed to be, grab a clamp and clamp it, because I want to do a few more layers. Now let's cut the tail. I'm going to bring in our green bow. To make sure your sides are balanced, what you want to do is hold where you crisscrossed it. This part right here, just stretch it out. This is your center. Bring it in to the back, just like this. And then we're going to attach it with our clamp. Mustard yellow color, so pretty. Going to make sure the tail is the same size, but I'm going to make the bow itself just a little bit smaller so it stands out. In the center, I'm just going to wiggle it together, and I'm going to use the pipe cleaner we already have. Let's do a few twists and twist it back. When you feel like it's secured in place, that's when you start poofing out your loops. It is obvious that these are just a little bit too long, so I'm going to cut a little shorter. Same thing on this side. And then I'm going to make dovetails. For my bow loops, I'm going to take my biggest ones, the 2.5 inch, I'm going to put it on top. You could still see the design really nicely at the bottom. Then my next green ones, I'm going to put in between. So it's going to just give it that little balance. And I think it's super, super cute. For the tails, you can either leave them like this or make little banner tails. I can't help it. I feel like I really want to do a banner tail. So let's do it together. I'm going to actually layer these together because I want everything to get balanced out. Everything's cut to the same length. 1/3 from the bottom. And I'm going to take the whole thing and fold in and pinch on all the places where there's wire. Then I'm going to hold it and just twist it back. Just like this. And that's what's going to make our little banner tail. And I'm going to leave it as it is. Now I'm going to do the same thing on this side. I just feel like it just gives life to the tails. I think it's really pretty when you do banner tails. For the center, we're going to keep it simple. I just felt like there's a lot of sunflowers everywhere, including the ribbon. So I'm going to grab one of these. You could get these in a little floral bundle at the Dollar Tree. Remove it from the stem. And I'm just going to hot glue it right in the middle of that bow. That bow is deep, so that's why I went for something that was a circle or a sphere, and it kind of stands out. I think it looks so super cute. To hang this wreath, I'm just going to use a jute cord and wrap it around our actual wreath form and just give it a few knots in the back, just like that. And as always, I'm going to send the knot
towards the inside of the wreath. I don't think this is a messy type of wreath, so I'm not going to be covering the back, and I'm ready to display. And of course, don't forget to go around and straighten out your ribbon so that all the tips are pointing out. Everything is beautifully laid out. What a gorgeous wreath, and it was so much fun to make one roll of deco mesh. It's not very big and it's not very small. It's a beautiful medium size, and I absolutely love the way it turned out. For today's wreath, this sign from the Dollar Tree is my inspiration. We're going to be using some grays and some oranges and some neutrals to bring our wreath together. The deco mesh I'm going to be using has all the colors that we need, and I got this one at Joann's. It is 10 inches by 18 feet. We are going to be overlapping 2 rolls together for a nice full look. The ribbon I'm going to be using is a wired ribbon from Hobby Lobby. I got it for $1.19 on clearance. And as you can see, it does have the grays, the neutrals, and of course the orange. Along with this ribbon, I'm going to be using this ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and it is this gorgeous dark orange that is going to match the pumpkin really, really nicely. And of course, we need some burlap ribbon to tie everything together. The wreath form I'm using is the 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to start with 18 pipe cleaners. There are 6 sections in this wreath form, and in each section we're going to put 3 pipe cleaners. The first pipe cleaner is going to go on row 1 and 2, and after 2 twists I'm going to face it in. The second and third pipe cleaner I put on row 3 and 4, and I'm going to face these out. I'm going to continue doing this, going all around the wreath. My wreath form is all done. On the inside first 2 rows, I have 6 pipe cleaners, and then of course on the outside I have 12. My deco mesh is ready to go, and as I mentioned, it was 18 feet. Now 18 feet 2 yards is 6 yards. We only need 5 for this method, so we are good to go as far as our deco mesh. When unrolling my deco mesh, I always like to make sure that it rolls towards my table, so that is what I'm going to do. And all I'm doing with the second roll is I'm going to overlap it. Now I'm just going to go in about 1.5 inches and bring that tail together. Before I attach it to the wreath form, let me just explain how I'm going to put it on. So we are going to be doing 10-inch loops, and if we start right here, we are going to do 10 inches going all the way around. And I call this the spiral method sometimes because after we go all the way around, we are going to jump to the next pipe cleaner in the next section, not in the same section, but in the next one, and then we're going to continue making our 10-inch loops going all the way around, kind of going in a spiral. So if we start right here, I'm going to twist my deco mesh right in here. After making 2 tight twists, I'm going to grab a zip tie, and going about 1 inch from this spot, I'm going to zip tie the tail in place just to make sure it's secured. I'm just cutting off all that excess so we have a smooth look. As you can see, the loop is already bubbling in the way it's supposed to. So all I'm going to do is measure off my 10 inches. And on my board, my 10 inches is this light blue square right here. I like to do it straight on the table. It's so easy. I just put where it starts right here, grab my loop, and go to the next section. 2 tight twists, and then I'm measuring off 10 inches once again. I went all the way around, and now I got my next loop. I'm going to go in the next section and go on the pipe cleaner right here. And then I'm just going to do 10 inches going all the way around. I went all the way around and I'm ready to cut off my tail. Cutting off about 2 inches. To attach the tail, I'm using a zip tie and I'm going on this intersection on row 3. Clipping it off, and that is it. Our little tail is in place. The next thing you're going to want to do is open up all your loops. Because we just double layer them, we're going to separate them. And if you are using a 21-inch deco mesh for that, same thing. You're going to go around and just kind of spread open all those loops so we have a nice fluffy wreath. I'm absolutely loving this elegant combo of colors, and loops are all open. We are ready to start on the ribbon. Both of the ribbon that I'm going to be using are 2.5 inches and they are both wired, except for the burlap ribbon. This one is also 2.5 inches. It's not wired, but we're going to make it just a tiny bit shorter. So these two I'm going to be cutting into 12-inch strips, and we're going to need 18 of each one of these. The burlap ribbon I'm going to be cutting into 10-inch strips because it doesn't have wire edging, and we're also going to need 18. Instead of wrapping this ribbon around, I like to zigzag it. So after I'm done zigzagging, I'm just going to take the endings, fold them in half, and make little dovetails. And then I basically, at the same time as making my dovetails, I'm cutting the edges, so saving time. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this ribbon. Measure my 12 inches, zigzag up, and then as I'm cutting my ribbon, I'm making dovetails at the same time. As for the burlap ribbon, I'm going to cut it into 10-inch strips. When it comes to the endings of the burlap ribbon, I'm not going to be making dovetails because it's just going to shred. And don't forget that this is going to be a little shorter than our other ribbon, so it's not going to be sticking out as much and not going to be noticeable. Now I'm ready to make the little ribbon bundles. I'm going to grab my orange, the pretty one, and then the burlap on top. Bring it together in the center and just start attaching it to all my pipe cleaners. When it comes to the pipe cleaners, you can do one of two things. You can just twist it a few times and then cut it off, or twist it and then send it back and then just twist it there. But I like just doing this. Do a few twists about 1 inch from the actual connection, cut it off, and then just fold it in half and then back. Unless you need to thread something through, at this point you can do this. And then I'm just going to go ahead and continue making my little bundles and attaching my bundles to all the pipe cleaners. All my bundles are on, and all I'm doing right now is just going around and curling them back, trying to set them in place. Next, you can put on the centerpiece, or you can decorate the little bundles. I decided I wanted to put something in the bundles, so here are my choices. Number one, I can grab these decorative pumpkins from the Dollar Tree because A, they will match the sign because there's a little pumpkin in there, and B, the ivory color of the pumpkins will match my ribbon, and just I thought it would be super cute. Another option could be pine cones. If you live somewhere where you can find these, this would be a great economical option, and just put these in the centers, but I thought it was just a little too dark, so I am going to go ahead with the pumpkins and just start hot gluing them to the center of my bundles. Little hot glue and just straight onto a bundle, and I'm going to do this going all the way around. On the inside, I used 2 on top, 2 at the bottom, because my picture is going to go right here and it's just going to cover it. There's no point in putting any there. So right now, let's take care of our little centerpiece. I'm going to grab 3 pipe cleaners. First pipe cleaner, I'm just going to put on the little hanging piece right here. Give it 2 twists. And just to make sure that it's secure, I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue where it's attached to the actual picture. And then I'm going to grab 2 pipe cleaners
and put them on the side. I'm going to grab some leftover ribbon and put that over our pipe cleaner. And I do put a little bit more hot glue if I cut a longer piece. I'm just putting my centerpiece on, feeding the pipe cleaners through. As usual, I like to attach right here on these crossbars. And now I'm just straightening out the ribbon, pulling some ribbon out from underneath my sign if I wanted to do that. Or maybe I want to hide a little bit. And then just continue doing this, going all the way around until everything is the way I wanted it to be. Let's go over the supplies we're going to use. Everything you see here is from the Dollar Tree, except for, of course, my 5-gallon stir stick and my pipe cleaners, but Dollar Tree also has pipe cleaners, so that really doesn't matter. Starting off with the Deco mesh, I'm actually going to be using Dollar Tree Deco mesh today. Next, you're going to need some pipe cleaners. Then for the ribbon, I'm going to be using this plaid ribbon, and this is just some orange ribbon that I'm going to replace this bow with because I kind of don't like it. Then I'm going to be using one of my favorites, the mesh ribbon, to decorate our swag wreath. I'm going to be using 1 bushel, some berries throughout. Very nice. For the center of the swag wreath, I'm going to be using this beautiful sign, and it's 8 inches by 13.5 in height. Then, of course, a 5-gallon stir stick, a little bit of jute cord, and some scrap felt pieces. Before we get started on the swag itself, if you're going to use this as a centerpiece, skip this part. But if you're going to hang it, here's how I'm going to do it today. I'm actually going to use a jute cord. Usually I use a floral wire and I make a loop. Some people drill a hole. Not everyone has access to power tools, so I like to give options that are just a little different. Grabbing a piece of jute cord, it's about 25 inches in length. You're not going to need the whole thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little loop, and I'm going to have a short tail that's about 6 inches and a longer tail. And now I'm going to make my loop and just make it really tight. This is not going to go anywhere. I'm going to start in the back because that's where my loop is going to be. I like to use the front where the measurements are when I'm attaching my pipe cleaners. While holding my finger, I'm going to make a knot. It's nice and tight, so I'm just going to twist it around one more time, make another knot. For extra measure, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hot glue it. A little bit of hot glue right on the jute cord, a piece of scrap felt. I really like the way this hook turned out. Very simple, jute cord, make a knot, wrap it around, hot glue it in the front or the top, and that's it. Let's attach the pipe cleaners. What we're going to do is we're going to have 3 sets of 2 and then 2 singles. So we're going to do double, double, and double. So 3 doubles and 2 singles in between those. When using one of these stir sticks, they usually have a little ruler that goes up to 15, and the actual length is 21 inches. The center is at 10.5 inches. So that is where we're going to start. So first, I'm going to find my center, and I'm going to tie my pipe cleaner to one of the sides. The second pipe cleaner, I'm going to find my center, going the other way, and then we're going to twist. Just like that, one going one way, the other going the other way, and I twist it on the sides. The next double set is going to be 2.5 inches from the bottom to the side, and tie it at the side. The other one. The double on the top is going to be right below the narrowest area right here, right where you have your hanging loop, or you could just measure 2.5 inches. But I'm going to do the exact same thing, and I'm going to do 2 twists.
And then all that's left is 2 singles right in the center of these. The one from the bottom is going to be at 6.5 inches. And this one we're going to tie in the center, just like this, in the center of our ruler. And I'm going to point it up. The pipe cleaner on top is going to be at 14.5 inches. And at the center to twist, and we're going to point it up. You could leave it like this. You could give it a little bit of hot glue. That is up to you. I sometimes do it right where I twisted it, right in the middle of these guys. A little bit of hot glue right here. When it comes to this bottom double, it doesn't matter if you hot glue any of these. This one needs to be hot glued just because this part of the ruler is straight. And I've never had this happen to me because I did take precautions, but it could potentially slide. When that happens, it's going to just mess up your whole swag. So here is what I'm going to do. I don't mess around. We're going to give it lots of hot glue going straight across our pipe cleaners. And yup, I am going to grab a little bit of scrap felt and I'm going to put it right over. For the Deco mesh, I'm going to layer 3 of these rolls and I'm going to do orange, then the multicolor, and then the orange. So the first thing you want to do is pick the worst Deco mesh and put that at the bottom. It will hide the imperfections a lot better. So starting with my worst one, then on top is the multicolored one, and then the nice orange roll. First things first, let's gather our Deco mesh about 2.5 inches in. I'm going to collect. You can start at the bottom or the top. I tend to always start at the top. So I'm just going to go in. My tail is going towards the inside so that we can hide it. And we're going to do 2 really tight twists. For this part, you can measure, you can not measure, it's up to you. I'm going to be focusing on making 12-inch loops because my sign is 8 inches. So I do want the Deco mesh to be shown on the sides. There's my 12 inches and I'm going to make a loop at the top and twist. Don't worry that this is shown. We're going to cover that part later. At this point, I'm just going to continue making 12-inch loops or bigger, maybe 12 to 14 on the sides. I'm going to add a little bit. Then I'm going to do 12 at the top. You don't need more than 12 at the top, that's for sure, because then it'll be just too big, too much, and it's going to have too big of a hole to cover this. So we're just going to do that. At this point, I'm connecting my loops only to the doubles going around. So at the top, to the center, to the bottom on the other side, center, and top. And we made it all the way around. Now I'm going to cover this area right here by making a 10-inch loop. And I'm going to connect it to the other side of the double. So this will help us cover this area at the top. My sign is going to cover this area right here. So I'm going to make another 10-inch loop, and now I'm going to go to the center pipe cleaner. As you can see, this part is covered. We're going to fix it later. If you are using this as a centerpiece, definitely make a loop right here. I'm not, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight through and then tie it to the second single. And this is where I'm going to make those 2 10-inch loops. And now I'm going to go, you can go to either side, to one of the sides, tie it in, another 10-inch loop, and you're going to go to the other side. At this point, I have all the Deco mesh I need, but since we do have some left, what I like to do is I'm going to get rid of one of them, and in this case, I'm going to get rid of the one because it's not going to help me in any way. I cut it off about 4 inches, fold it back in, give this pipe cleaner a little bit of a twist, so I lock that in. One of the orange ones I'm going to attach to the other side, and then we can make extra loops. You don't have to do this part. This is just because I don't like to waste, because what am I gonna do? I'm just going to throw it away. So why not make extra loops? I'm just going to use one to go this way, the other go that way. And that way you can just not worry about it. Make extra loops like this. Look how beautiful that is. Not measuring at all. Just looking at my roll and seeing what I can get away with. Now I'm going to mirror and do the other side. I decided I'm going to give it a go and do 2 more going the other way. And just do this until you run out of the Deco mesh. I'm going to just make more. And it's going to make for a fuller wreath. When you come to the end, don't just attach it with the tail going out. Twist it underneath so that you can attach the tail, and the tail is going towards the inside. And this one is taken care of. Now I'm going to do the same thing with this one. Our base is done. Now we're going to fluff it out, open it up. We're going to have some of this multicolor show up here and there. That's going to be very pretty. I'm done opening up all my loops. I'm just trying to show you from the side how fluffy it is. Look at all of this. This is going to be flat. This is so beautiful. And this is even before the ribbon. So the next thing we're going to do is cut the ribbon and attach. For the ribbon, I'm going to be cutting both of these rolls into 12-inch strips, and I'm going to need 6 each. I already did my plaid one, and after zigzagging it, I'm going to fold the sides and cut the little corner, and we have our ribbon. Now, same thing with this mesh ribbon. To do my ribbon bundles, I'm going to do the center ones first. 1 plaid, 1 mesh ribbon. This one I'm going to put on top. We're going to fold it in half to find our center. Collect it in the middle, and we're going to make a little V for these because we're going to have the sign, and I want to make sure that we can see the ribbon. So twist, twist. And at this point, I'm pretty much done attaching. So I'm just going to finish twisting this and just fold it in. No one's going to see that tail. Same thing on the other side. Find my center, gather it. And now I'm going to find my center once more. And we're going to do regular type of bundles. Just putting one on top of the other, attaching, and I'm going to hide it behind one of the ribbon. And when you do that, if you're using mesh ribbon like I'm using here, make sure that the non-mesh ribbon is going to the corners because that's the part that's kind of empty on the sides here. Let's go to our next one. I'm telling you guys, this wreath, it looks complicated, but it's not. You just keep on looping and looping and looping until you're done with your Deco mesh. And then you make simple ribbon pieces. And look how much ribbon I'm using. Not that much, which means we're saving on ribbon. We saved on the base itself because it was just a stir stick. I did use the Dollar Tree Deco mesh, but I also use 10-inch Deco mesh on these wreaths, and they also come out gorgeous and full. You just use how much you want, and depending on the thickness of the mesh, if you want to use 2, or you can get away with using just 1 roll of 10-inch Deco mesh. Maybe I'll insert another one of these swags in the description box below so you have an idea just in case you want to use 10-inch Deco mesh instead of the 6 that I'm using from the Dollar Tree. Look at this, not bad. And if you were making this a centerpiece, remember this part where I went flat, you could have just floofed it up from the single to single. It would have filled this area up, and then you just maybe separate the Deco mesh and put a candle in there or a vase or something. This would be so beautiful. Let's attach the pipe cleaners to our sign. First, I'm going to take this jute cord out, and I decided to attach the pipe cleaners in 3 places: top, middle, and bottom. First, I'm going to take my pipe cleaners, fold them in half, and make a little flat area just like this right in the center of the pipe cleaners so that we can put them on there nicely. A little bit of hot glue. Put your pipe cleaner right on top, and then we're going to put some hot glue right across, going up and down. Grabbing a piece of felt, we're going to put it right over, and that's it. Just like this. Now that the back is dry, I'm just going to put everything flat and flip it. First, remove this thing to make a little bow right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make 2 bunny ears. bunny ear 1, bunny ear 2, and make a little knot with them. Don't make it tight so that you can go back and forth until it looks beautiful to you, or until it's the size you want it to be. Now a little bit of hot glue. I'm going to cut the tails on a little angle. And then I have this little shimmery button. I thought it would work well because of all the glitter that's going on here, but you can definitely use a simple button. I'm just going to put some hot glue and right in the center of our bow. How cute is that? I could have left it out, but there was some hot glue left on there, so I wanted to take care of that. The last thing I'm going to do to the sign is I found a sweet little sunflower, and I'm going to just cut the little tail off. But we do need to make sure we hot glue if we cut it off. We're going to give it a lot of hot glue right there. So all of that is sealed in, and I'm going to put it over the sunflower in the sign. And that's just going to bring our sign to life a little bit. This is just an extra step. You don't have to do that, obviously. And now I'm ready to put the sign on. First thing I'm going to do is make sure my hook is right there. So I'm going to put the sign in this way. Make sure I have that in the center. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to attach the center pipe cleaner, twist it in place in the back. If you're going to sell this or gift this, definitely just grab a piece of ribbon or anything you have on hand. Just think of how pretty it would look with the same ribbon you used. Hot glue it right in, and it's going to have a very clean and beautiful look. And don't forget, when you're putting on whatever you're going to put on to hide it, stop at your hook and then add a little piece to the top. Now it's time to add the last embellishment, which is these leaves. To make a fuller one, I'll take the leaves off of one, add it to another, and now you have kind of like a fuller look. And this one, you can hot glue it. I'm going to temporarily put it in place. But if you're using it in a centerpiece, you do not have to do that. You can just put it in and that's it. It'll stay like that. Because the Deco mesh, if you wiggle it in, it'll hold it in place. I have 4 more pieces, and since the rest of them don't have these, I'm just going to use the leaves, wiggling them in on the sides right into the Deco mesh, kind of like weaving them in so they'll stay in place. Now I'm just going to make sure my ribbon bundles are beautifully laid out, and we are all done with this swag wreath or centerpiece. Let's go over the supplies for this wreath. I'm going to start off with some 21-inch Deco mesh that is 10 yards in length. For ribbon, I'm going to be using this absolutely gorgeous wired edge ribbon. It is 2.5 inches in width and 10 yards in length. To match my beautiful leaf ribbon, I found this sign at the Dollar Tree, and since it does have a little bit of glam going on with the give and the thanks and all the sparkle on the leaves, I decided to make this wreath a little bit on the fun side. So I am going to add some iridescent white mesh tubing, which is going to brighten things up and kind of unite it with my sign that has lots of white. And then of course I have some of this orange mesh tubing. Both of these are from the Dollar Tree. As far as our pipe cleaners, you are going to need 18 for a wreath form, and however many you're going to need for your sign if you're using a sign. I'm going to attach my sign using pipe cleaners and some scrap felt. And then of course I am going to be using a 14-inch metal wreath form. As for the instrumentation that I'm going to be using, I'll need a hot glue gun, scissors, rotary cutter, and some kind of clippers or pliers. I have had a lot of people ask me about these little clippers that I use. I always have them in the description box below and also in my Amazon store that is linked in the description box below. Now it's time to attach our pipe cleaners. Our wreath base is made up of 6 sections, and we're going to attach the pipe cleaners a little differently this time. What we're going to do is we're going to have an attachment on an intersection, 2 in the center, 1 in the intersection, 2 in the center, 1 in the intersection, 2 in the center, going all the way around. Now you can do this one of 2 ways. You can attach on row 1 and 2, then 2 and 3, 1 and 2, 2 and 3. That's going to make it a little bit smaller, but if you have a larger centerpiece, then I recommend attaching on rows 2 and 3, 3 and 4, 2 and 3, 3 and 4. Basically, you want to have a zigzag going, whether it's row 1 and 2, 2 and 3, or 2 and 3 and 3 and 4. You can also do 3 rows where you're using 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4. As you can see, my sign is a little bit on the smaller side, and that is why I decided to use rows 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. I'm going to start on an intersection and just bring it together and 2 twists, and I'm going to fold it in. Then I'm going to do rows 2 and 3, and then 1 and 2. And as you can see, all the ones on row 2 and 3 I'm facing out, and on rows 1 and 2 I'm facing in. This is just for us to be able to find the pipe cleaners a little quicker, and it just helps us along. I'm done attaching all my pipe cleaners. 9 on row 1 and 2 facing in, 9 on rows 2 and 3 facing out. I'm going to put my cutting board going from top to bottom because it's only 18 inches this way, and here it's 24 inches from top to bottom. I'm going to be cutting my 21-inch roll Deco mesh into 20-inch strips, and I'm going to need 18 of these. Before I start cutting, I like to put a little ruler to add the measurements that I need. I have 18 and a half, so 19 and a half and 20 would give me 1.5 inches. So you can definitely eye this, and I usually do, but it's a good thing to have a little visual where you can start. Let's even this out first, and let's get going. After I cut these, roll them up naturally and throw them in a laundry basket. That's the best way to keep them while you're cutting them up. Now let's make our folded ruffles. When I mention factory edge, what I mean is the side edge that has a few rows of the actual mesh, one on top of each other, just like that. And then when I'm talking about the cut edge, that's the edge where we cut the little strips. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up our piece of Deco mesh, and we're going to put it together factory edge to factory edge or side to side. After I have my factory edges one on top of the other, I'm going to put the whole Deco mesh piece vertically from top to bottom. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to curl it kind of when we're doing ruffles and we want to just make sure that edge is tucked in. That's exactly what we're doing here. And it should not be hard because naturally it should want to curl in. So that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to curl it in about 1 inch. I'm going to put something on the heavier side on top. And here we're just going to bring it together like a ruffle. When I get to the edge, same thing, you want to tuck it in and then ruffle it up. And here is our first folded ruffle. Because this is a folded ruffle, one side is going to be smooth where it was folded and the other side is going to be open with the factory edges. So what I like to do is I like to do every other, meaning on the next one, I'm going to have the smooth side facing in, and that I'm going to attach on all the inside rows, and then all the outside rows are going to have the smooth edge. I like doing that because when your wreath is hanging, when you're storing it away, you want that smooth end to be on the outside to prevent fraying. Let's do the next one. First things first, we're going to open it up and we're going to take it factory edge to factory edge. Now that I have that, I'm going to put it vertically, put scissors or something on top, make sure it's lined up nicely. And the edge, I'm going to fold in about 1 inch. Now it's time to start bringing it together. Keeping my eye out on this outside row where the factory edges are. When I come to the end, of course, I want to make sure that this side is also tucked in an inch from the edges. If your edges are not even and stuck like this, just pull it out while you're holding it all together. And now I'm going to turn my factory edge towards the outside and attach that to the inner row, meaning the pipe cleaner that's on rows 1 and 2. And we're going to give it 2 tight twists. This next part you can either do later or right now. I'm only going to be attaching my bundles to the outside row. So this inside row, I'm going to just twist my pipe cleaner, use my little wire cutters to cut the excess, and about an inch in, I'm just going to twist and hide that. Let's make one more together, but you guys are getting the point. Overlap the factory edges, put them vertically, fold it an inch, and off I go, collecting in the center. Factory edge towards the inside, because our next one is on row 2 and 3. And while it looks sparse now, it's going to start filling in really beautifully. And then we're going to add the ribbon. Oh, this is going to be such a pretty wreath. I'm done putting on all the folded ruffle. Look how beautiful and full this wreath is. I absolutely love it. As far as our ribbon, we are going to keep it nice and simple, cutting it into 12-inch strips. There's my 12 inches. And now I'm going to zigzag until I get 18 strips. Now it's time to cut the ribbon and make dovetails at the same time. I'm going to fold each of the sides and I'm going to cut off a little corner just like this, making sure I cut off the edge on here so that we have 2 pieces. Now that my ribbon is all cut up, look how beautiful these are. We can get started on our mesh tubing. I feel like mesh tubing, especially fun mesh tubing like this, brings a little bit of a whimsical look to a wreath. So you can definitely put as many pieces as you want. This is 15 feet of mesh tubing, so it's going to be enough to have 18 pieces at 10 inches each. I'm just going to do 9 pieces, and I feel like 1 per bundle is going to be enough. So I decided to do 9 pieces of each of the mesh tubing. Measuring off my 10 inches, off I go. Let's cut through the center. And the same thing with the white mesh tubing. Let's measure off 10 inches. Now let's make our ribbon bundles. I'm going to grab 2 pieces of ribbon, overlay them, and find the center just by pinching the corner. Now that I know where my center is, grab 1 of each, the orange and the white mesh tubing, and I'm just going to gather everything together and attach it to the pipe cleaner. After it's attached, I'm just going to twist the pipe cleaner, fold it back. If you want to cut the excess, definitely do that. And then you can just fold the tip and fold it back. Once again, grab 2 pieces of ribbon, fold in half, find the center, 1 of each, and attach it to the next pipe cleaner. I'm going to do this, of course, to all the pipe cleaners. Clip any excess off, fold and fold back. All the ribbon bundles are on. I did not open them. We're going to do that at the very end. Next, we're going to take care of our sign. I'm going to be using 3 pipe cleaners and attach them at the top and the sides. So all I'm doing here is folding them in half and making a little flat surface in the middle, just like this. I'm just going to kind of pinch it. Now for some felt scraps, I have them in little rectangles, about 1 inch by 2 inches. It's all up to you. First, I'm going to put some hot glue right where I want that to be. By the way, this is regular hot glue. It's just white tinted. I'm trying to use up all my colorful ones. And now I'm going to just make rows going up and down, and then our piece of felt right over that. And that's just going to melt everything in, and it's going to give you a really good connection. Our sign is ready to get attached. So I'm just going to lay it right in the center, and let's flip. This is how poofy this wreath is. I can hardly get my pipe cleaner to attach. A few twists here. So I lightly twisted the sign on. Now let's see how I like it. I'm going to try to get it down just a little bit by getting some of this Deco mesh from underneath it, because I don't want it to pull too much on the pipe cleaners. I feel like I lowered it a little bit. To hang the wreath, I'm going to first first find where my top is. Then I'm going to grab this piece of jute cord that came off that leaf sign. And all I'm going to do is wrap it around any of the intersections and just make a few ties. Cut off the excess, send this to the back, and you have a hanging loop. Now I'm going to open up all my ribbon bundles, making sure my mesh tubing is sticking out beautifully. Look at this. How fun is this wreath? And I love the mesh tubing. It just gives it such a fun little element. And as you can see, just having the ribbon bundles on the outside row is more than enough. And the wreath is all done. Look at the ribbon all opened up. Now everything just looks so lovely. It works together. It's quite a thick wreath, as you can see on the side, but I think this beautiful ribbon and the sign, everything worked together lovely. Today, I'm going to be using a zero fray method that's called the Nadia method. I came up with it when I was using a lot of Dollar Tree deco mesh and had to deal with fraying. This method is absolutely zero fraying. It's going to be a fun method and a fun wreath. We're going to start with 2 rolls of deco mesh that's 10 inches by 30 feet or 10 yards. I chose this beautiful burlap deco mesh that has this gorgeous orange foil throughout, and it's going to be really pretty when we put it together. Then you're going to need a pack of pipe cleaners. This wreath form is from the Dollar Tree. This is the 14-inch metal wreath form. Then I have a cute little sign from the Dollar Tree we're going to use, and then some ribbon. For our sign to stand out nicely, I decided to bring in some yellow and white ribbon that I'm going to make a bow with, along with some mesh ribbon from the Dollar Tree and this printed ribbon. To get started, I'm grabbing my deco mesh, and I'm going to be cutting both of my deco mesh rolls into 15-inch strips. Now that my deco mesh is cut up, I'm going to grab my pipe cleaners and cut these in half. Then I'm going to make a little V with the pipe cleaners just like this. This is just to help me grab them. The way this method is zero fray is because we're going to make little bows and bring the endings together. So what I'm going to do, I have my little strip and I'm just going to walk it out until it's overlapping about 1.5 inches. Pinch on both sides, and then I'm going to bring it vertically and just lay it down with the overlapping in the center. On top right here, I'm going to just hold that in place with my thumb. I'm going to find the middle or somewhere in here just to kind of hold the overlapping in place. From the bottom, I'm just going to start walking it up. It's quick, it's easy. Look at that. I just brought the bow together. Now I'm going to flip it over. This is the smooth end that was touching the table. I'm going to bring my pipe cleaner right around the center. And in the back, I'm going to give it 2 to 3 nice tight twists, and you have a bow. All our fraying is contained by the pipe cleaner. One side is right here, and it's nice and tight. The other side is actually inside the bow. And that's it. You have a little bow that's zero fray, and it's going to make for a beautiful wreath. Let's make another bow. We're going to make this one a little quicker. We're just going to overlap, pinch on both sides, going to place it on the table just like this. With one hand, I'm going to hold at the top and about the center with my thumb, and I'm just going to start bringing the bow together from the bottom, working my way up as quick as that, grabbing my pipe cleaner, 2 to 3 tight twists in the back, and your bow is done. Zero fray. Now I'm just going to continue making all my bows, and I'll be right back. My bows are all made, and now I'm ready to start putting them on the wreath form. I suggest using rows either 2 or 3, and I will be putting mine today on row 2. A good tip is to kind of work from the back. So this is the top of the wreath, this is the bottom where it's swinging in kind of. And of course, Leo is here supervising, making sure my wreath is coming out nicely. And I'm just going to start adding my bows onto row 2. And I'm going to do 8 bows per section. Grabbing the next one, same thing, row 2, giving it a few twists in the back, cutting off about 1 inch from the actual connection, folding in half and folding back. I'm done with one section. I have 8 in here, but to be honest, if you have 7 in here, it's going to be enough because look how full this section is. And don't forget, the other sides are going to actually squeeze it in a little bit more. And you have this beautiful wreath that is zero fray and it's going to last for years. I have been making wreaths using this method for quite a while now. And I love the fact that year after year, I come back and I hang up the same wreaths with zero fray. It is so nice. I'm just going to continue putting on my bows and go all the way around. Our wreath is all done. Look how compact it is. And there's no fraying, absolutely no fraying. This is what it looks like in the back. You can cover this with whatever you want if you're going to sell it. But on here, you can maybe add some ribbon bundles, whatever you want. We're going to be doing the sign and I'm just going to pop it off the little stand. We're going to attach the sign and we're going to make a bow. The first thing I'm going to do with this sign is round off those ends right there. This is the part that was in the base. And I'm just taking some wire cutters and just cutting that off. Now that the pumpkin is nice and rounded on the bottom, I decided to change this bow because there's no popping going on. It kind of blends in and I wanted to bring out the flower. Going to grab a grosgrain ribbon I have on hand and I'm just going to make a simple little bow. Hot glue it in place and I'm going to use this little tail, this little piece right here that I cut off and just hot glue it in place just like this. Let this cool for just a minute. A little dab of hot glue. Let's bring one part up. A little hot glue on the other side and bring that flat back. A dab of glue right where the hot glue was before so we can cover that. Our bow right on top and look at that. Now it pops and it works really nicely with the sunflower. I'm bringing the wreath back in to see where I want to put the sign so I know where to add the pipe cleaners. And I'm thinking I like something like this just at the end on the side so we can put a beautiful bow up here. So I'm going to put my pipe cleaners right along right here, just like that. Now I'm going to take my pipe cleaners, make a little flat surface. I'm also going to grab 2 pieces of felt. And these are just leftover felt pieces that I save for this. Hot glue, put my pipe cleaner on, more hot glue, nice generous amount. And then I'm just going to place my little felt pieces right on top. This is going to seal in the pipe cleaner to the actual sign really, really well. And I'm going to do the same thing on top. Next, I'm going to use my bow maker to make a really nice bow. And you can definitely do this bow in your hand if you want to do that. But this is so nice. And it only costs around $10 to $12 on Amazon, so that's not bad. I'm going to start by measuring off about 6 to 6.5 inches. I'm just going to the edge of my bow maker, which makes it 6.5, and I'm going to put that in right in the center. Now it's time to make some loops. I'm going to make 5-inch loops, and I'm going to make 3 loops per ribbon. Get the tail down. There's your 5. This ribbon is double-sided, so I'm not twisting in the center. Then I'm cutting off at 6.5. This tail is going to go up. Next, I'm bringing in my white, but I'm going to come from this side, so 6.5, and I'm going to just throw the one on top, and we're just zigzagging to make our 3 loops. 3 loops,
And I'm going to bring this one down 6.5 inches. Now I'm grabbing the printed one from the Dollar Tree, 6.5 inches. Bring it down. With this one, we are going to be doing some twisting. We're going to twist it right away because we want the tail to face up. We're measuring off 5 inches, and now we're going to twist, make a loop, twist, and make our third loop. And now we're grabbing my favorite ribbon ever, which is the mesh ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And this one is so hard to find, you guys, I know. But it is just, it makes your bow so special. And it brings the elegance, even with the brown, it brings elegance. And I'm going to make some loops, just 5 inches. And this one we are going to zigzag up because we just don't need to twist obviously on this one. To take it off, I'm just holding it really tight with my fingers, and I'm just going to grab pipe cleaner. You can also use floral wire, whatever you have on hand, and we have our beautiful bow. Next, we're going to do 2 ribbon bundles, not a lot, so I'm just measuring off at 12 inches. Same thing, we're going to need 2 pieces of yellow ribbon, our printed ribbon, and of course 2 pieces of the mesh ribbon. Now that my ribbon is all cut up, I'm going to go around and cut dovetails. With our bundles, I'm just layering the white, yellow, and printed, and I'm just going to do it that way. And of course, we're not going to touch our mesh ribbon. Now I'm just going around and making dovetails on my bow. Taking another pipe cleaner, I'm going to cut it in half, and then I'm just lining up my bundles, my ribbon right here. Let's find the center, fold it in half, pinch so you know where the center is, and bring it together. And there you go, your first bundle, and let's make the second one. There you go. And here's the best part of the wreath, where we bring everything together and bring this little wreath base to life. First, I'm going to put in my sign, finding a space in between 2 bows. I'm going to go around 2 middle rings right here and just tighten it up. Now that our sign is in place, we can start adding the ribbon and the bow. The bow is going to go to the kitty corner, so I'm going to do that first. Let's add the bow. Now I'm going to add in the bundles right in the middle. My bundle 1, and let's do bundle 2. Bundles are in, ribbon are in, and now it's time to start fluffing everything out. This is my favorite part. The ribbon bundles, I'm just opening up like a little flower. This is just so pretty, and I'm just going to continue messing with the bow here and there until it's where I want it to be. So far, so good. I think this wreath came out absolutely beautiful and elegant and so much fun. Let's go over the supplies for this wreath. I'm using 3 rolls of Deco mesh that are 10 inches by 10 yards, this beautiful yellow, a gray, and the gorgeous maroon. You don't have to include a ribbon in this type of wreath, but I'm going to include a yellow one because I feel like I need to brighten up the sign and the wreath itself. My wreath base is a 14-inch metal wreath form. Excuse me, Simba. Then this is the sign that I'm going to be using. I think it's beautiful. And then you are going to need 15 pipe cleaners for the Deco mesh. And if you are using a sign, however you're going to attach that, you're going to need supplies for that. I am going to somehow try to get this away from Simba, and we're going to get started. For our pipe cleaners, we're not going to need the full 12 inches. We can fold these in half, cut them, and then we're going to make a little V. This is just so you can grab it real quick and put it on your Deco mesh bundle. This beautiful ribbon that I'm using has wired edges. It's 2.5 inches in width and 10 yards in length. I'm going to need the whole 10 yards because we're going to be cutting it into 12-inch strips. So I'm just measuring and zigzagging it.
And we're going to need 30 pieces. A 10-yard roll is going to be enough to give you 30 pieces at 12 inches. So that is exactly what I'm going to do. Off I go making my little zigzags, and then I will come back and we'll do dovetails. To cut a ribbon and make dovetails at the same time, I'm going to grab the two side edges, bring them together, and then I'm going to cut a little triangle, making sure to cut the edges. This way you're cutting the ribbon and making dovetails at the same time. To cut my deco mesh, I find that it's the easiest just to layer it and cut it all together. So I have my gray, then my yellow, a kitten in between, I guess. Have something to hold the deco mesh down. If you have a kitten, you might want to give it some snacks or something at this point. Excuse me, Simba. I have my phone. I told you I don't need to wait. Yeah, we're just gonna use the phone. Thank you. You're so nice. Look at him helping you guys. Aw, thank you. All right, you guys, let me take care of Simba because this is not gonna work. I'm going to cut away any fraying on the edging. Make sure you're putting your weight after the 10 inches that we're going to be cutting so that everything stays together nicely. And I have a laundry basket on the side that I'm just going to be dropping these in. By the way, this is a Dollar Tree little rotary cutter. You guys just saw that this little guy just cut through 3 layers of deco mesh like it was nothing. If you have one and use it, or you're gonna give it a try, definitely let me know in the comments below how you like it, because I'm telling you, something like this is not bad for $1.25. I wanted to add one more thing. I have been using this little one for about a year non-stop, and you guys know I make lots of wreaths, and it's the same one. Look at this, just shoo, done. Everything is ready to make our curls. I have my pipe cleaners, ribbon is all cut up, the deco mesh is all cut up. I have my wreath form and some kind of a clip, clothespin, anything you have on hand is just fine. Now let's talk about what we're doing here. The 14-inch wreath form is made out of 6 sections. In each section, we are going to put 5 bundles of curls. Each bundle is 3 curls. If you are using an 18-inch wreath form, that one has 2 more sections, so you will need 10 more bundles, 3 pieces per bundle. You will need 30 more pieces of deco mesh, 10 by 10 inches. One little tip when attaching these, we're going to flip my wreath form upside down because we're going to attach it in the back. It's just easier to attach and move on. We are going to be attaching to the 2 middle rows. Have my little pipe cleaner ready. I am ready to roll. I'm rolling my deco mesh at about 1 inch diameter. And I'm just adding them like that. Our third color, I always keep it like this, like a little snowflake. It's easier to bring it together. Now our ribbon, I'm just going to put it smack in the middle. Pipe cleaner, bring it all together. Then I like to fold it in half, almost just like this, and make sure this back is nice and tight. Give it 2 twists, and look at this beautiful bundle. We have plenty of yellow, and then we have the other pops of colors coming through. And now I'm just going to continue repeating the process over and over until I've used up all 30 sets of the deco mesh. If you are only using 2 colors, what I would do is make 2 different bundles. In bundle 1, I would put 2 curls of one color and then 1 of the other. And then in the second bundle, I would put 2 of the other and then 1 of the first color. And that's it. You just keep on doing that over and over, and at the end it's going to mix well. You don't always have to put a ribbon. You can also use mesh tubing, anything different. Definitely give it a try. But a ribbon does make a nice addition, especially if it's a solid ribbon. It gives you a pop of color. You can definitely use different color ribbon, but the thing is, a ribbon is going to stick out, so you're not really going to see the design of the actual ribbon. You're just going to see the color of it, so the tips. That is why I'm only using yellow instead of using, for example, a sunflower ribbon. That would really work with this wreath. All my ribbon bundles are done. You can do this 2 ways. Either make a ribbon bundle and attach, or like I did, I made
all of them. And now all I'm going to do is attach, and attach. The 2 middle rows, twisting in the back. The pipe cleaner should not be that long, so I'm just going to fold it towards the inside and you have a nice attachment. Next one. When making my bundles, I did not pay attention to which curl is going one on top of the other. I just curled and attached. It's still going to mix in with everything you have. So just start attaching and go for it. I have 5 bundles attached. Now let's look from the front. I'm going to take care of the ribbon later, but look at this. When we're going to put it all together, all the other ones are going to squeeze this up. Look how beautiful this is. Let's flip it over. And I'm going to continue attaching all my little curl bundles until the whole wreath is filled up. I'm about to put the last one in, just wiggling in and attaching it. As you can see, every section has 5 pieces or 5 bundles. How beautiful. Let's flip. I'm loving all that yellow. It makes the gray and the maroon kind of pop a little bit, which is what we want. Now let's make the sign and attach. I'm going to adjust the sign just a little bit. The jute cord is going straight through the wording and I don't like that at all. So the nice thing about it is it looks like just little pieces of wood and the wording is on there. So I'm going to grab a box cutter knife and I'm going to cut this part off. I'm just going to score it a few times. And this time I'm just going to start, oh, there you go, breaking it apart. And you're going to have a rough edge, that's fine. Taking a sanding sponge, I'm going to just sand this rough edge down. And I'm going to do downward strokes so I don't mess with the sign. Now the sign is much neater, it's pretty much 10 by 10. And now I'm going to attach the pipe cleaners so we can attach it to the wreath. Folding my pipe cleaners in half, I'm going to make a little flat space in the center, just like this. And I'm going to attach it in 2 spots on top and 1 spot at the bottom. So a little bit of hot glue, my pipe cleaner, and then I'm going to put hot glue going sideways. And my little felt pieces are about 1 inch to 2 inches. Felt piece right over. My hot glue has dried. Let's fold in the pipe cleaners and flip. Oh, this is going to be pretty. One side of my pipe cleaner is going to go between rows 2 and 3. The other side is going to go between 1 and 2 on this crossbar. That way it's going to have a good attachment. I'm going to push some of these out. Just 1 twist because I need to make sure that it's sitting nicely. Before I do my last one, I feel like I need to push all of this out. I do want to make sure my sign is sitting inside my wreath so it becomes part of the wreath. Attach my last one. My sign is in a good spot, so I'm just securing the pipe cleaners. Now all that's left is to make sure the ribbons are nicely peeking through here and there. And I do this last because when you're flipping your wreath back and forth, it kind of, you know, it messes everything up. So that is why I leave to play with the ribbon at the last minute. That's my last thing that I do before I hang the wreath. Today's Wreath Wednesday, I'm going to be using this squared wreath form from the Dollar Tree, and it is 14 inches by 14 inches, which is quite large. Today, I'm going to be using the 2nd row of the wreath form and also the 3rd. You can use the 1st and the 2nd if you want the wreath to be a little bit smaller. I wanted to use the 2 outer ones because I wanted to show you how much you're going to need for the bigger version of this wreath. I have not used the Nadia method on a squared wreath before, so I'm not sure how much I'm going to need, but at the end I will definitely give you all that info. For now, I'm going to cut up actually 5 because I know for sure I'm going to need 5, but I do have extras just in case.
6. I try not to go over 6 deco mesh rolls with any wreath I make on this channel. I try this to be as economical as possible and as beautiful as possible. All right, for the actual deco mesh, here we go. Our deco mesh is 6 inches in width, and in length it is 5 yards. If you take the 5 yards divided by the 12 inches that we're going to make our strips in, it's going to give you 15. So we're going to get 15 the Nadia method bows within each of the rolls. The rolls that I just got, these are new. These are not from last year, so they're the newer style. They're more firmer. So I'm very excited to see how this will work because I just did a wreath using this one. It was the breast cancer wreath, and I like the way the bows turned out. I think it looked beautiful. The deco mesh is definitely stronger. It is more secured on the edges, but it is Dollar Tree, so I highly recommend before you buy any of the deco mesh rolls, just take a look at them on the sides. Make sure they're not loose. You want to look for a roll that's nice and neat. This is a good example of a beautiful roll. Let me open it up. Look at this. It's beautiful. Dollar Tree. Look how clean all the edges are. And on this side too. So this is a perfect specimen, shall we say, of deco mesh roll from a Dollar Tree. Very beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to sit here, watch a little bit of NCAS New Orleans, and just continue cutting these up. So speaking of that, in the comments below, let me know what you're watching right now. Is there a series you're watching right now? I don't know, maybe you're watching some kind of a sitcom or comedy. Like what is really just kind of fun for you right now to watch? I actually just started from season 1 and I love binge watching shows. All right, you guys, I will see you in a bit. Now let's talk about pipe cleaners at the Dollar Tree. Here's what I recommend. Right now, Dollar Tree has these seasonal ones that are coming out already. And what I recommend is buy a whole bunch of these. I don't know, maybe 6, 10. It all depends on how many wreaths you make. So this one is leftover from last year, for example. And so what I do is I take them and I divide all the colors. And, you know, for this wreath, I want to use these gold ones because they would work really well with this wreath. And so I'm just going to divide all the colors. And then that way, you know, when I'm making a silver wreath, there you go. There's my silver. Then I got red, green, and it works out really well. We're going to divide it in 3. It's 4 inches each because these are 12 inches long. And then I'm just going to cut these with my wire cutters. We're just going to take our 12-inch deco mesh strip, let it curl into itself and overlap. And then I just kind of am walking it back until it's overlapping about 1 inch to 1.5 inches, holding it on top, bringing it down so our overlapping is in the center. With one finger, I'm holding on top. And then with my other finger right here from the bottom, I'm going to walk it in, and all of that fraying is going to get locked in right here in the center. Then I'm taking my bow, I'm turning it upside down. This is our smooth end, and this is where we bring our pipe cleaner, and then bring it back. Give it 2 twists, nice and tight, locking it all the fraying. And so we have a little bit of fraying on one side of the bow that's behind and in the back, and then the rest of the fraying is inside the other side of the bow. And there is your bow. And if you take a few of them, I know it looks fairly kind of like naked, but don't forget that we're just going to squeeze these guys together just like this. And you could already see the wreath. It's going to be colorful, orangey. It's going to have a little sparkle from this orange little strip. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful wreath. now I'm going to continue with my NCIS. I'm going to be making lots and lots of these little bows. Now it's time to put the bows on, and I usually like going in a zigzag, so I'll just be zigzagging along, and obviously right here we're going to put a few more and then continue going zigzagging using the second and the third row. Okay, and I'm just going to do 2 twists, and then I'm going to just bring them together, fold underneath, and kind of just loop them back, and that's it. Just like that. And they're going to be nice and secure in place. Look how gorgeous the colors are in this Deco mesh. Very fallish. All right, so here are the numbers that you want. In this bar right here, the middle bars on all the sides, you are going to need 10 on each. So 5 on each bar. In each section, you're going to have 10. On the corners, I'm going to have 5 on this middle one, and I'm going to have 7 on this outer one. So that makes it 12 on each one of the corners, a total of 88, which means you're going to have 6 rolls, and then you should have 2 of these bows left over because 6 rolls make 90 of the bows, and we need 88. So, you know, whenever you have the 2 left, just fill in the area that you feel maybe is a little lighter or looser. So another thing is, while you're doing this, don't get discouraged if it's a little bit too light, because when you hang it on the wall, this section right here, as you can see, it kind of curls in. This is me standing in on this side. We're going to push it back, and then it's going to fill this area. You are the boss of this wreath, so make it listen to you. So fold how you want. That's the cool thing about Nadia's method, is these bows, they're very pliable and movable, and you can move them the way you want to and make it work. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to finish up. I have a few more sections to do here, and I will be right back. Okay, and our wreath is all complete. Nice and clean. Now I'm going to put this aside, and we're going to do the centerpiece. For the centerpiece, you're going to need some of these bushels of leaves, and I'm choosing this bright yellow because this is so kind of, you know, it's kind of like on the darker end and all these fall colors, and this is going to brighten it up in the center. So we're going to use those. Then we're going to use a little pillow. I know, we're going to use a pillow for the centerpiece. We are going to need some wires to bring this all together. First things first, I'm going to remove all the tags. Now with the wire cutters, you have 2 choices. You can cut it or you can bend it. I'm going to bend it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections in. I'm going to bend it back. This looks about right to me. Now, if you didn't cut and you're just doing this, make sure with the wire you catch the little sections that you bend backward. And then I'm going to do the same thing with this one, 5 sections in. And if you have anything poking out like this, make sure you cut it with wire cutters so you don't get hurt. Same thing with the second pair. I made sure that the distance is the same. And we're going to put some wire around these guys. All right, now that our bushels are both done, I'm going to crisscross them and grab more wire, knot it a little bit, give it a few twists. Okay, and then I'm going to face it the other way and crisscross it this way. That way you have wire going this way and this way. Now in the middle of this, I'm bringing in my pillow. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this jute cord off, making sure not to cut too much so I don't cut the pillow. Same thing with these tags. Now I'm going to get a thicker wire, maybe like a 16 gauge. I'm going to put the pillow in the center over here. So I'm going to poke it through, just kind of go through the stuffing and then come out on the other side. And I'm not gonna go too tight. The pillow is secure right in here. All right, now I'm going to flip it upside down. The wire that I have been using is the really thin one from the Dollar Tree, so I wanted to get something stronger, so I'm going to use these twist ties. I'm going to need a long piece, and what you want is to make sure that your piece will go double here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go underneath this whole thing, find my center, and I'm going to twist twice, and then go underneath one of mine right there, go underneath right there, bring them in the middle, and twist them in the middle. Then I'm going to cut another piece, make sure it's double the size here, and give it a few more extra inches. Cut this, going through the opposite, right underneath that middle crisscross. Find my center a few times, and I went over this top one. This is going to give it like an extra security, an extra locking. Going around on the first row right here. And basically what I'm doing right now is I'm knotting it in place. I wanted to show you real quick what it would look like with this little pumpkin. So let me take my board out. If you hang it against something nice and bright, what that's going to do is bring all these colors out and then bring the focus in the middle. I think either one is pretty. But I love the pillow, and I don't know, it's so cute and sweet. I absolutely love it. So now all that's left is to straighten my leaves out and hang this wreath. Thank you so much for spending another Wreath Wednesday with me. I will see you guys very soon. Bye. For supplies, I'm going to start with this beautiful sign I got at the Dollar Tree. It's 6 by 6 inches, perfect for a swag wreath, but the colors of the leaves are the reason I bought it. I'm going to bring in some burlap mesh tubing, some pipe cleaners. Then I'm going to be using some of this mint green burlap ribbon and pink one. The only thing that's not from the Dollar Tree in this wreath is going to be this ribbon. The Deco mesh that I'm going to be using is 6 inches by 5 yards. I'm going to be using 3 rolls, and as you can see, I have a light pink, dark pink, and some white. For the base of this wreath, I'm going to be using a 5-gallon stir stick, and you can get these at your local hardware store. To get started on our swag, I'm going to put a little hanging loop in the narrowest part of our stir stick, and I'm going to use a piece of jute cord. This one's about 12 inches. I'm going to start by grabbing my jute cord about 1/3 in, and that's going to be the top of my loop. When I have that, I'm going to make a knot. Just like that, and now I'm going to put my loop in the back. I'm going to be using the side that has a little ruler on it. So I'm going to put my loop on this side. There's my loop in the back. Now I'm just going to turn it around. The longer side, I'm wrapping it around the stir stick one more time, and now I'm going to give it a few knots. Cut off the extra tail. To make sure that it's not going to go anywhere, I'm grabbing a piece of felt. This one's about 1 inch by 1.5 inches. Putting hot glue straight over the knot in the front and piece of felt right over. Now that the loop is taken care of, it's time to attach my pipe cleaners. Side to side, our stir stick is 21 inches. Therefore, the center of it is 10.5 inches, and thank goodness we have this ruler because that just makes things easier. I have my 10.5 inches right there, and that is where I'm going to start. Grab a pipe cleaner, and I'm going to put it to the side, twist it on the side where it says 10.5 inches, grabbing another pipe cleaner, going to go right next to it, but I'm going to tie on the other side. 2 twists, and our pipe cleaners are in place. Now we're going to do sides. Going to go to 2.5 inches. Put 2 pipe cleaners on that end and another pipe cleaner on this side. Going to go right underneath my jute cord or my little hook that I made.
And we're going to give it 2 twists and another one for this side. Going to go towards the center here, and that's about 14.5 inches right in the center instead of the sides. Face it up, and then on this side it's going to be at 6.5 inches. Same thing, we're going to tie right in the center and face it up. Just for reference, I call these doubles where I have 2 pipe cleaners and these singles where I have the single pipe cleaner. As I'm attaching the deco mesh, that might be helpful to you. I used a total of 8 pipe cleaners for this swag. As far as hot gluing the pipe cleaners in place, I'm going to put hot glue right in between the doubles, a little dot under my singles. As far as the double that's going to be at the bottom of the swag, I like to give it a little bit of reinforcement because this is basically what the whole swag hangs on. It holds everything in place, and if one of these pipe cleaners go down, it can pull the swag down. So I gave a dollop of hot glue and another piece of felt. Simba is trying to chew all my pipe cleaners. The first thing you need to decide is how you want to layer your colors. I'm going to go with this light pink first. Then I'm going to grab my white. On top, I'm putting this dark pink. But if you have, for example, the same color of all the deco mesh, go for the best quality one. Put that one on top. Let's go over how I'm going to attach it. I'm going to start by attaching my deco mesh to my doubles. And it doesn't matter if you start on this side, on top, or at the bottom. I'm going to start at the bottom side right here. And I'm going to be making 12-inch loops, only attaching to the doubles, going all the way around. When I'm done with that, I'm going to need to cover this area because of our large 12-inch loop. So I'm going to do a 10-inch loop right here. And then I'm going to do 10-inch loop, a big 14-inch loop right here in the center because we have a lot to cover. Then another 10-inch loop, 10-inch loop on top right here, back here, and then basically we're just going to be filling in back and forth. So once again, 12 inches going all the way around to get us started. Then we're going to fill in spaces basically on the center bar. So we're going to do 10 here, 10, and then because of the large space in between, you want to go 14, 16, whatever feels right for you, but you want to have a big loop in the center, and then 2 more 10s. And then you can do whatever you want depending on how much deco mesh you have left over. You can just repeat that process. You can also add 12 inches on the sides to fill those in. That is up to you. Here we go. Let's bring everything together. About 2 inches. And I'm going to face it in. This one, I make sure that it's nice and tight because that is our starting point. So 2 good twists to get us started, and I'm off doing my 12-inch loops. I like to keep my loops nice and tight because if you start going loosey-goosey, you're not going to have even loops. There is my first 12-inch loop. And at this point, I'm only attaching to my doubles going all the way around. I'm twisting my pipe cleaners twice as I'm making my loops. My last 12-inch loop going around. And for those who are thinking, Nadia, you're giving us Valentine vibes, I'm with you guys completely. At this point, I'm done with my 12-inch loops. And as you can see, we need to cover the center. So now we need to cover this part. We're going to go down 2 inches and make a 10-inch loop. I'm just going from one side to the other. There's my 10-inch loop. Now I'm going to do a 10-inch loop from here to my first center pipe cleaner. Now we're in this large center area. I'm going to go for it and make a huge 14-inch loop. Look at that, that's big. Now I'm doing a 10-inch from this single to one of the doubles on the side. And if I attach to this one, my next 10 is going to get attached to the opposite side. Basically, I'm telling you, you can do whatever you want. You can do them smaller, larger. I'm just trying to make sure that I make use of all my beautiful deco mesh. At this point, you want to take a look at your deco mesh rolls and see what your game plan is. I decided to give it a little bit more fullness in the center. So I'm going to be repeating the 10, 14, 10. Just the 3 in the center. And I'm going to put it right next to the other one. When you come to the end and decide, okay, I'm done with all my deco mesh, what you want to do is first cut everything off. And then we're going to flip it towards the inside and attach, because if we attach this way, obviously we're going to show the tail. So I'm going to flip it underneath, grab my pipe cleaner, and give it tight twists. Throw the tail towards the inside. Now that the deco mesh is all on, you can decide whether you want to open everything up, meaning separate the deco mesh, or leave it as is. I think this is stunning as is, and we have a lot of ribbon coming. So I decided, you know what? We're going to leave it like this. Next, we're going to cut all the ribbon and make our ribbon bundles. Grabbing my mesh tubing, I'm going to be cutting it into 11-inch strips. We don't need to make them 12. I think it's just going to be a little bit too big. So 11 is going to be just fine. Measuring off 11 inches, not stretch, just as is. Going to zigzag and cut. Going to be cutting 8 pieces of the mesh tubing. All the ribbon, I'm going to be cutting into 12-inch strips, and I'm going to need 8 of each. I got 8 pieces of my 12-inch pink ribbon. Going to fold the ends, give it a little bit of a triangle cut, and make my dovetails. I'm going to be doing this to all the sides. Same thing for our green ribbon, 12 inches, and we're going to zigzag until we get 8 of these. Fold the sides and cut a little triangle. Next, I'm going to be using that one item that's not from the Dollar Tree, and I usually stock up on this at Costco during Christmas. 50 yards. It's beautiful white ribbon. It matches to pretty much any holiday you're going to do, and I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to do 12 inches and we're going to do 8 pieces. Sorry, my camera wasn't recording when I started these, but basically we have our ribbon. We are going to do that beautiful mint green, then the pink, then the white, then bring our piece of burlap in and bring it all together. I'm going to be attaching these bundles to all my pipe cleaners, and then when I'm done attaching, I know I'm not going to be using the pipe cleaners anymore, so I'm going to twist up, cut the excess, leaving about an inch, inch and a half, fold that in and fold back. Let's make another one. The mint green, the pink, the white, of course our burlap piece. Bring it all together and attach. All the ribbon is in. This ribbon that's on top on the singles, I'm going to kind of take it away from the center too, just a little bit. Next, let's prepare our sign. I'm going to use this little hanging part, put my little pipe cleaner in and twist it in place. I'm still going to give it hot glue to make sure that it stays in place. The other pipe cleaner, I'm just going to fold in half, flat area at the bottom. And that one I'm going to attach on the inside, some hot glue. And of course, we're going to attach a piece of felt just so I know it's nice and secure. Our sign is ready. My pipe cleaners are going to go straight to the back. I decided to have my sign offset a little bit, so not straight. There you go. The sign is nice and secured. Everything is on, but I decided to do something fun with the white ribbon. I'm going to make a little knot. As I'm making the knot, make sure that the nice side is up. This one just has a glossy and non-glossy side. I'm going to tie that off, and since the ribbon is nice and soft, it's going to cover that center so nicely. So I don't have to put anything in the middle. I'm going to go around and do that to all of these. Let me show you up close. Just like that. For the final touches of the swag, I went into my leftover stash and I got these leaves. Since we have our sign sideways, I'm going to fill in the areas right here. I'm going to put a leaf on one side, another leaf on the other side, and I'm just going to hot glue it straight to the deco mesh, one on the end right here and another one on top right there. So I'm going to take a second and do that real quick. The colors are unique. The pink with this one, it almost seems like it clashes, but this sign brings everything together, and I think at the end it turned out so beautiful, so unique. Cover the back. I'm going to grab another piece of pink ribbon, and about an inch in, I'm going to fold in the back, give it a little bit of hot glue, fold back. I know this one's pretty see-through, but that's okay. It's still hiding all the goopy stuff. Then I'm going to go where my hook is and go in about 1 inch also. Fold it, a little bit of hot glue right there where it's going to be attached, and hot glue it in place. And then I'm going to do the same thing with another piece going on this side. So just fold it in a little bit, hot glue. I cut about 1 inch past the stir stick, fold it in. That way I know where the ending is. Give a little bit of hot glue right there and on the side that's going underneath, and that's it. This way the back of the swag is nice and clean. And now we do my favorite part, and that is opening up the ribbon, bringing all of these up. How beautiful.
Here's what you're going to need for this wreath. We're going to start with a 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree. Then we're going to need 6 rolls of Deco mesh and a pack of pipe cleaners. As far as our pipe cleaners, we are going to just fold them in half, cut them in half, and fold them in a little V. I always do this no matter what I do. It's just easier to grab and put it in your wreath. The Deco mesh I'm using from the Dollar Tree is made by Crafter's Square, and it's a little bit on the thicker side, but this method you can do with pretty much any Deco mesh you get from the Dollar Tree because it's continuous and we can just layer them on. And what I do when I have a really bad roll, I put that one underneath as your first layer and then the nicer rolls on top. The bubble method wreath is usually made with 21-inch Deco mesh. Using the 3 rolls of Deco mesh is going to give us 18 inches in width as we're making our bubbles. So that's actually not bad and fairly close to the 21-inch Deco mesh. First thing I'm going to do is unroll my Deco mesh, and when I unroll, I like to make sure that my bubble is already started. So instead of unrolling it where it curls in, we're going to unroll it where the curl is against the table. Now I'm going to go about 1 inch, 1.5 inches in and gather my tail. The way I'm going to attach it to my Deco mesh is I pulled my tail between row 1 and 2, and on this crossbar right here is where I'm going to attach it using a zip tie and cut off the excess. Now for the bubbles, I'm going to be making 8-inch bubbles, and that's going to be this square right here. This wreath has 6 sections total, so the 3 rolls that I have should be enough to cover half of my wreath. When making my bubbles, I want to make sure I hold this nice and taut and make my bubble, bring it in. I'm already trying to keep it bubbled up. Grabbing my pipe cleaner, I'm putting my pipe cleaner on row 2, and here we go. We have 2 twists. I'm going to bring my pipe cleaner back, 2 twists in the back. I'm going to fold my pipe cleaner in half, or you can cut it off, that's up to you, and then just fold it back. That's it. And we have our first bubble. The reason I like to keep my bubbles nice and taut is because we're using 3 different rolls of Deco mesh, and by the end of the rolls, I want to make sure we pretty much have the same amount of Deco mesh left so that we have enough for 3 sections of our wreath. More than likely, it will be different lengths, but as long as it's enough for the 3 sections, I'm fine. I already have 6 bubbles in my first section, and I'm just going to move on to my next section and go all the way until I run out of this Deco mesh. We are dealing with some good Deco mesh today, and I realized I have 2 extra bubbles, or actually that would be 3 extra bubbles. So I went back and I added 1 more, so I moved 1 bubble over, so I have 7 here and then 6, and I'm moving 1 more bubble over right now. So I moved this bubble over and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and we have bubble number 7. To attach the last bubble, I'm going to use a zip tie, but instead of staying in row 2 like we've been doing all the way around, I'm going to zip tie it to row 3 on that little intersection, cut off the excess. I prepared the next 3 rolls, but here's the problem. This roll should kind of continue going from where this one is, but we're going to have to go from the opposite side because just the way it unrolled. I do want it to still roll towards the table. And then I ran into another problem. I have the orange right here that should have kind of continued this, but the orange is on this side on these 3 rolls. So I'm glad I had an extra one of these, but this is the best one out of these. Look how bad this roll is. So I am going to put it underneath. And it's because of Deco Mesh rolls like that we are buying less and less Deco Mesh at the Dollar Tree, and most of us are pretty much stopping to buy rolls of Deco Mesh. Here we go. I'm going to continue. I have red on the inside just like here. So on here, instead of row 2, I'm going to go on row 3. So I'm just going to push it through, and I'm going to go on this crossing, or this little intersection as I like to call it, and just lock it in place. And now I'm going to continue just making my 8-inch loops, and I'm really hoping I'm going to be able to keep at 7 bubbles per section. I will let you know when I'm all done. I am on my last bubble, but I'm holding it really tight because the middle one is all finished while this one is, look at this, I still have all of this left. So there's no confusion. I wanted to confirm one very important thing. All my bubbles were attached on row 2 on my wreath form. I just finished and started right here on the intersection, one on the second row intersection and one on third. At this point, your base is done. If you want, you can even leave your wreath like this, but I do like opening my Deco Mesh up. I'm starting with the worst one I see sticking out right here. Just look at all of this kind of fraying on the end. I'm going to divide it by basically taking my hand and just pushing it down very carefully and out. This way I have all that fraying, and it's going to go back. It's going to go towards the back of the wreath, so you have nicer Deco Mesh on top. I'm going to do the same thing with this middle row. I'm just going very carefully under this top Deco Mesh and pulling it down and out. And this top row is just going to go to the side. It is open, all that fraying is taken care of, it's hidden, and you have a beautiful wreath. I always open my bubble wreaths because I feel like when they are open, they are softer. The whole wreath just looks a little bit softer. Before I finish opening all my bubbles, I wanted to show you the difference between non-open and open bubbles and how beautiful and full this wreath looks. But because this wreath does come with different colors, decorating it is going to be a little tricky, but we're going to pull it off. I'm going to finish opening this wreath up, and then we're going to decorate it. My wreath is all done, and I'm ready to pick a centerpiece. Because my Deco Mesh is not a solid color, it sometimes can be a problem to grab a centerpiece that would work nicely. For example, take this one. It's a beautiful centerpiece, but because it has so much going on here, and our Deco Mesh has a lot going on, it just does not work well. Here's another one. The colors are perfectly matched, but it still kind of blends in. Now check this out. You grab something that totally is a counter color but has the colors of your wreath. So I have a white maple leaf here, but it has the oranges, the beautiful yellows, and kind of golden shades that are in the Deco Mesh itself. And look how beautiful it works together. So we are going to be using this one. After removing the jute cord, I am going to grab 3 pipe cleaners because I want this to balance off nicely on our wreath form. Just going to fold these, and with my 2 fingers, I always like to make this little kind of seat. And then I'm going to grab 3 pieces of felt. And these are leftover pieces of felt that I cut into little rectangles. So a little bit of hot glue, pipe cleaner, more hot glue on top. We're going to seal it in with one of our felt pieces. The next pipe cleaner I'm just going to put on top, and then another one on this side right here. While this is cooling, I'm going to get the next thing, and that's the leaves. A disadvantage of a bubble wreath is the fact that if you put in little bundles, they're going to kind of get stuck and closed in. This is the reason you don't see ribbon bundles in this type of wreath, because they're just gonna get squished in. Sometimes people will put a bow just on top. Now, if you don't know how to make bows, this is going to be an amazing option for you. We're going to take the disadvantage of this kind of closed in wreath and use it to our advantage. We're going to grab leaves, and this is just some oak leaves from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to grab these leaves, clip the vines off so they're all separated. And for you, a little bundle could be just enough, or maybe you want more, you can use more. It all depends on how much you want to put around your wreath. Now that my leaf is cool, I'm just going to put it in. Since there's 6 sections, I'm going to have a pipe cleaner every other intersection. So this one's going here. Here's a close-up of the pipe cleaners. One is coming from this side, the other one's coming from this side. And so it's locked in place. So here's how we're going to put in our leaves. The advantage of having the bubbles so close by is I'm going to stick the leaves kind of in between. So I'm just going to put a little bit on both sides, because you don't know where it's going to get grabbed by the Deco mesh. And that's it. My first leaf is in. Here's the second one. This one a little higher. There you go. Maybe one right there. And I'm just going to continue doing this, going all around our wreath. And look at this. We're bringing it to life. It's something different. We have some leaves sticking out here and there. Now, how fun is this? And we definitely took that something that's considered a disadvantage and totally used it to our advantage to put in these sweet little leaves here and there. Wreath, I'm going to start off with a 14-inch metal wreath form from the Dollar Tree. Also 21-inch mesh. Now, this mesh I did get at the Dollar Tree, but if you're not able to find it at the Dollar Tree because it's so rare, try your Walmart. Walmart has the exact same one, possibly for $1 or $2 more, but still a fantastic price. Then basically everything else is going to be from the Dollar Tree. The ribbon that I'm going to be using, it has fall leaves on it. Then I am going to be using some of this glitter tulle. And then pumpkins. Now for this one, you can either use these ivory ones or these orange ones, because really both of them would look beautiful. But I am leaning towards the ivory ones a little bit more. And then, of course, we are going to need some chenille stems or pipe cleaners. This is what we're going to be actually starting out with. And you're going to need 18 of those. The way I count my rings on the wreath form are from inside out. So ring 1, 2, 3, and 4 is the outside one. So on ring 2, we're going to put one of these pipe cleaners straight in the middle. And I'm just going to give it 1 twist. You could give it 2 to keep it in place. The second and third pipe cleaner are going to go on row 3, and they're going to go on the sides right here. Same thing, find my middle and give it a twist. So this is what each one of the sections are going to look like. 1, 2, 3. If you want, you could hot glue this in place. I'm going to repeat this in all the sections, and then we're going to start on our Deco mesh. Before we attach our Deco mesh, I wanted to remind you to make sure that to unroll it where it's rolling on top instead of at the bottom, meaning instead of it being unrolled this way, you want to unroll it this way, meaning it curls under like this. So that way when you have your loops, they're going to be nice and smooth. The first thing I am going to do is I'm going to go in about an inch, inch and a half and bring the whole side together. Now we're ready to attach. Some wreath makers like to go from outside in. I like working from inside out just because at the end it's easier to work on the outside rows when you're attaching it. So here I go, starting from row 2. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my bundle straight on here. And I'm going to give it at least 2 twists. If you feel uncertain, give it a 3rd twist, but 2 is fine. Especially on the first one, I'm somebody who likes to make sure that it's nice and secure, and I use a zip tie. On the rest of them, I'm not going to do that. I just use the zip tie on the first one and the last one. There you go. I'm just taking it to the side a little bit so it kind of pulls in nicely, nice and tight. And now we're ready to do our loops. Our loops are going to be 9 inches. My white square right here, this middle square, this white square is 8 inches, so I'm going to go from side to side plus 1 more. And I'm just placing my wreath right on there, right exactly where my little square is. Measuring out 9 inches. And then I'm going to go to this next section, place my Deco mesh right here, and give it 2 twists. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? We just started. All right. Going to the next one. I got my 9. Going to the next section and 2 twists. So my last loop in row 1 is going to be right on top of my first one. And we are done with our first row. Now, instead of going to the pipe cleaner in this section, we are going to skip and go to the next section. So in the next section, we have the 2 pipe cleaners. We're going to take the first one in the next section. Because if you go in this section, you're going to have like a big bubble, which is kind of useless. You know, you want those beautiful waves. So I'm going to measure my 9 inches right here. And I'm going to go in this next section. And now I'm going to go all the way around until I come back to the same spot. All right, we are on our last loop. So I'm going to measure out my 9. And you can attach it right here on this first one that you started with. I'm going to put it right on top. Keep it nice and tight. Give it at least 2 inches. Cut it off. This tail I'm going to put behind right there. And I'm going to grab a zip tie and I'm going to tie it in place. Our wreath is all done, but I'm not going to fluff it out until the very end. So I'm going to put this aside and we're going to bring our ribbon in. We are going to do 12 inches. So grab any 12-inch ruler and just start going around. 1 spool of this roll is enough for 9 of these, which means you're going to need 2 of these in order to make our 18 bundles. Next, I'm just going to make little dovetails. Now let's get started on the glitter tool. I want my glitter tool to be 2 inches shorter than my ribbon, just because I don't want it to go over the tails. I want the tails to stand out. Since our ribbon tails are about 1 inch on both sides, we're going to go from 12 inches to 10 of these. So if you're doing 10-inch ribbon pieces, go down to 8 in the tool. That's what I mean. This is very faint, but it's going to be so elegant. And I'm going to be using my rotary cutter to cut my 10-inch pieces. All right, my friends, you're looking at a little bit of a finished wreath. The reason for this is my camera would not download the clip where I put these bundles together. So what I'm going to do is show you how I did it. I actually undid one of the bundles, put it together, and then the video is going to move on from the part where the camera did agree to work with me. So we have our strips right here, and with these, it doesn't matter which one's on top, which one's on bottom. As you can see, you can just open them up and move them around how you want. So I'm basically taking one, putting the other one crisscross, just like this, like in an axe. And then I'm grabbing my mesh here on my tool, and I'm just scrunching everything together. And when you scrunch, see how it's starting to kind of come up and kind of making its own little wave there. And then I'm going to take our pipe cleaners and just put it in between our pipe cleaners. Give it 2 good twists, and then you can either cut them or whatever you want to do. But I'm going to take these 2 and I'm going to feed them through to the back. And then in the back, I'm going to give it 2 more twists. And then what I like to do is I usually don't cut these off. I just kind of fold them in and kind of tuck them back. And so it's going to look something like this. And then I'm just going to go on and go to 18 of the pipe cleaners and put these bundles in. And once again, I'm so sorry that this part got cut out from the camera. But now we're going to continue where the camera does work. All right, I am all done putting my bundles in. So now I'm just going around, and anywhere I feel like it needs to be filled up, I'm opening up the Deco mesh. Otherwise, it really should be just kind of full. And because it's 21-inch mesh, it's doing its job. So the next thing, I am going to grab my pumpkins, and the really cool thing about these little sweet things are they come with little clips on the back side. So all I'm going to do is wherever I feel like going all the way around, I'm just going to attach my pumpkins. I highly recommend you attach it to the Deco mesh just because it's a stronger hold. So maybe somewhere right here. And then just work the ribbon around it. It's going to be so adorable. I hope you enjoyed these wreath tutorials. For more, don't forget to like, subscribe, and of course, hit the thumbs up button. As for Simba and I, we're going to say thank you so much for being with us, and we will see you in our next video. Bye, guys.